contribute the success. Mankind.
What did you do with your...
It looks like a sword fits
For
you.
joining us.
I will never play this game again. This game is a joke.
Well,
You deserve it.
You're listening to 102.8 The Hawk, and this is Kat live with a great tune coming up by one of my favorites. Enjoy.
Alright. We started this off the right way, because I don't want to fucking hear it. When I sit down to drop a dope essay on a video game like Dark for a Doomsday, little crybabies, they hold their damn seats. And with the Casper knuckle clench of White King bleach, they be wondering where exactly we could drop the line between common sense and a full tirade of misguided work for political, critical, analytical shit. Here to dig up some graves and wax lyrical. The game is called Arkham Origins. 2013, the legacies down to one thing. Someone wondering if they're the only one around who thought this game was better than everybody made a sound. Well, if you feel like you're alone in this world that you're living in, like in Arkham Origins, let me ask you one question. Can you read? Like, do you know how to read? Did you graduate grade 3 and retain the ability to read?
first, a little background for those of you who haven't been paying attention.
My name is Micah, and this is part 3 of my Better Look Back at Arkham series, a bunch of game reviews, or if you want to call these things reviews, of the Batman Arkham games that I started some time ago by now. Thank you for your patience. I started making these videos looking at each of the Arkham games individually, with the intention of simply making a more thorough, up-to-date look at a series than one I had presented in a 2017 retrospective video. That was my first long-form video, first long-form piece of content on this channel, and one of the first times I'd ever tried using my brain really hard about media and opinions. I spoke about all 4 games in the Arkham series in that one video, mostly out of a sense of personal derailment after I realized I actually liked Arkham Knight more than Arkham City, which at the time was a bit of a shock to my identity, as funny as that sounds now. I certainly worked really hard on the video at the time, but as the years went by and I learned more about games and criticism and myself got better at making videos and grew as a person, I began to see the areas in which I had under-delivered in my original video. Places like not actually having that much to say about Arkham Asylum, or just all of the editing, really. Doesn't even have any music, much less any melodramatically emotional violins. What a waste of time. It's got heart. At points I do agree with the opinion still, but that doesn't make it a good video. The word obsolete has been in the title of the video for many years by this point for quite a few reasons. Eventually, I came to feel like I could return to the Arkham series and do a better job, or at least one that was more authentic to how I feel now, and I felt was put together in a way that would be maybe worth more people's time and my own time as actual videos on this platform, and that's why I'm making these now. The differences in my original video to the newer videos where I've tackled both Asylum and City individually allowed me a lot more time to be articulate about the things I feel about these games now, since they were so formative to me when I played them as a teenager. It's also been very fun creatively to try to tackle the same brief years apart. Make videos sharing how I feel about Batman Arkham has so far resulted in very different pieces of content. I'm now very much of the opinion that if you're going to give me any time on YouTube at all, I'm going to make the video as worth that time as possible by trying to at least make it high effort, if not entertaining or interesting. So far it's been pretty worth it. My video on Asylum has ruffled a lot of feathers and I remain very proud of it, and my video on City, even if it was an absolute slog to make, I look back on fairly fondly as a moment of me embracing just being a petty little guy and being a bit more jovial and relaxed about this whole video making thing. But in no spot am I more eager to improve upon my original retrospective than my treatment of Batman Arkham Origins, a game I was so blatantly unfair with in my original video that I put petty notes on the screen pointing out plot holes, something I did for none of the other 3. I didn't even pretend to have given it a fair shake.
Arkham Origins has about an hour and a half of doing what it does kind of well before its confusion becomes intolerable. It has a cool boss fight,
But then it's all downhill from there, and my, what a steep slope it is. It suffers from every story shortcoming it possibly could, pairing a lack of motivation and ham-fisted character development with the worst world and level design the series ever sees. The damage done to the picture of the game by these choices and oversights makes this game an irredeemable mess that not even shaky cam and lens flares can fix.
It was the only game of the 4 Arkham titles which, when it released, I did not absolutely rinse and continue playing for months on end. I was really resistant to giving it credit even in the places it was due. In that video, I was lazy and superficial in my breakdown of its narrative. I was naive and harsh about the game development process that likely had significant control over what shape it ended up in. Coarse, basically, was my look at the game, and I definitely did not want to see it in a good light. I'm going to be so honest with you right now, maybe in a way that might damage my persona. It's easily still the Arkham game I'm the least familiar with, to the extent that when the game released, and even for that video, I'd never completed the side missions 100%. Not when it came out, not when I replayed it. This time I did commit to completing the game 100%, and I ran into certain side missions I don't think I'd ever seen before. Maybe some of my frustration about the combat in the game maybe came from never having obtained critical strikes, a basically crucial combat upgrade, and usually one of the first things you get in the other titles, because it's not on a skill tree here, it's at the end of a side mission that I never fucking bothered to play. Depending on who you ask, that's as much my fault as the game's. I'd never played the Mad Hatter mission before, I don't think. I didn't think I defeated Riddler, but when I got to the end of it, this time it did feel familiar. But I'd never even seen Deadshot's in-game model, for goodness sake. When I was playing it this time around, I was like surprised at myself for that. I loved Batman at the time in my life that this game came out, but I must have really not liked this game. I made videos about it, I played it multiple times, really trying, but looking back on just how truly apathetic I was toward this game was really surprising to feel. I was still right in the center of the target demographic when this released. I was insane about Arkham City. I ended up buying a PlayStation 4 only because Arkham Knight was announced. So I don't know what it was, but I really just remember struggling to find that eagerness for Origins for some reason, even before it released. And not that it means much to me these days, since I don't think it has anything to do with the product, but it did have a very memorable marketing campaign too, so I don't know why I wasn't really all that hyped. That one teaser of Bruce Wayne growing up in like little tableaus I think is still a really impressive trailer. These trailers were created by Blur Studio, who also produced the trailers for Arkham Knight and have assisted with the VFX work for a slew of extremely high profile games and shows. Too many to name, but standouts include the Sonic the Hedgehog films, various Call of Duty titles. They remade the Halo 2 cutscenes for the Master Chief Collection. They produced Love, Death and Robots on Netflix, which is a show I absolutely adore, and they also contributed to the first Deadpool film. That film's director, Tim Miller, was a co-founder of Blur Studio and personally directed these Arkham Origins trailers. So if you're looking for more work in this style, there's a ton of amazing work from Blur Studio out there. Might not seem super relevant, but there's still a lot of love for these trailers, so if you didn't know that, there you go. And playing it again now, it can be a very enjoyable game. I certainly appreciate a lot more about it than I used to, and see pieces that work, understand what they're there to do. I said in that original video that I'd never play Arkham Origins again, and I am more than happy, I'm excited to prove myself a liar today. I've played it a couple times, I've written a script, I'm making a new video, that's this one, and I'm really eager to take a crack at this again. If you're a fan of Origins though, I wouldn't get your hopes up on like a complete 180 miraculous turn from that original video. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not doing this in the name of having completely changed my mind, but just so I can be much more clear and comprehensive about a game which does deserve the same kind of intricate commentary I've tried to provide the other games in this series. So I will be very clear immediately, since people seem to appreciate when I did it last time with City. I may have a better understanding of what works about this game, but I don't like it. I don't think it's very good, and I will be explaining why in a very comprehensive fashion. I think it's easily the worst of the series, and it's not by a small margin. If you'd rather chill out with a nice video from someone who thinks it's great, there are so many other places I think you'll have a better time than here today. I'm really excited to do this because I'm trying to take a better look back at Arkham, and again, the place I feel I can improve on the most is here with Arkham Origins, but that doesn't mean my core opinion has changed, just that I'll be approaching this whole thing with a much more detailed set of eyes. And actually, while I no longer have the video, Arkham Origins did once receive a full review from me in the year it was originally released, 2013, even way back before my original retrospective, so this will be the third time I've taken a crack at making a video about this particular title. Let's try to do it right, let's try to make it this the last time I have to come back here. For good reasons this time though. But before we get any further, hi, my name's Micah. I'm making the video you're watching right now. Do you enjoy my content? First of all, thank you. If you're someone who enjoys my content and would like a way to support me more directly, I've finally started up my Patreon once again. I had one a few years back, but I wasn't really producing content as a personal priority or really at a rate that justified having one. That has changed. Over the past 6 months, I have made video production an absolute personal priority, and I've been churning out a lot of stuff that I'm really happy with. But it's not necessarily cheap to produce this stuff. It's something I would like to turn into a more full-time thing if possible. So any support that you've got to give would really allow me to continue making videos at the rate that I've been producing them over the past couple of months. I understand subscription services and giving money month by month is a really big thing for some people, myself included. So I've got a couple of different tiers there. If you just want to give like $1 a month or something and get progress updates, know what the next video I'm working on is and know where I am in the process of it, that's there. If you're able to give a little bit more though, you'll get some bonus content like behind the scenes footage, video commentaries, actually a full watch through that I did of my original Batman Arkham retrospective a couple of years back when I had my old Patreon. You'll be able to see that.
The original cut of my discussion was verging on 3 hours, so I decided to set myself a time limit so
That's funny. That's so funny.
And actually, if you sign up right now, you'll get access to another full 50-minute essay about my favorite movie, Tar. So that's there as well. Thank you so much to everyone who supports me and what I do here. I really want to keep doing this, and any support that you've got to give is really going to help me do that. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the video.
I'm the only one here, and I'm gonna die on this hill.
Now, if you're watching this video, you're probably already very well aware of the history of this title, but just for formality's sake. After the success of Batman Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, Warner Bros were eager to cash in on their new, critically loved and commercially successful IP. While Rocksteady worked on their own upcoming sequel, a new studio, Warner Bros Montreal was given the task of working from the Arkham City blueprint to create a game that would bridge the time between. This is a great call, I think. Origins, particularly within the context of that time with lots of annual releases happening, I think this was a great call. Origins would release in 2013, following City in 2011 and Asylum in 2009, which gave the Arkham series a stepping stone that it would need to have been a pretty consistently active series for about 6 years. It gave Origins a similar amount of development time to City and Asylum, which were each a little shy of 2 years apiece. However, the Warner Montreal team would kind of have a bit of a head start of great traversal and stealth systems already having been built and designed, at least a part of an open world that they could use, the singular Arkham combat system as well, and a very comprehensive basis of design guidelines and marks to hit, creative approaches that they could replicate laid down into previous games. This freed Warner Montreal very much to focus on the story, which reading indicates they had quite a lot of control over. The time period of Batman's second year was apparently chosen by them, and the story at one time had things like playable Bane and Joker sections as well. They would eventually decide on that prequel set 8 years before the events of Arkham Asylum, following a younger, less experienced Batman in his second year of crime fighting. His lone wolf, aggressive attitude is challenged by a bounty being placed on his head by a Gotham gang kingpin named Black Mask. 8 intimidating, formidable assassins have been given the $50 million bounty for Batman's head, meaning the first appearance of supercriminals in Gotham, challenging him in ways he's never been before. One man in particular ends up shaking Batman's understanding of criminality centrally, the guy behind it all, the Joker, who'd been posing as Black Mask the whole time and started the contract in the first place. Joker is equally confounded by Batman, who defeats him but spares his life, beginning Joker's lifelong obsession and fixation on Batman, which we see play out in Asylum and City, sparking the titular origin of the game. After defeating a number of the foes, the assassin who turns out to be the most committed to ending Batman is Bane, a notorious gang leader, tactician, and mercenary from Central America, who challenges Batman directly physically with his use of physically enhancing drugs, and mentally by figuring out Batman's true identity. All throughout the story, there's a lot of tension between Bruce Wayne and his butler and father figure Alfred, who, while assisting with Batman's activities to a crucial degree while he's out in the field, is reluctant to see Bruce go into harm's way for a cause that he doesn't quite understand. He continually encourages Batman to ally with James Gordon within the largely corrupt Gotham City Police Department. When Bane attacks the Batcave and nearly kills Alfred, Bruce realizes how crucial Alfred is to him and begins to heed his advice to rely more on the those around who want to help. Risking everything to stop Bane and Joker at a riot they've started at Blackgate Prison, Batman confronts and defeats Bane, who uses a prototype form of the Titan serum seen in Asylum to try and defeat Batman, but which damages Bane's memory and erases his knowledge of Batman's identity. He then continues to destroy Joker's face with consecutive normal punches and saves the day, learning that maybe being a symbol of hope is a bit more effective than being a symbol of fear. The game would remain in an open world setting, using the original Arkham City map Rocksteady had made, but dating it back to a Gotham of years past and adding in a second island across the city with a bridge in between. Now, after the concept stage, Arkham Origins would be refined down to what we see here, an area of the Batman career that was a little unique for popular media stories at the time. 2 years in has since been covered by Matt Reeves' The Batman as well, and it's a particularly interesting point in his lineage to investigate, I think. The public doesn't quite know about Batman yet, the gangs are starting to take him seriously, and his run-ins with supercriminals haven't really happened yet. Apparently, Frank Miller's Batman Year One was a central tonal reference, although that's about as common as saying eggs were an inspiration for my omelette this morning. A little more uniquely, the late 80s, early 90s run Legends of the Dark Knight was also a major inspiration apparently, a series of more isolated Batman stories, largely taking place within his early career, that took on a more mature tone following the success of the 1989 Batman movie directed by Tim Burton. The series was revived around the time of Origins release as well, which made the timing of interest in early Batman stories seem to have a nice little moment here. The series The Legends of the Dark Knight was also revived, I think, in about 2022, and it seems to be like an easy way to get into Batman stories with just a little snapshot here and there of like, oh, what's his relationship with Azrael like? What's he doing with the Joker over here? Just like kind of bite-sized snapshot things, but still gives really incisive looks into different artist approaches to him, different kind of vibes of various villains, and then you can find certain stories or arcs that maybe, oh, I like this particular Batman story, let's look a little further into this aspect of him. That's kind of the vibe I was getting from what I read of the series. Still, Origins would skip the Batman training period that we'd seen in Batman Begins, maybe because we'd seen it so recently in Batman Begins, and focus more on the origin of the ties between the villains to him and each other. The tension between Alfred and Batman in regard to the entire mission, the Joker and Batman's relationship, and in some ways the origins of what caused Arkham Asylum to reopen to house the new class of criminal. The first domino in the chain of incarceration and such. In either case, the story, the spectacle, the characters definitely seem like the game's priority. Warner Montreal would also focus on a new angle to the detective and crime scene system, featuring a kind of point-and-click approach to 3D augmented reality sections, which would allow Batman to view reconstructed crimes in real time to discover clues and find perpetrators. This would add a level of spectacle to crime scene investigation, be a useful tool both in the main story and side missions, and expand on an area of Arkham City and Asylum in one fell swoop. A prequel in this series I think is such a great opportunity in so many respects, and having the leg up is invaluable. A studio with the same brief starting from scratch would probably have a much harder time producing this. It's a significantly longer game than Arkham City, which hits some of the same beats, remixes a lot of the spectacle, and changes a fair bit of the style of the character rendering to something more urban and striking as well. Accordingly, major changes would be made to the voice cast of the two characters of Joker and Batman, from Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy, rest in peace, to Troy Baker and Roger Craig Smith respectively. A good move to emphasize the younger age of the characters and stylistically separate the game. It's notable that the actors for other major characters such as Martin Jarvis as Alfred, the massively underappreciated Wally Wingate as Riddler, and Nolan North for a small appearance as Penguin would remain for their parts, and solidify the Arkham tradition of not really knowing what the fuck to do with Jim Gordon. Now, I do want to speak about this kind of right up top, because while I do think the concept of developing a prequel in the Arkham series is a fantastic idea, hell, they could do another one and it would be great like they did with Arkham Shadow, I can't think though of many other times where this sort of development migration happened, especially not mid-series where the original developer was working on something else simultaneously. Maybe like Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed at the time, where different pockets of different developing studios kind of rotates like responsibilities so you can work on multiple titles at one time, but that That's like ongoing multiplayer series which make billions of dollars, or Ubisoft which have multiple studios all across the world, not a relatively new single-player focused story series from a fledgling developer. It's not a bad idea, but it was handled very strangely. These are not comparable studio sizes, at least. Rocksteady was still very new, only having made 3 titles at this time, and giving their work to a different, brand new studio to modify is a very, very unusual kind of development, I think. For Warner Montreal, it's a strange position as well to start the game with the basis of a different team's work and then go from there, while also knowing anything you do in your story would influence a sequel that was being made at the same time. Now, this is important to note to me because I spent years in rumination on this project, thinking I would need to make a big list of development pressures that Arkham Origins faced and try to take it easy on the game because of those things. It was probably handed mandates of marks that it needed to hit, including an open world and possibly having Joker as a villain. Well, those things may not have been the first choice for the creatives. But after taking some time to look into this, to really consider the game in context, I actually think the opposite is true. I'm not sure until now I've ever recognized the position of power and opportunity that Warner Montreal were in here. This game was made on a comparable timeline to Asylum and City for sure. It's not long enough, but it also had a major head start in many areas. The gameplay was already built, half the map was already built, a blueprint of stylistic choices to, again, maintain the aura and feeling of the series was mapped out. There are guidelines to follow to help the game fit within the series, plainly observable within 2 previous, very unique single-player games. Sure, use your creative freedom and put your own stamp on it, but both Asylum and City had laid out very comprehensive pieces of groundwork that Warner Montreal could follow to help their game feel of the same spirit. Maybe a few years ago I'd have taken it easy, but today I'm of the opinion that if you're in a team and you're asked to include an open world for this game that you probably don't need, but you've been given this combat system for free, fucking figure it out. That's your job. It's probably a fair trade to ask you to hit a couple of marks. So, contrary to my assumed belief that I would need to go easy on this game for development pressures, in context, I think this is a rare example of the opposite, of development opportunities. There was a lot going for Arkham Origins. Now, I want to make this as clear as I can right up top, because I'm going to give this game a pretty hard time, which is something not a lot of people in my space ever tend to bother doing. It does not ultimately matter to me that Warner Montreal were a new studio. While my writing here will be emotionally informed at times, obviously, and I'm permitted my own perspective, I don't hold any ill will toward any person who worked on it, or like any studio or publisher for how this game came out, nor will my judgment be directed at the people who enjoy it unless specified otherwise. I hear this a lot, and I understand the instinct to take it easy on Warner Montreal because of the deadline they had to hit and the supposed circumstances of development, and every game has its development troubles. I completely understand that, but this is a AAA video game that I've paid full price for multiple times, and I'm not here to babysit. These were professional adults who received paychecks and a budget to make a video game which, according to all the data that I actually have access to, seems like it had half the workload a studio normally would have in their position. There is definitely a time and place for it, but these adults and you as a viewer are not served by critics like myself putting on kid gloves and treating them kindly based on assumptions about how the behind-the-scenes development went. Every reasonable creative knows how to make peace with the process of letting go, of letting the work speak for itself from that point on. These were adults working on a AAA game, and I'm here to talk about their fucking work. And I'm here to give you an alternative perspective, not just validate an opinion that you already have, and I think you are also better served by me talking straight up. I know I personally, and I enjoy, leaning into the benefit of the doubt in these scenarios, and fiercely believe in finding the humanity behind this creativity. But this is not an indie studio making a homegrown passion project. This isn't Stardew Valley. This isn't a short hike. This is a room of a few hundred professionals being contracted to make a very specific game and hit a very specific mark with a deadline, but being given a heavily modified engine, multiple extensive gameplay systems including traversal and all that entails, combat, predator, gadgetry, a significant portion of a world map, a truckload of story information, you name it, and being given a ship date at least 2 years out, comparable to the same amount of time spent on the 2 radically different prior games. The game they turned find out by the end of that time is a bad product, and those circumstances of development should make that more disappointing, not less. I would love a genuine piece of evidence that would cause me to take it easy. Believe me, I truly would. But as far as my reading actually justifies, these are just the facts of the matter. The game was completely set up to succeed. They had freedom over a lot of things, and the choices that were made within this time and with these opportunities are underwhelming to say the least. Sure, there were many other pressures going on at the same time, like the secondary multiplayer element for Origins that was designed by another developer again, Splash Damage, for a mode that I never played and won't be talking about, and the list of other players being given the keys to the Arkham Clown car doesn't even end there, with like Armature Studio also developing Origins Blackgate at the same time for handheld devices. Now, this all would be one thing if Warner Montreal had gone on to make successful or even successive games of their own after Origins, but instead they seemingly disappeared from the main stage for 9 years and then released Gotham Knights. From the optics of this alone, and I don't have insider knowledge on any of this, I'm just looking at some fucking lists of names, I have always approached the idea of Warner Bros Montreal with what I would describe as a world-weary amount of skepticism. Warner Montreal had ported Arkham City to the Wii U, made some browser and iOS games before creating Origins, then Gotham Knights after doing quiet consultant and support work for other games for 9 years. Very little of the studio's actual personnel, especially few senior creative folks, are shared between the various projects that they've worked on. Doing a quick check, certain programmers and technical artists who worked on Origins rose to become leads in Gotham Knights, which is cool, but only one senior producer stayed with the studio for those years in between. This isn't an indictment by itself, simply an observation. Warner Montreal were a brand new studio when they released Origins and have not moved within the games industry in a way since, which feels reassuring or inspiring. They seem to be a consulting studio that Warner Brothers can wheel out to help pick up the slack on other projects of their first-party IPs, to tie up loose ends, and perhaps only come to the fore as the lead studio when given a brief that there's no one else to give it to. Warner obviously own DC and the Batman property, so they can do with it as they please. However, for a somewhat similar case, I read in Jason Schreier's excellent book Blood, Sweat and Pixels of the tension that arose between Bungie and Ensemble Studios when Halo Wars was first greenlit by Microsoft. This was like an RTS spin-off of Halo. At one point, an entirely different console RTS, the Halo name was attached to it afterward, and there was apparently a feeling at Bungie that their baby darling was being taken away from them. They'd made Halo what it was, one of the most influential FPS franchises of all time, and would now see their original creation in hands they couldn't control. They didn't give access to their assets, and they were not happy about this. We've since seen Bungie completely change how they operate so that their creative control, publishing rights to Destiny, stays almost entirely in-house, possibly because of how they felt Halo was handled by their publisher, not just for Halo Wars, but beyond it as well, most likely. Obviously, Rocksteady didn't create Batman, but they did make Arkham. I digress, and I'm simply speculating. While Rocksteady handed over their code to Warner Montreal and the innards of Arkham City to be completely built on top of by a new studio, I can't imagine it was easy for people there to watch Arkham go from just 2 games, which made their names on an immense amount of control and polish, suddenly get the brand dilution treatment to the extent that Arkham Origins would receive its own tie-in game for handheld devices to be released on the same day. An iPad game, a multiplayer mode truly nobody asked for. I'm not saying there was tension, but I am saying the years since Origins was greenlit have exposed what seems like major mismanagement of Rocksteady and their work. Origins is absolutely linked to that. This game probably shouldn't exist, and even if it's like the best case scenario, I consider it part of a line of choices that the publishing side, I think it's easy to blame the publishing side, made that have kind of diluted Rocksteady's work. I've been accused of Rocksteady bias plenty of times when it comes to Arkham Origins, as many people have been, I'm sure, and I'll admit to trepidation about Warner Montreal, but it's not out of favoritism, it's just good old-fashioned not liking the cut of the jib. The same kind of unfamiliarity I have with any studio who's only made 2 games. I really hope you can understand why the vibe of this does not inspire my creative faith. I've also called out the praise that Rocksteady receive as being completely blown out of proportion for a studio with a very small library of work. It's an immobilizing thing to have to live up to immediately in their case. Healthy skepticism of fledgling studios is normal. You earn the favor, the status, by decades of consistent work. So if you're a fan of Origins and want me to go easy on it for whatever reason, I don't owe Warner Montreal anything. Even still, that's not what the industry or general public was saying at the time. They were saying Arkham was iconic, They were world-changing masterpieces, and when Origins released, Warner Montreal were faced with a somewhat polarized reception in comparison to that. The game was riddled with completely crippling bugs and less than perfect PC optimization, starting something of a series tradition. Quite a few of those quirks, including frame rate drops and occasional crashes, actually persist until today. I had to enter the game's local files and turn off DirectX 11, switch it back to 10, turn off physics to get the game to operate while recording, and had to at one point use a console command to finish a combat stage when an enemy spawned inside a jail cell where he couldn't be hit, even after a checkpoint reload. Now, bugs are not usually something I ever talk about for games. I normally go well out of my way to try to show games in their best light, but yet this was kind of annoying. Any game, even when released, becomes a complex web of rickety structures, leaning on each other up into the sky, with creators crossing their fingers wishing to high heavens that it doesn't fall apart. I'm sure a lot of the bugs that persist in Origins have a lot to do with the way it was made as kind of a growth on top of Arkham City, a game which already must have had a delicate balancing act of hacks and tech dependencies, especially in the hands of a studio who didn't make City to begin with. This is potentially a reason why we haven't seen a console remaster as well. Not that those which exist of Asylum or City are any good, they aren't. They're quite bad, and I'm sorry if those are the only versions you've played. Reviews at the time of Arkham Origins said that it was something of a carbon copy, which failed to iterate in a gameplay sense, merely maintained the quality that we knew, but the style, characters, and story were praised. I remember it still being received fairly well for the most part. The most pressing issue seemed to be those bugs. I don't remember my dislike for the game being all that intense at the time, myself and my friends who played it merely feeling a little underwhelmed for reasons we couldn't explain. I remember one friend of mine, after a few weeks, confessing to me that he didn't think it looked as good as City, and that seeming like a big deal, because every new game has to look better than the one that came before. Being underwhelmed doesn't mean no one liked it though. A 7 out of 10 is still a game that's been received well. I don't care what anybody says, that's basic math. All of the game industry needs to learn from that though. But these days the reception to Arkham Origins is entirely different. Arkham Origins is seated on the ripe foundation of a great game, great story ideas, fascinating take on the IP, and some strong, focused story decisions which carve out its own tone, niche, and in many ways a certain type of appreciator, which is more so the legacy that it enjoys today. I am not kidding when I say my time, which is not an insignificant amount of time, across the various branches of Arkham on the internet for years at this point, have unveiled that Origins might have a very strong case for being the fan favorite of the series, or at least having the most vocal appreciators. It is taken in such good faith and spoken of glowingly by so many people I've encountered for years, most of whom will tell you that this game has, among other things, the best character writing, arguably the best story, has character designs they actually prefer, a version of Bane they think is perfection, and without fail highlight the quality of the boss fights of Origins as being the peak for the series too. And I am less and less surprised whenever people tell me it's their favorite every time, or speak at length about how it's actually stronger than one or two of the Rocksteady entries. Why am I bringing this up? Well, I realized after my Arkham City video, after I'd made it, that the title for my series here, A Better Look Back at Arkham, is broad enough to actually have a second meaning, because in my newer videos I wasn't only trying to improve upon my own perspective. In my research for them, I'm actually trying really hard in the Asylum and City videos to understand what habits the communities around these games have fallen into when discussing them as well. Not in the name of being deliberately contrarian or going against the grain. Some of the points said most often about these games are very true and are repeated a lot for a reason. The strength of their comic book roots, the strength of their voice cast, the level of technical innovation, it's spoken of a lot and is very worth being repeated. I did it to see what blind spots the reputation and general consensus can have once an opinion about a certain game is accepted into its legacy. This is kind of like a game of internet telephone. You say enough times Arkham Origins was hated, and enough people seem to think that actually was the case, and then move in the world when they talk about it like they're trying to save it from something, like it needs to be redeemed. When I make a retrospective, to me, that means going back to the source and being really thorough in making sure what I say is stuff I actually feel, and it's not just stuff I'm repeating because I've heard it said about the game so many times. So I do research to make sure I see the habits, the blind spots in discourse, so I have a foundation of internet telephone rumors to look into and topics to avoid overemphasizing. Basically, if I purport to do a retrospective and don't actually attempt to take a fresh look from the future, there's no point watching my video over reading comments by anonymous accounts just saying the same shit over and over again. I've made plenty of casual content, but if I'm not contributing something of my own, being challenging when I have to be, or either of you or of myself when I talk about what I'm talking about, then I'm not doing my job. If I'm not contributing my own original opinion and thoughts to the conversation, then I don't make that essay. I can think of a few more people who could stand to do that. When it comes to critiques, retrospectives, writing about this game, I think most of what I see is some form of collective delusion is the habit around this game, which believes that it was hated and is actually on the same level as the Rocksteady games and never received the praise it deserved when, and I mean this, I feel it's as plain as day, neither of those things are the case. It is so extraordinarily hard to argue with me that Origins ever received even the criticism it should have, or is in the same league as Rocksteady. People were nice to this thing when they shouldn't have been. Like IGN, the original Feel Like Batman people, they said Arkham Origins was as good as Arkham City in most ways, and that Batman games are like pizza. Even when they're not very good, they're still pretty good. Next to Arkham City, they said, Arkham Origins is a bit of a disappointment in its lack of new ideas and use of win buttons, making it the least interesting of the trilogy, but as excuses to dive back into the excellent free-flowing combat and predator takedowns go, this story isn't bad, end quote. That isn't hate. That isn't underrating the game, that's pretty reasonable. I even think that's quite generous, and it reflects the vast majority of at least the critical reception that the game received at the time, still landing at 7 or 8 out of 10, where a lack of new ideas didn't seem to get in the way of the game being largely enjoyed and appreciated. These days as well, the language of people who write about this game and say it's underrated often make these exact same points, they just don't think it matters. Lack of new ideas? Meh, the game's just as good as Asylum because Bane is cooler here. To me, this was always and still is a confusing, unstable, and remarkably unhelpful legacy for Origins to have calcified into. It's a shelf stocked full of essays and articles looking at the same piece of media and only ever really analysing it or talking about it from the back foot, only speaking about it on surface levels, self-contained merits to defend it from a very particular set of straw man arguments that nobody, as far as I can tell, but these people were ever actually making. And in their pursuit to take it easy, a lot of these writers have actually granted immunity, and the result is a transparently superficial, shallow understanding of the game which only exists to justify its own existence. The game is never placed into a truly proper context, is given soft treatment from viewpoints which have a self-admitted interest in showing the game as being better than it's generally perceived to be, but the general perception they're reacting to is woefully out of date. It's a prevalent enough issue with Asylum and City where a lot of the writing out there is just recycling the same points again and again, but eventually I do still find, like even after my previous videos, I do still find myself challenged by new perspectives on those games, and that's something that I really enjoy. It's why I'm here. I find with Origins though, the vast majority of pieces I've read or seen for years about it feel like different people writing the same piece again and again and again, with the words in a slightly different order each time. And at worst, they're just summaries, spoon-feeding me the story with some glowing read or interpretation like I haven't played it myself, trying to spell out the significance of nothing important, everything obvious, and somehow not seeing the person they're standing next to who already did that same thing 6 years prior. And you know what? As an audience member, seeking out video essays or articles to understand the game better, that isn't helpful. That doesn't illuminate a thing for me. If the point that I'm trying to make here, the thing that I'm trying to do is take a better look back at Arkham, if what I'm trying to achieve is to be helpful to folks like me, who've never found this extremely common viewpoint of this game particularly helpful, I guess I'll do what I have to do, and if that means becoming the person that all of these essays are defending the game from, so be it. I don't want to be bashing other creators. I'm trying not to name anybody specifically. I don't have beef. We're all doing the same thing, just making videos we want to make. I just think I want to lightly call out how recycled a lot of the think pieces about this game have become, and assure you that I have done my absolute best to give this game the fair shake that I didn't before. Because while 7 years ago when I made my original video, I did not want to see this game in a good light, this time I genuinely went in wanting to have been wrong. I wanted to make this video for years, hoping that it would be mostly positive. So I'm not gonna have the same victim mentality because I don't think it's helpful. And if the game was underrated, why do I feel like I'm the only one out here saying otherwise? So as mentioned, the combat of Arkham Origins is lifted pretty much one-to-one from Arkham City, with the addition of new enemy types and Batman's shock gloves about halfway through the main story. I've covered a lot of the ground as relevant to combat already in my 2 previous videos, and given the closeness of the lift from City here in terms of function and feel, there isn't a whole lot for me to talk about without really repeating myself a whole bunch. The base level enjoyment I have for Arkham combat is still here. This combat is still my favorite third-person system to play, and I always enjoy my time with it. That's not changed here. Batman has something of a combat stance in this game. I think that's a neat addition, is to perhaps show how he's less experienced with his technique at this point in his career. Batman's visual redesign, specifically the larger fists and shorter ears, persistently give him a more aggressive appearance within the game with this default skin at least, which I think is a compliment to this combat's feel and a very conscious choice given the story. I'm not normally one to play with alternate skins, usually blame video editing coherency for that, but doing so here indicates, I think, how much work this skin does for the visual of combat feeling more angry. Alternate skins in this game feel a little less brutal to me somehow, but by and large pretty much everything is the same stuff that I love about City. The various enemy types like standards, armor, shields, knives and swords are preserved, and the few new types are Venom Brutes who belong in Bane's gang, a slight remix on the twins from Arkham City now being larger enforcer enemies who can charge and grab, and martial artists. Venom Brutes are interacted with similarly to the armored thugs, but they basically need to be downed twice. Once to eliminate their venom tank and then to put them to sleepies. They'll charge you and they also can't be hit unless stunned first initially, and it's a clever way to get a little bit of what Bane brings to his own boss fights to the general combat, gives you a really good sense of his gang once they arrive, and keeps Venom consistent within the world of the story. The enforcer enemies are also a good addition, finding a way to get more out of the twins in their design from Arkham City. What they added to their combat encounters I think is very worthwhile, without playing into the same trope. It's good thinking, and given that they can grab or charge you as well, they are effectively imposing enemies. The martial artists are a little more complicated for me. Sometimes they'll attack you like normal, sometimes they'll need to be countered twice in one hit since they have their own combos. Occasionally they'll also lock Batman into a 3-hit strike of their own, meaning that you'll need to counter several of their hits in a row. The way Batman dispenses with them feels particularly brutal. It's like, I've got no fucking time for you, get the hell out of my way. I remember having more of a problem with these guys back in the day than I do now, probably because I wasn't as good at the combat back then, but while I understand the martial artists inclusion, and I think it's fun to include people who can go toe-to-toe with Bats more directly, especially earlier in his career, the way that they are integrated still feels confusing to me, and I think a case can be made that they are kind of at odds with the free flow design at a base level. Movement between enemies, bouncing around the room uninterrupted, is the name of the game. The feeling of this system entirely comes from taking down an entire room of enemies while Batman is in charge of the interaction. Having a single opponent who can stop you from moving between foes, who takes all of your attention for seconds of time, completely interrupts that design and feeling. It defeats the core purpose of free flow, to freely flow all over the room by having a different enemy suddenly have power over the interaction. I dislike that integration, it disrupts my rhythm, and I think it's quite shallow. In some of the initiation maps, like the DLC of Batman's training years, a whole group of martial artists attack you at once, and that's a fight where you are continually on the back foot. I really enjoyed that because it affects the entire encounter. But just putting one or two of them in a group of other dudes, I think actually is self-defeating to the appeal of free flow in the first place. Now, you might think that Batman in free flow combat, a system which is notoriously mashy, with all his upgrades and gadgets in the combat, is already a formidable guy who doesn't need even more power, and you'd be 100% right. Despite this, the shock gloves are introduced to the combat, which power up as the fight goes, and eventually allow you to turn them on and basically carve through everybody. Instant beatdowns on armored thugs without the need for stunning, passing through shields and stun sticks, crazy powerful feeling combat. I come to think of the shock gloves in combat as the fuck this shit button, since I could only ever imagine using them in combat when I didn't want to be fighting and would love to end the encounter as quickly as possible. Since I love the Arkham combat and enjoy the way it's balanced already, they, as a gadget, I think aren't only entirely unnecessary, but also seemingly misunderstand, override, and dispose of the game's best system. I use them extremely rarely on these playthroughs, and you already know I fucking hated the activation button for them being persistently on screen anyway. The thing is, yeah, maybe they're cool, but there's no point. There is no need to include shock gloves in this system. They add nothing, they're not solving any problems, and I think they're a completely unhelpful addition to a system which already has a hard enough time teaching players not to mash and expect results as it is. Now, instead of teaching people the movement and the timing properly by rebuilding the design to actually punish your mistakes, you can just fumble around until your shot gloves charge up and then remove the need to try to learn at all. They work to make the combat and the learning of it, the complexity of enemies, the design of rooms, as redundant as possible, and I fundamentally disagree with their function and inclusion. You can have a powerful feeling Batman, but that doesn't mean the combat can feel cheap at the same time. This isn't Shadow of Mordor, okay? So there's not really been a great deal changed about the combat, but a good tool must still be used wisely, and I think in this context it'd be better to leave something wanting more of a good thing than to tire them out, and so we get the first of many curious and big problems I have with Arkham Origins that's still because of the combat. I obviously love it, and I've said in the past that the combat of Arkham alone is a game type I have, thanks to challenge maps, spent hundreds of hours in just by itself, that I don't really need other game types in order to be happy playing the game. While that's still very true, that's not as though that was something of a narrative experience or a game experience I was actually asking for. I do want other stuff in the game too, obviously, but it kind of feels like Origins saw that people like me would be content with just the combat and ran with that as far as it friggin' could. The frequency with which Origins turns to combat diminishes basically every other system's ability to contribute to the game substantially. Because of how little iteration there's been on the combat between titles, clashing with how persistently it overshadows stealth, traversal, and detective work here, Origins is by far the Arkham game that contains the least well-balanced variety and is easily the least versatile narrative experience of the Arkham series. It's a good note, but it keeps hitting it, and the rest of the scale becomes weaker because it hasn't reinforced those things next to the combat. It has trouble giving the narrative any sense of thrust through many other systems, to the extent where traversal and stealth really doesn't feel that relevant to this story a lot of the time. This Batman does not feel like a stealthy character, does he? He's associated with punching in your mind, right? Even what I think I associate with this character of stealth is very aggressively tinted in terms of tone. He could have had both, and the game feels more dimensional that way. I'm saying that combat feels like the answer to every problem, the knife that it goes to every time, even when it's not needed or doesn't make sense. You're fighting so many people all the time. In most scenarios in Arkham Asylum, the combat felt quite intentional and purposeful, even if you were hitting some like 3 dudes in an alleyway and it didn't really, it wasn't that entertaining. At least you could understand that was there to lead you in a certain direction by placing some goons here, and you would hear their conversation and then you'd walk that direction, right? I do think City lost a little bit of this just as a result of moving to an open world, but Asylum's combat placement was super important to creating tension in between the fights, and was as important for navigation as it was for atmosphere and the combat itself. The maze of the Asylum felt like, at least before I played the game 15 million times, like there could be people around any or every corner. As much thought was put into where there isn't combat as much as where there is, and the world in which these fights take place doesn't feel like it was only built to stage fights like a lot of Origins does. Origins' most one-to-one comparison is actually in its opening stage, which is a prison breakout, right? It's very familiar territory for us with this character, and yes, there's tonal differences, but the difference in the frequency of combat and how intentional and important each fight feels is pretty important when it comes to tension and setting up the style for the game immediately. I immediately think Origins cares more about introducing enemy types, guns, armor, retreading the same tutorials from City as quickly as possible, more than it cares about building its own atmosphere, but boy howdy am I gonna harp on about that later. The opening Blackgate stage is more or less a straight line, with Batman basically walking through the prison unobstructed with no less than 6 combat encounters in 6 different spaces. It introduces standard enemies, armored enemies, armed enemies, explodable walls, countering, and the grapnel gun, remember that for later, basically right away, and then has the Killer Croc boss fight at the end. Arkham Asylum introduces you to the entire environment and the characters first, having you walk through the space, then teaches you about combat in a concentrated room. It doesn't let you out of that room until it's done teaching you. When it lets you out of here, you can balance both. The priorities are set. The tension and presence of the world and the characters comes first, and you're now armed with combat knowledge and you can navigate this space. You'll use this knowledge through the hallways, but the next challenges in this opening hour of the game, both in purpose-built spaces, teach you more about the climbing and navigation and then the stealth, while combat is allowed to take a back seat. Once you're done in that concentrated combat space, it moves on to teach you other things in other intentional spaces. It doesn't keep returning to this same system in a new room to teach you something it already could have done, and instead when combat does show up, it's about giving you more freedom as a player to approach it in your own way. Yes, Origins feels more like an action-focused this game overall than Asylum does, but that's only because of choices like this, of waiting an hour to show you stealth tools or navigation tools in their own ways. Origins, time after time in these opening hours, returns to extremely simple combat rules, asserting the importance of combat before any other system, but forgetting about the versatility of your system set doesn't automatically make the game more combat focused, it means it's a more limited experience. These systems were built to offset each other and play alongside, not have a hierarchy. The main point here is that restraint when it comes to combat is hugely important because it builds tension when you're not fighting. It builds believability in the world. Combat enemies are a sneaky way to aid the other systems or aspects of the experience, but too often in Origins, it feels like the sole purpose of every system, every environment, the thing that all of it leads to. And by too often, I mean basically the whole time. It limits mood, it limits dynamic. Arkham City's open world had to balance it a bit, but indoors the fights felt meaningful and consciously placed. Here in Origins, you can swing a cat and hit 9 combat moments in a dungeon that feel completely meaningless, that don't contribute to the atmosphere or stakes or navigation, or even combat moments that take place where stealth would make more sense. This is in comparison to interesting dungeon design and combat pacing like in Asylum's medical bay. You enter through the sneaky climbing route and you get to a stealth hub. From that hub, there are 3 doctors in 3 separate locations who all need help in a different way, which you use different skills to assist. One is trapped in a room of gas, one is in a combat room with one of the largest groups in the game at that point, and Dr. Young is in this explodable wall puzzle thing. The last one is a bit silly, but then downstairs is the first scarecrow area, and you won't see another straight up combat encounter with regular guys until after that's done. There's versatility in that. There's a dungeon that doesn't feel like any of the others in the game. It's not just a straight line between combat rooms that are totally content to suppose that putting an enforcer enemy in armor for the next fight amounts to an imaginative use of the available systems. You see what I'm getting at here? So I'm pretty sure I could go through every dungeon in the game and talk about the combat pacing and point out the problems with it, but just because I'm going to do that for a different reason later on, I'll keep it to just one example here, randomly chosen. Take the steel mill, for instance. You enter this building here first by taking down a couple of guards outside in Predator. When you enter the building in a room that we've already had a combat encounter or two in Arkham City, actually, you're immediately in a combat encounter here. There's a little stealth puzzle upstairs in an office, which turns into combat as well. You head downstairs, there's a little copperhead tease, and in the room immediately after that, there's another combat encounter. When you finish that one, a secret door opens up and more goons enter the room, so I'd say that's 2 in a row. You head downstairs even further, and after you descend in the elevator, there's yet more combat to be had in a little alleyway before we get into a stealth arena. Then the copperhead fight immediately follows that, which is also combat. When you defeat her, immediately following the capstone boss fight on the entire dungeon that she represents, mind you, you head back upstairs to that first room you entered and have to take down another 4 guys in combat before you can leave. In that final room, you also basically start a new side mission where chemical compounds being distributed by gangs across the city, much like the canisters of Titan in Arkham City, will need to be found and destroyed. It's a cloned side mission. So in essence, this final combat encounter sets up the opportunity to also fight more people hanging around other exploitable compounds around the city later on as well. The original goal of going to the steel mill in the first place was to obtain information about the Joker from Black Mask, who was being held there by Joker's goons. Immediately following his reveal and Batman's confrontation within the bank, this is still technically the first time that Batman has dealt directly with Joker's thugs on their own turf, infiltrating their territory, and also comes face to face with one of the assassins in this area. The goal here is to speak to Black Mask and get more information about the Joker so that Batman can locate him. Copperhead lets Batman know at the end of their fight that Joker's just called a meeting with the assassins and all of them will be there. Earlier in the game, Batman had asked Alfred to run a scan of the city to locate the electrocutioner based on the EMP pulse or whatever that his gloves were emitting, and since Batman knows that electrocutioner is one of the assassins and will be at this meeting, he now knows where the meeting is. Thing is, Alfred told Batman right after the first Predator encounter, before we entered the building, that the tracking had been successful.
Sir, I have isolated the electromagnetic signal on electrocutioner's gloves. You can track him with your scanner now.
A bit late, Alfred. I'm about to get my hands on Black Mask.
And maybe the Joker, too.
Right, well, it's ready to go, should you need it.
So there's a total of 54 hostiles in this arena, 15 of them being in Predator, 38 of them being combat foes, and 1 boss, in a dungeon that Batman did not technically need to venture into in order to find the Joker's location, which was the thing he was looking for. I know it might be a bit of intentional character tension there, with Batman brushing off Alfred's lead and ending up wasting his own time, but that's not really how it's played. Copperhead tells Batman about the meeting and he acts all like, "Yeah, I know where I'm going now." Even when speaking to Black Mask, his original plan got him nowhere.
Does that mean you've dealt with Copperhead, sir?
Yes, and I'm about to deal with the Joker.
I don't think that's wise after what you've just been through. You should come back here for medical...
Not now, Alfred. Electrocutioner's gloves emit a powerful electromagnetic signal which I can follow with my scanner. He'll lead me right to the Joker. But I need to get out of the steel mill first.
Point being, this tiny dungeon, which has very limited or very spotty narrative benefit entirely, is packed full of combat. There are almost no rooms in the entire dungeon in which you're not fighting people, and all of it except for Copperhead's herself feels almost entirely inconsequential to the story, to the extent that it would prefer to undermine her value to the game by adding in yet more combat immediately afterward instead of playing the environment right. The pacing of combat within a single dungeon should rise in tension, right? Smaller groups to begin with as you enter, which was the first room, a larger group later to capitalize on the new environment, which was the room with 2 waves. At the very least, this alleyway of a couple of dudes and this stealth room don't feel like they contribute to that rise in tension, but immediately following a high intensity combat boss, the last thing I want to do is fight 4 more guys. It's useless, it's a formality, it totally diffuses any feeling of satisfaction and ownership of the challenge and environment. I already proved I beat this place, let me have a moment, I don't want to fight more people right now. A better usage of this same environment would be to take note of what narrative function needs to be served at this point in the story by the gameplay pacing, and it's pretty clear what needs to happen at this point. Batman doesn't know a thing about the Joker, like the Joker's just been revealed. It would make more sense to paint a better picture of the Joker at this point in time. If this is Batman's first confrontation with Joker's forces on his home turf, efforts should be made to show how the soldiers might be different from regular people. The way you do that is by foreshadowing in the environment what we're about to see at the Royal Hotel. That dungeon is decorated with all this circus gear and amusement park stuff, right? Presumably, Joker and his people would have needed to store that or work on it somewhere. So you make that the steel mill, and you show us Batman getting confused at these glimpses of who this Joker guy is and how he's running his forces now that he knows who he's chasing. You don't provide him with answers. You build tension for the next dungeon and drive him to find the Joker. To use the gameplay to support that lack of answers and to represent Batman being behind the 8-ball, being powerless, a little outmaneuvered and caught off guard by this guy who tricked him, you don't include combat, the most satisfying and feedback-inducing gameplay in the steel mill at all. You build everything around the 2 stealth moments while on the way to the Black Mask interrogation and building up Copperhead in spooky, unpredictable ways the entire time. If the only thing he can find in the steel mill is creepy hallways with paint, building supplies, emptied warehouses, and a feeling that he's being watched, you get a more interesting dungeon that also reflects the larger themes and feeling. You still get the boss at the end, and you support forward momentum in the story, all just by basically removing combat and redecorating it a little bit. But just like in the Bank Vault, it's a mask swap, and a Rose by any other name would still be standard hostiles who don't support the villain change or indicate that Batman has not encountered someone like Joker before. It's not supporting the narrative. Like, this combat pacing, how frequently it's used here, does not support the narrative here. Batman at this point in the story, he's looking for something to hold. He's looking for a release, he's looking for answers, and combat evokes this certain feeling that is in conflict with that current state of mind. If he feels like Joker is someone that he's never seen before, the first dungeon he goes to where he knows about the Joker should feel nothing at all like anything he's seen before. His goons should not behave like anyone else's, and as a player, I would like to feel challenged here by a tension and uncertainty which the Predator could provide, but free flow combat gives the opposite of. You can do it in the Copperhead fight, because that's like an assassin that's like, oh, finally we're fighting something, that's something I can sink my teeth into. But until we get to that point, you shouldn't be fighting anybody here. I was still pretty happy playing this game for it because the combat gives the experience like a floor, right? There's a level of enjoyment that it can't really drop down below just because I enjoyed the system so much. And I mean, I'll never complain about having to punch dudes and spin around like the living Beyblade, but isn't there anything else? At least on this time through, I was much more interested in the detective stuff here because it felt like it was actually something other than punching that was occasionally allowed to contribute to the story and side quests as well. But even then, you're only getting to do detective stuff after you've knocked out everybody in the room, or even once you've done the detective stuff in the side missions. Where that ends up leading you is another combat encounter. Even during its puzzle or environmental scaling sections, it can't resist peppering in little groups of guys who do not pose a challenge, feel like a total formality, and rarely feel relevant. There doesn't seem to be much thought given to what each combat encounter is going to convey in terms of the larger experience or what putting foes in a location actually means. This persists for several reasons that I'll get to when we talk about the world, but it seems that combat is kind of just spiced in inoffensively in a lot of places rather than meaningfully, when obviously the latter is more effective. It's hard to nail down the exact issue here. Is there too much combat? Is the combat not valued enough within the game narratively, or is there too little of everything else? Maybe it's all of the above, but the situation now is, yeah, I guess I'll have pasta for dinner again, that's fine. It does have a clever second option though. Instead of changing the combat, it uses that system within more intensive set pieces and boss encounters to serve the story, which is a smart solution to the problem. In general, I think the way it portrays villains as more aggressive and deadly than City does is very worthwhile for helping these encounters, and Batman's associated aggression feels proportionate. The emphasis on anger wouldn't feel like it fits if he wasn't met with more aggressive and colorful enemies for that characterization to bounce off. Not saying I like it, I think it's extraordinarily one note for this character, but it is proportionate. But since I don't have much to say about the combat this time, I may as well discuss the boss fights of Origins up top, since they're all predominantly combat, and why not? Spectacle is obviously Origins' major focus. It's a game and a dev team which took a look at certain aspects of Arkham City and bumped them up to center stage. Obviously, the cutscenes, even while pre-rendered in 720p, are still extremely stylish and pop with a vibrance and life that is very distinct and effective within this game for the series especially. To be clear, I don't like the style. It's effective, but I don't like it. Aesthetically, I prefer a much spookier look for Batman that Origins does not lean toward. I think it's total overcompensation. It is effective and distinct though, and I think it navigates the choice in cutscenes really well. So trying to hold both those truths together, I don't like the approach, but agree that it's navigated well for what it is. There can be something of a disconnection obviously though between the cutscenes and the game proper, but Origins does do its best in its bigger moments of boss fights to create large-scale set pieces that are visually exciting, big, loud, tense, and full of danger. Spectacle in which you actually play often involve a boss fight, so let's talk about those. I want to get way back to basics on this real quick, because boss fights are really a huge part of gaming that extend back a long way, but at times I do swing into thinking there's something of an antiquated tradition, something we kind of expect to receive that not every game actually approaches in a way that suits it, or that it needs, and it needs to be treated with the same amount of updates and flexibility as any quote-unquote expected part of codified game design. In any good old AAA beat 'em up, it's nice to put an exclamation point on the end of a cool stage in the way a boss fight does, and that's generally what Origins does with its fight. You get a big bad at the end of a dungeon, so it's fairly traditional in the way that it places them around here. What do I think actually makes a good boss fight? Well, there's generally three things that I want. I want the fight to challenge my mastery of the established tools, like I need it to be consistent with the main type of gameplay. I want a sense of spectacle and atmosphere, and I want emotional stakes. To me, these three ingredients can be met in all manner of ways and are really essential to making what I feel is a terrific, memorable boss encounter. In recent memory, I had a terrific time with one of them deer bosses in Elden Ring, the Ancestor Spirit in the Siofra River, which hit all three of these for me really well. Obviously, Souls-like games have very famous boss fights, they're kind of the gold standard at the moment, or at least the most common example, and while I'm not a huge fan of the series in a lot of ways, I have always really appreciated how their boss fights very rarely rely on tricks to insta-beat encounters like they can, but usually you just have to be good at the game and learn the fight in order to beat the boss. Even if this fight with the Ancestor Spirit was not especially hard, I had to defeat it in the same way that I would defeat any other enemy, and that's what I want. I want it to be a regular fight, but bigger and more unique. I don't think a boss fight showing up means that the gameplay has to change. I prefer when it's challenging me with the tools that I already know and have been using the whole time. The sense of spectacle and atmosphere with the ancestor spirit for me came from it slowly emerging from like a blue mist inside a gigantic foggy cavern. Fucking coolest thing in the world. It's a moment of occasion, right? A great boss fight helps me feel like I don't have to focus on anything else, like there's been a build up, and now this is what it's been leading to, a great feeling fight. The emotional stakes is a curious area for Souls-like games, I think, because sometimes it'll just be a random creature in this part of the map, and I don't understand why it's so hard to beat. But even then, the emotional stakes becomes like a meta thing. It doesn't just have to be internal for the story, like it doesn't have to be built into the narrative, although it certainly could be. Sometimes you just really want to beat the Crucible Knight because you said that you wanted to do it, and that's the emotional stakes. It could be that the story has given you a great reason to want to defeat this boss, but if you keep failing at the same challenge again and again and again and find this desire to overcome that challenge, that's also an emotional stake. Quite a few bosses of Elden Ring felt that way. They hit these three criteria really, really well. Other fights I've really enjoyed recently were Sigrun in 2018's God of War and Heimdall in Ragnarok. Both felt really challenging because the game is so well balanced on hard modes. Both were really, really well presented fights that also felt high stakes within their respective stories, the latter in particular, and were not a cakewalk. Obviously, these games released a lot later than Origins. I'm not trying to do a like for like here. Like, this 2013 game is not good compared to this 2018 game. I'm not trying to do that. Just trying to get a few other examples to set the scene of boss fights across games in general, rather than saying good boss fights in an Arkham game makes good boss fight, because like, look at it within the larger spectrum of games. Batman games have a hard time with their boss fights because the whole appeal of Batman is that he's a regular dude. So the majority of his rogues gallery are also regular people, or at least those that you will most often find in these like popular media stories. The Arkham series has to work pretty hard, especially with stealth bosses, to explain why they in particular can go toe to toe with Batman physically, by juicing them up or underpowering him or something, or occasionally just ignoring the reality altogether. The Deadshot stage in Origins, for instance, there is no reason why hitting him should take longer than hitting anyone else, because he's just a guy. This is something that Rocksteady did not repeat in Arkham Knight with Two-Face's final bank robbery, where he goes down like anybody would, because that's what the fiction demands. That makes more sense. Like the final boss of Miles Morales, it's like, why are there 4 stages to this thing? I can punch through a tempered glass wall. Why? You're just a regular person. The alternative is to build like giant creatures for Batman to fight, to switch who is in charge of the battle. Giant Scarecrow puts you into his world. Giant Raish does the same thing. The Cloudburst or the Digger. Clayface, build a bigger machine that you have to outrun or outmaneuver around, who you have to kind of tackle a little differently than a regular person. To be clear, I don't really dislike any bosses from an Arkham game. Most of them do contribute to the games in their own needed way. I just don't think the vast majority have a place within this great boss fight kind of conversation. There's a difference, I think, between a great boss fight and like a puzzle combat encounter. Like Solomon Grundy, I would not say is a boss fight. He's just a different kind of enemy who you have to beat in a very specific way. Yeah, and it's semantics, but that's how I feel. Maybe this came from Arkham for me in particular, where like these larger encounters can sometimes just feel like obligation. If we go through the series up until this point in Origins, it's pretty clear that some of the fights don't hit all 3 of these criteria for me. Joker at the end of Asylum is a unique moment of spectacle, but isn't all that challenging to interact with, and the emotional stakes feel quite misdirected since he now is completely like a different guy. The Mr. Freeze boss fight is obviously very strong. You use your stealth knowledge that you've been using the entire game to take him down. It's very tense, and the spectacle is quite singular as one of the few foes who you can't physically overpower, and for good reason. But personally, like I've said many times before, I feel the setup for the fight is quite weak internally, so the emotional stakes don't hit for me, even if playing the game is heart-pounding. To these criteria, I think the best boss fight in the Arkham series is actually the Cloudburst tank. You use the knowledge you've gained through the Batmobile fights about driving and navigating the city the whole time, while the enemy is unique and imposing. The emotional stakes are super high given what Gotham is like at the time, and the Cloudburst has been built up for hours already. I really love Knight's approach to boss fights overall, but I'm going to talk more about Knight at some other point. But yeah, that's an opinion I am just handing to you. The Cloudburst tank might not be the most entertaining or conventional or loud, but in terms of a larger encounter that feels challenging, is consistent with the gameplay, has a great sense of atmosphere, occasion, and spectacle, strong emotional stakes, I think it's an extremely effective fight for this story, which is far more important to me than having a punch-up that's cool. But the boss encounters in Origins include Killer Croc, the Electrocutioner's joke battle, Deathstroke, Copperhead, Bane, Firefly, Bane again, the T1 Bane, and then the mini-boss Joker. There's also the side mission Deadshot that I'd consider a boss fight too, which again is a copy of the Two-Face fight with Catwoman in the museum as well. Every boss encounter of Arkham Origins takes some element of the spectacle already seen in a previous game and remixes it or updates it a little bit for each boss here, and can do a pretty good job of reasoning why Batman doesn't just wipe the floor with them straight up. The Ra's al Ghul fight is the blueprint for half the Deathstroke fight and also Copperhead's fight, for instance. But let's go in order. Killer Croc is the first boss at the end of the first stage at Blackgate Prison. You dodge, stun, and mash square to beat down, occasionally throw some batarangs to explode gas tanks that he's about to lob at you. I like this Croc design, I enjoy his choice of pants, he looks like a half-eaten circus tent.
What's wrong with my pants?
But I do think his tracking is kind of broken, and just like a lot of bosses in Arkham, the fight relies on bringing in regular dudes to make things interesting, and I strongly dislike that Batman is frozen on the spot when helicopters are flying overhead. For this early in the game, it's fine, but it loses its power given how many of these same devices are repeated in other fights. The Killer Croc is very similar to how Bane ends up being. I don't think it succeeds fully on any of these three criteria for a great boss fight, but it's also fine because it's a fight that serves the story. Next is Electrocutioner, who's more of a joke than anything, and quite possibly the funniest moment of the series. I think if Batman wasn't so self-serious, it'd land a lot better, but still, obviously, 10 out of 10 boss fight, masterpiece, next question. Following is Deathstroke, which is a little tricky for me. He doesn't present emotional stakes for me, but fuck if it isn't cool. The shift in presentation style makes the head-to-head feeling of the fight extremely compelling. I enjoy how it sits within the story at large, like Batman going against this notorious mercenary and holding his own. That's a neat little story. There's a great escalation as Deathstroke switches from his staff to his sword as well. It's a good way to switch it up. The fight itself is obviously very polished and presented really well. However, there's still a few hiccups. It feels as though most of the damage you deal to Deathstroke happens on the beatdowns, which is lifted fully from the Ra's al Ghul fight. So the moments that are unique to this fight kind of feel like treading water. You're not doing a whole lot of damage. The moments countering Slade as he slow motion hits you are great. They're basically contained quick time sections and feel fun, but don't feel as though they give you much of a reward for completing them and become less effective or interesting as they repeat more and more while the fight goes on. Further to that, at least most times I do this fight, I can push Deathstroke to the edge of the arena a lot, which triggers a certain animation to throw him back into the middle of the pit. Problem is, it doesn't work super well, so it ends up playing quite a lot. This remote claw thing that Deathstroke does as well does quite a bit to ruin the flow of the fight and feels kind of forced into it for the sake of the gadget later. It introduces dead space between the two combatants, which allows for the tension to dissipate and this awkward moment where you have to get back up close instead of keeping you in close quarters, responding and countering and choosing times to attack, but by now we might just be wanting Sifu instead. The Deathstroke fight is curious, therefore. It's almost terrific. I don't know that much about the Slade Wilson character, and here he feels pretty superficial, but from what I do know, he's a worthy guy to go against Bat at this point in his career. The stakes feel in line with the story of Batman proving himself against formidable foes, and they're such a beautiful match cosmetically. Origins is very much about that cool factor, and here is obviously the moment where it's the best at doing that. The presentation style is fresh, and I love this stage of the fight. The parts it echoes from Ra's feel a little less unique, obviously, and are too significant to the actual damage dealt. Beatdowns and mashing is relied upon in almost every fight, and for Deathstroke that just didn't really feel necessary to me. Basically, I wish there were more fights styled like this within the series to compare this one with. It's easily the one and only time the free flow system is used in a single foe encounter, with something resembling consistency with the main fights that's still entertaining in a unique way. I could have seen an encounter with Arkham Knight going down this route as well to end a trio of boss encounters with him. That definitely should have been repeated in Arkham Knight with Deathstroke as well, and possibly with Azrael if you make a certain choice. It's almost a really great fight, and I think if Warner Montreal had more of these, or Rocksteady had chosen to include a fight evocative of it, they could have shown just how much better it could have been than this. As it is, there's nothing else of this style to compare it with in the entire series, so even the clunkiness that it has, and with the shallow character of Deathstroke, it still has to be the highlight of this entire game, because these moments with Deathstroke present a truly new idea in a way that feels unique to this game, is in line with the style focus, and complements the narrative of a younger Batman proving himself better than any other moment of the story. It feels cool, it looks cool. If all of Origins had been this, like this level of intentional, I'd have a very different appreciation for the entire experience. Copperhead follows Deathstroke, which style-wise is kind of a meeting point between Scarecrow and the other half of Ra's that wasn't employed in the Deathstroke fight. I honestly really dig the vibe of Copperhead. I think she's easily the most interesting assassin. The name kind of being like a mantle that's passed down through a line of advanced poisoners within a specific gang, like is implied, is very sick, and I quite like her characterization honestly too. Her physicality is interesting and imposing within her setup, more than a match for Batman in this moment at the steel mill at least. I dislike the effect of the poison though. It's similar to the same complaints I had about City's poison, where it doesn't actually affect Batman in any real way, and I'm mostly just curious as to why it's implemented here when it kind of obviously cheapens both City's story and the nature of Scarecrow's toxin, with some just generic neurotoxin also causing hallucinations and having this mental effect. Like, why would you choose to deliberately take like the two coolest aspects of both previous games and just like pantomime them here? Obviously Scarecrow would have been off the table, and hallucination sequences are something of a series staple, but it, along with the recycling of Ra's within the larger fight itself, just stops any of this section feeling imaginative. Functionally, it's basically just regular combat. It's a cool backdrop, and I agree with how consistent it is with the larger game, but it also isn't particularly challenging. Once Batman cures himself of the toxin, he does do the second funniest thing in this game though, just absolutely manhandling Copperhead like he's wringing out a fucking towel.
My poison is still in your veins and it will remain there as long as you live, which won't be very long.
Why did they animate that so weird? Why'd she bounce so high? That came out of nowhere. Pretty weird choice there.
Very strange choice to imply that the only reason she could put up a fight was because Batman was poisoned, instead of her still being like a fierce competitor in her own right as soon as he was cured. I think that is a bit stupid. Copperhead, much like Deathstroke, has little lasting effect on the plot after this, since the assassins get you while you're doing other stuff. At least for the first leg of the game, which as an idea I've grown to enjoy, but still, it doesn't do much for the emotional stakes to feel like they kind of interrupt you while you're doing other things. Is it a cool moment? Sure. Is it a good boss fight? I'm not convinced. If it was more inventive and didn't feel in several ways like it took other gimmicks from elsewhere and kind of smashed them into something that was far lesser than the sum of its parts, we might be in business. Make more stealth bosses, y'all. Bane is next, who I think is another moment of pretty fun spectacle for the game, but with some enormous caveats. The moment where you're fighting people through the news camera is a terrific touch, and Bane himself is an imposing villain within the story. There's some tension in the fight for sure. Mostly he's another triple stun beatdown affair like Killer Croc was, except for these moments where he gasses himself up and starts charging you. It feels evocative of the Titan Frozen Asylum to just the right amount. He's more agile and less mindless, but it does feel like he shouldn't be able to turn as well as he does, so his tracking is also kind of broken. So quite a lot of this fight feels a bit imbalanced. I can get a bit annoyed with it since he's not particularly challenging, he's just doing stuff I can't reply to while people are getting in my fucking way. It's another one of those moments like in City again, where winning the fight doesn't do anything. The guy just leaves afterwards, so that automatically disqualifies it, in my opinion, from being a good boss fight or contributing to the story at all. Don't do this. Have the game mean things in your story, please. There's a cool idea here to show a more agile brute, another side to the Bane character, and the area is kind of cool, but the fight itself feels a little frustrating, and it also comes at the end of a dungeon that I have some thoughts about that I'll be getting into later. Aside from those small aesthetic touches, I don't really like this fight at all. Firefly follows this, who I think is almost the game's weakest boss. He's the most evocative of the Poison Ivy fight from Asylum of anybody, and feels like you're fighting Dr. Nefarious more so than anyone within a Batman game. There's an entire stage built around this encounter, so you spend some time dismantling bombs that he's set up in like different stealth stages across the bridge before confronting him on the bridge itself. Cars and vans and the destroyed road are used to create a totally overblown area, and fighting Firefly himself is a glorified array of button mashers sitting in a line. You double tap tap your glue grenade to glue him shut, the camera zooming in every time. After that, you tap your batarangs a whole bunch to nab him with those until you can batclaw him before mashing that button as well to pull him down. It's just a whole bunch of mashing different buttons. And if you do it all competently enough, there's almost no opportunity for Firefly to actually get a shot off on you in return at all. The fight feels perfunctory, the character is beyond thin, the environment and mission leading up to the fight is less than a mixed bag, it's a fucking joke.
If you think this is the sound of effective and fun and interesting boss fight gameplay, then boy, you're in for a treat with Firefly.
Bane crops up again after this at Blackgate Prison, where Batman is either challenged to kill or be killed. He proceeds to kill and then hit Control-Z a bunch of times. So Bane then gasses himself up and daps himself up at the same time and achieves his dream of becoming the most inflated man. The T1 Bane fight that follows is almost a stealth fight. You have to hide from this juiced up Bane who's hunting for you before leaping on his back, shoving him into electric grates when he runs past them, and then doing a beatdown. You can't beat him face to face or he'll kill you. Eventually he starts like looking great and stuff. Your detective vision gets jammed for no reason halfway through.
The way you interact with grates is suddenly and quite conveniently just completely different than any other environment in the entire game. This environment of electric grates just being around in a maximum security prison cell is, I think, just abysmally cartoonish.
Yeah, while the fight is tense and the shift to a stealth boss carries a certain weight, the fight is the easiest shit in the world and the story around it is annoying as fuck. I don't want to insult anybody here, but I think you'd have to be intentionally playing the game wrong to get caught at any time in this fight. I hadn't played this game for 5 years and I didn't get spotted once, and I remembered the last time I played this game I also beat it on my first try then too. I think the fight is a cheap, ineffective copy of the Killer Croc cell from Asylum matched with the other half of Titan foes from Asylum, with some very superficial elements of the Mr. Freeze fight since it's a stealth boss. The inclusion of even a reference to the Titan formula in this game is another cheapening of Asylum's entire story as well, with the memory damage stuff just being laughable and extremely transparent. The tension is all it has going for it. Everything else about this fight I find overblown, ill-advised, and silly. The environment does not make any sense, the fight is easy as hell, and it's by far the weakest moment of spectacle in the game. I don't think it's good in any way, either to play or as a moment of the narrative. There is the little Joker mini-boss after this, which has these really sick, like, anime flash edits that are super cool, but also, I find quite odd in a number of ways. I feel like they kind of come out of nowhere, and I get that they might be in the style of like comic pages, but they're also in deep conflict with the tone of the series to almost fetishize violence like this, and they aren't anywhere else in the game. So like, it's a really cool and unique moment, but feels really unmotivated and out of place to me, because even the highly stylized cutscenes don't feel like this. The cool factor, the rule of cool, doesn't explain why Joker could withstand this much punishment, and I don't particularly enjoy just beating him senseless to crazy angles like this when Bruce's arc of the game was kind of about learning moderation. So, on the boss fights overall, there are some cool ideas, because Rocksteady came up with them. And I for sure think there can be a sense of occasion to at least the Deathstroke and Copperhead fight, but no, none of these are good boss fights, at least not in the spectrum of games at large. Few of them feel challenging, few of them feel like they're presenting new, spectacle, or atmospheric ideas for the character, and even fewer feel as though they have emotional stakes. Better than City and Asylums? Maybe if you'd played this one first I could see the argument, but I didn't, so I'm completely unconvinced. Nearly every boss fight here is an echo of a previous one. It just shows a total lack of creativity. And when we're talking about a game that had a full combat system handed to it, to just echo previous encounters like this, no, I don't think it's clever. I don't think it's interesting. I think it's a waste of the characters and my time. Do something different. I don't want to hear Origins has good boss fights again, because they are only good on the back of Arkham City. I don't think you actually mean good boss fights What you mean is this bit with Deathstroke was cool. And yes, that's correct. So just say that. There's definitely a lot to enjoy about the spectacle of Arkham Origins. If it's a style you enjoy, if you like these versions of the characters and enjoy seeing them clash, maybe if you played it before Asylum and City as well, then yeah, I'd get that there's an attractive quality to it. The cool factor comes across plenty, but these aren't boss fights for the ages or anything. They're not even interesting for the series because they're just the same thing. I might just have a high bar for this particular thing, but I don't think this holds a candle to the spectacle of City or Night at all. The Ra's al Ghul fight is sick, that's why it works here several times. The Mr. Freeze fight is very effective, that's why it's echoed here. Look, it might seem blunt or dismissive, but I promised I would do that today. I believe with my whole chest that dive bombing off a building, hitting one button and landing in your Batmobile is cooler than this entire game. Come on, you know I'm right. You know I'm right. But I also think the kind of spectacle that Origins pushes is just further evidence of its continual reliance on combat at nearly every opportunity. Killer Croc, Bane, Bane again are interacted with all in a similar way to the revamped Titan foes from City. Triple stun beatdowns. Copperhead is functionally normal combat. Joker is mini stun beatdown. All of these moments cap off dungeons which have already featured their fair share of combat leading up to them. There's not a great sense of escalation to me. You can't, it's like the reward for getting to the end of the hallway is just another hallway. As I said, it's not a bad thing that there's a lot of combat here. There's a flaw, but it's also really safe. It's the meat and potatoes, and you're kind of missing the veggies and the sauce and the spice that surrounds the main course with the flavor that I want. And that's just me. I'm sure there are plenty of folks out there who prefer the Predator or Traversal over the combat. People for whom that's the real draw here. If I was a huge stealth head and I played Arkham Origins, I imagine I'd find myself completely disappointed. Speaking of which,
Talking bastard, if you never wanna see me, I can make that happen. Talking bastard, for some weird reason, no one hears me grappling.
We could look at each room in isolation and determine how good is this room? Is it really adding to the game? How good is the art in this room? How good is the design in this room? How good is the storytelling in this room?
I'll be generous for a thought and say perhaps the fault lies with me here in part, for I am no longer a particularly imaginative stealth player for Arkham. I usually just do the rooms and then I move on. But if I have to keep hitting the same notes video after video, I will, because the same problems are not fixed. A player is, I find, at least for me, I'm not often the best arbiter of the experience of the game. I'm gonna go to dominant strategy sometimes, and I need to occasionally be forced to do the thing that is better for the experience. And the thing that's more fun, that helps the narrative, the characters, the world so much, I feel, when it comes to Arkham Stealth, is to make it uncomfortable. Make me do the thing I don't want to do. That's what needs to happen in the stealth, and that's the persistent problem with the system. It's too comfortable. It lets you hide too much. And Origins let that opportunity to fix that fundamental issue here, much like with any opportunity it had to actually improve the Arkham experience, go through to the Keeper. The Keeper in this instance is Rocksteady, who would in turn also realize the system was outdated for Arkham Knight and needed major overhauls, to the extent there are 2 stealth systems in the next game because the problem was so dire. Arkham presents that asymmetrical stealth system wherein Batman is outnumbered by hostiles, but often is working to freak them out because he's more powerful. Think of it like a reverse horror game. They are trapped in the room with you. While being outnumbered is not unique to stealth, Agent 47 or Solid Snake being like the one guy up against an army, moving through like an environment. The difference here is Batman's access to the arena around him being a bit more of a unique approach. You feel powerful in the stealth, which is not always the case. Usually it's going up against the odds. Thing is, this might be more unique for stealth games, but that doesn't mean that's better as an experience, that it's more effective at conveying emotion. It really depends on what kind of feeling the system is trying to convey and what the narrative is best aided by. We've slipped from Asylum, offering a different kind of stealth than was popular at the time, that strikes a terrific balance between feeling powerful and vulnerable. It felt entirely suited to that world, being an interesting asymmetrical style that was tense and heavy. It felt very in line with the character and informed his role within the world. The aesthetic of it was tailored very beautifully to the Asylum. Each individual room was different, each and every iteration of it felt custom and cared for, and it was was also structured and placed into the game at great moments within the story. It acted like a capstone to dungeon runs in the way that boss fights in Origins kind of do. The vibe, the tension, the atmosphere that the entire world of the Asylum builds comes like to a boiling point with the Predator. It feels kind of like the Point in a lot of circumstances. It feels dangerous and foreboding, but you still feel powerful. City made different calls tonally, so it felt a little less involved with stealth in the same way, and with stealth out in the open world happening a lot of the time, I felt it cheapened the feeling in the dedicated rooms, which didn't work to maintain a sense of danger like Asylum had, and was negatively impacted on that atmospheric level by the big speed boost made to most of Batman's abilities, but the failure to match that upgrade with him with enemies who could actually meaningfully fight back. I felt since you could do stealth out in the world so much that the dedicated rooms should have worked a lot harder to feel like intentional affairs that you couldn't find elsewhere, one which would offer stealth that felt different from the open world, and they unfortunately don't. Even putting aside my thoughts on how like the poison itself could have had mechanics that affect stealth gameplay to make it more interesting, in particular the enemy AI in stealth rooms is still really predictable in City, and they don't pose much of a challenge at all. We also saw a major shift downward in how motivated stealth felt. Where in Asylum, crucial goals would be the point of stealth rooms, in City, we'd often be rescuing people you'd basically leave standing there immediately afterward anyway. The dedicated stealth moments, as in not those incidental ones out in the world, in Origins are as follows. A retread of City's Predator tutorial in the first Enigma radio tower. You rescue some hostages, some different takedown types are shown to you, and you solve the first AR crime scene here as well. A moment where you're hacking into Penguin's laptops out in the world and need to take down two guys who are standing in front of a laptop, taking down a group on the deck of the final offer in order to enter the boat. There's a dedicated stealth room, the first in the story, inside a room that is apparently a theater on the final offer. You move through here ostensibly to gain access to Penguin's office. The next dedicated room is inside the bullpen at the GCPD, where Batman is infiltrating in order to obtain access to the National Criminal Database. At the time, the police are aware he's in the building and are hunting for him, and this room contains the access elevator he needs to ride to get to the server room underground. The next dedicated room is inside the Gotham Merchants Bank, after Joker has been unveiled and Batman needs to leave the building to get after him. Despite entering through the roof, that way is sealed now, so he needs to take everyone down so he can leave out the front door. Following this, there's another outdoor guard posting encounter, this time to get into the steel mill. Inside the steel mill, there's another dedicated room in the drug lab. Black Mask, as an actual Roman Sionis, is being interrogated in an office, and Batman needs to take everyone down so he can get to him. There are two dedicated stealth rooms inside the Royal Hotel. One in the foyer of some goons guarding the security room that Batman needs to get into to find out where Joker is in the hotel, and upstairs when Batman needs to get into an elevator through the swimming pool to get up to the penthouse. A bunch of Bane's goons are stopping Batman from getting there. Later on, there are three stealth rooms on the Pioneer Bridge being controlled by Firefly's goons. One is under the bridge, where I drew some blood, where you stop a few bombs. The next is on the north side of the bridge, where a few hostages are being held. You leave that room, do some combat, then circle back to the same place and do stealth again there pretty quickly. And the final dedicated stealth room is inside the Blackgate prison, where there are more hostages and broken out prisoners who Batman needs to neutralize. So if my math is correct, in the main story there are about 14 dedicated stealth encounters in the Arkham Origins story that you will have to complete, on top of all the side missions and incidental stealth that you'll engage in as well. If we eliminate times where the rooms are repeated, or where there's just 2 or 3 hostiles and it just takes 30 or 40 seconds, it's closer to 11 Predator encounters. Here are those rooms: the deck of the final offer, the final offer theater, the GCPD bullpen, the Gotham Merchants Bank, the steel mill entrance, the steel mill drug lab, the Royal Hotel foyer and swimming pool, under the Pioneer Bridge, the Pioneer Bridge monorail stop, and the prison nexus at Blackgate Penitentiary. Now, with one half exception, I think each and every single one of these rooms or locations for stealth is either annoying, completely undercooked, overly simple, overcrowded with vantage points, and either feels like somewhere I've been before or feels like every other room. That half exception would have been the monorail stop, which actually is a little bit different, until it's literally used twice within half an hour. For my Asylum video, I spoke quite adoringly of how stealth rooms architecture is as crucial as the gameplay to this system, how they can encourage a type of play where you isolate different hostiles in separate sealed off sections, or some rooms are built so you can access all of it at once. else. The rooms were each shaped a little differently, encouraged a different type of approach, and punished different mistakes. Over the course of City and Origins, we immediately see that attention to detail and variety present in the architecture vanish almost completely. Where City had introduced some elements of verticality, multiple levels like in spaces of the museum or the entrance to Wonder City, but no new mechanics to allow you access to those places, so vantage points are still a fucking problem. We now in Origins have rooms that feel almost entirely interchangeable with each other, completely unimaginative, almost all completely square, all overcrowded with vantage points, or in some case feel like quick copies of previous rooms from the other games. I can't be the only one who feels the drug lab stealth room is like someone peeking across the room at the steel mill boiler room section from City and just copying the handwriting. Same goes for Under the Pioneer Bridge. It's the exact same vibe as that first Wonder Tower entrance. Similar vantage point placement, similar verticality, same entrance style. It's not difficult to spot. It's not unique. It's not creative. Places like the Final Offer also feel straight up copied from City's museum style, with these little displays still having Penguin doing voiceover for stuff he's collected, as if he as a character experienced no growth between this game and that one aside from some glass in his face. This room also suffers from the same problem as Asylum's original Botanical Garden room. The vantage points are so abundant that they shoot the system in the foot. Hostiles will run to check on downed enemies nearly every time, which gets very fucking tedious. So when you down someone on an upper level though, it brings everyone else up to you instead of you having to go to them, and removes the need to pay attention to lower floors basically at all, and eliminates the ability for architecture to build in things that offer specific challenges or force you to experiment with new takedowns at all. This particular issue of the galleys being so accessible that you don't need to go to anywhere else in the room, it permeates nearly every room here. It would be faster to name the places it doesn't, that being the monorail station and the two outdoor spots. The deck of the Final Offer would be interesting as a one and done, but I think I had to complete it a few separate times for Riddler reasons maybe, and like anytime you want to go into the boat you have to do this again, and the steel mill entrance is just a little cluttered rather than interesting. Some of these rooms do have like offices or vents off from the center square, but unless the stealth stage is built with a direct path through those places or a reason to force me in there, I'm not gonna fucking see them, because either I will wait until the hostile leaves that little room that I have no safe way into, or the enemy design has it in their programming to go directly to the places where they are vulnerable to check on someone who was already taken down. There will then usually be a small group on one side of the room crowding around an unconscious body, and someone else who stays where they were, isolated, who is now the target, and the stealth stage becomes a Newton's cradle of bouncing between the one alone hostile at any given time. Every encounter feels the same, your strategy is never challenged, enemies can do almost nothing to stop you, and the stages don't get harder as the game goes. I actually think Origins goes from a formality with Predator to almost laughably unengaging because it gets easier as it goes. There is absolutely no tension because I'm not being forced out of my comfort zone at any point. It's hard to work challenge or satisfaction into a system that rewards you for attacking the most vulnerable person at any time, or because the skill tree forces you to get the armor upgrades before you can get other stuff, removes your vulnerability as a feature. You can make vents and rooms off to the side, but unless there's something in the enemy design or the tool set or the way I'm forced to navigate this space that makes anything except this main square relevant and usable, then it's just window dressing. The enemy AI and activity needed to be updated for Origins, and the room architecture needed to be far more complex and well thought out than it is here. Basically, giving any feedback on stealth for Arkham Origins really feels like wasted breath, because not only has no attempt been made to address the problems with the system that are very apparent in City, or any attempt made to focus the system back on its initial appeal instead of all these bells and whistles, but the room architecture has completely forgotten the point. I can't emphasize this enough. No stealth room here feels memorable, atmospherically engaging, or narratively significant. Not a single one. The goons do not behave differently. Everything is conquered in exactly the same way. This is boring. What also doesn't come across when I'm just listing the locations of stealth here is how they're paced within the story, how often you have to do them. Because it takes so long for this game type to actually make itself properly known, to give you some freedom to do some stuff with it, the tools that were originally built for it now feel like they're not. Instead of this idea being introduced up top and then finding out how your stealth tools can also assist you out in the open world, Origins switches that. So in multiple ways, stealth stealth feels completely like an afterthought. Origins does not place it as a priority, introduces and repeats a great many other things before stealth in the runtime, and often even afterward there'll be long stretches of game, dozens of combat encounters between moments of stealth, completely imbalanced, and Predator just feels entirely out of the picture at some points. Adding to this feeling of inconsequentiality for stealth is that rarely, again, do Batman's goals in each room feel like they reinforce the story either. They're not often essential goals. Asylum did this really well, like in the mansion library, Aaron Cash, the security guard who I've got a relationship with, has been helpful before, is being interrogated to reveal Dr. Young's location. That's something I also need to know, so I have to save him. He can help me, and I'm going to sneak around and take everybody out so I can talk to him. Of course, the stealth rooms in Origins pale in comparison to that, because often it feels like, oh, I'm sneaking around in this room because there are gargoyles, because there are people with guns. I don't feel like I know exactly what I'm doing stealth in the room for. Now, this made me laugh really hard when I noticed it. At this point, it might be obvious though. As locked doors, plot blocking, and signal jammers were to quest structure in Arkham City, elevators and laptops are to Arkham Origins. This applies to combat as well. You will spend more time taking down enemies in a room in order to leave the room or gain access to some kind of elevator or computer in an office that they just happen to be standing near than doing anything inside of that room, which on top of being something I couldn't give a shit about, defeats the purpose of stealth. If Batman doesn't need to take someone down in the room, doesn't have to get in the way of the gun, I personally find it a bit silly to imply that he'd stick around. Like the GCPD bullpen, I just need to get to the elevator. Logically, I should be able to sneak past everybody and just write it down. The Gotham Merchants Bank, the way I came in, is now sealed off for some reason, but there's nothing left in the room. If this was the case in Asylum, as it was in the medical bay right before Scarecrow, you can get in the elevator and straight up leave without touching anybody. It's not the case here, but if the room doesn't give me a reason to take these people down, like a concrete reason they need to not be conscious, then you've fallen at the first hurdle. You've failed to motivate the gameplay. Of the 11 dedicated rooms of stealth, only 4 have goals placed inside the rooms. All of the others are about getting in an elevator or getting in an office and leaving the room. Twice you're disarming bombs, which is a clone of the signal jammers. You're saving hostages who shouldn't be there because they're supposed to be under the curfew for the storm, right? Or, like in the prison nexus, it is A, too late in the game to bother caring about, and B, within a dungeon that is so ridiculous anyway that it's a moot point. More on that later. So there's only one stealth room in Arkham Origins that's motivated in a slightly interesting way. That would be the drug lab in the steel mill to get to Black Mask. You spend more time taking down people in Predator to get into an elevator than you do taking people down in Predator to accomplish something interesting. Now the kicker is that would all be totally fine if this was a different system, if it was a system about making you feel trapped and not the other way around. Maybe this is what you get when you lift a system from a different game that was built for a different environment, drop it in here in its entirety and make no changes. The way the stealth is written here, the way it's motivated, is in conflict with the feeling that the tools were originally designed to convey. It was never about needing to escape or infiltrate or get to a computer so you could use an SD card like any other game. It was about taking that trapped feeling and turning it on its head. It's about doing the opposite of what stealth is usually there for. To motivate the stealth here through the lens of escape, get out of the room, is a fundamental misunderstanding of the mood, the tone, and the design intention of the entire set of Predator mechanics. So of course the rooms are boring. They didn't understand the point of the system. Of course these things are allowed to evolve. The system doesn't need to stay in one place. I'm saying it's great actually to want to do something else with this system, to evolve it, to evoke a different style and a different mood. To make Batman feel more trapped because he's younger would be great, but then you need to introduce tools, limit movesets, or do something with the room design, do anything at all in the design to indicate what it is that's actually being gone for here. Because you don't need to evoke the same feeling as Asylum, but if a significant system of the game leaves me this indifferent, something is wrong. I cannot tell you what it is that's trying to be drawn out of me here. Now, Warner Montreal, as discussed, if the additions to combat introduce redundancies that don't work to identify or fix the problems with the system or teach it to new players in a more effective way, Origins doesn't feel like it looked at stealth twice before not deciding to do a thing with those issues, and added insult to injury by forgetting to even try making compelling rooms or motivate the game type during the story in concrete ways. The problems with the system are so prevalent and have been shadowing Arkham so long that Asylum itself was already addressing them halfway through the game. Fixing them, changing them was well past overdue. Warner Montreal might not have been allowed to make changes to fix the problems with the system, but I would have loved to see it just stripped down to its bare essentials here and refocused on what makes it fun, tense, dangerous, and unique to begin with, where you make people feel like you're trapped with you, where you're striking fear, because the results here are even less engaging to me today than City is. I can also criticize stealth here from a character angle, which I think is hugely important. This version of Batman doesn't click to me as a stealthy guy. The character isn't portrayed as being very careful. He's more like an angry bear who likes to hack into other people's computers. So putting him at all in these sorts of circumstances and writing him the way that it does means the connection between Batman to stealth and fear, to me, feels about as disconnected as possible. To me, while Roger Craig Smith is fine as a character, we know he's a great voice performer, it's just the aspects of personality present in City of Batman's inhumanity for the sake of coolness, which worked to make him really unrelatable, have unfortunately largely been carried over here. Batman is a guy who trained overseas for years in order to dedicate his life to a pursuit of quelling criminality in a city, and I'm supposed to believe he's extremely well researched and capable and sharp-witted, but also extremely impatient. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any fucking sense. You can make him naive, you can make him pig-headed, but impatience is at odds with the nature of what this character feels like he's trying to accomplish on a huge, like, his mission scale, but in stealth specifically. The way Batman is written and portrayed in this game makes me feel like I shouldn't give a shit about being quiet. Like, I shouldn't give a shit about not being discovered. I should be running in and punching everybody in the face, because that's the way he talks. Those are the characteristics he seems to value. That seems to be his mission, to punch every person in the face really, really hard. That's also what the gameplay pacing tells me. We're gonna have 9 different combat instances and then one underbaked stealth thing. The game is so detached from the idea of Batman taking his time when faced with armed enemies that the main menu screen shows him not giving a shit. Overall, Batman's characterization being reflected in how he could approach stealth, I think is a big opportunity that's been missed. We see him really confident and comfortable with these ideas in Asylum and City, and Origins isn't his first day, but surely taking some opportunities to show him discovering different ways he could use vantage points for like the first time in stealth is an entertaining idea, or show him being a little less confident and a little more afraid or tentative in the way he talks to himself or to Alfred about various people might be an idea. And it would give more credence to why Alfred is so scared about Batman getting into harm's way if Batman actually is a little bit more, feels a little bit more vulnerable in these contexts. Like, remember the spot in Batman Year One where he scares a guy off a ledge and has to grab onto him to save him, like that lucky amateur moment? I really think adding in that kind of stealth to Arkham Origins would have really fit. It gives it a lot of character. And I know some people might say like he interrogates a guy and knocks him out to show he's inexperienced, but I'll come back with that's not a mechanic. I want like gameplay supporting the character. You probably know where I'm going with this already. Like, we all understand that Arkham is not a great sequence of stories, right? They're pretty disconnected from each other, with very little fiction tying them together. Each are tonally very separate, narratively incoherent at times. Like, we're gonna revolve major parts of our culminating entry around 2 different Robin characters when neither have really played a part in the previous stories at all. That's what I mean. Make another prequel and have Robin be a character, please. That saves Arkham Knight. Rocksteady, I know you're doing another Arkham. Go pre-Arkham Asylum and put Jason Todd in it, and then people will stop complaining. But it does have one quality that very few game series of its ilk can boast, that being that each entry can't really replace the experience that the last one provided. On replaying, each game presents something unique, and a version or a twist of itself that isn't really replicated elsewhere in the series. I think Arkham Knight is a head and shoulders the best game of the series, one of the best of the generation, but it doesn't have Arkham Asylum. It straight up does not have that feeling. And so Asylum holds that place. You have to go to that particular game to get that atmosphere. Night doesn't have the same fun tone as City, and their versions of combat are different enough while both still being enjoyable that you can be in the mood for one or the other. This isn't really the case for Origins in nearly as many respects as it should be, and I definitely think stealth was the area where it could have made itself the most different. It might have different character designs, different spectacle focus, but it's not unique in ways that matter to the play experience. Sure, you don't have the asylum setting to aid with the stealth, but you're dealing with a younger Batman who's not as foreboding within the story or the world of Gotham at this point, so you don't only have the opportunity to take away his tools and roughen him up a bit, you can also change the way that people behave around him or respond to him. Take cues from the writing here. Often the stealth rooms are about Batman being trapped, so you can actually shift it from a system like it is an asylum where the hostiles are trapped with you because you're the Batman, for it to provide now the opposite feeling in his second year before he's really built up that reputation. Like, if the hostiles aren't as afraid of him because maybe they know the assassins are out to get him and don't think he stands a chance, or he's not been around that long and not really taken down anybody huge, or they're after the huge bounty as well, that might affect the way that hostiles hunt for him in stealth arenas, which could in turn affect the way that Batman tries to build his reputation on purpose within stealth, working in a requirement that you have to freak someone out before you take them down in order to build your legend or something. I don't know, but give me some aspect of gameplay that supports the story there. Maybe Joker's goons in particular at this point in time are similar. They don't know how dangerous he is yet because he's new, they don't know to be afraid of him, or at least, as I mentioned in the combat section as well, have the people who work for Joker behave differently than the people who work for Black Mask or Deadshot or something, because he's asking different things of them. Maybe they have different traps, they have different weapons, different abilities or things that Batman needs to deal with in these encounters. Maybe Joker's goons have scripted conversations over the course of a stealth encounter, which might escalate and they start having fights and kill each other. It's not just about the movesets and abilities and room architecture after all. Creating more character within these moments is just as fruitful a piece of soil from which to inform this mode, and the storytelling accomplished with it. I often talk about this. Basically what I'm looking for here is a narrative that supports the systems and systems that support the narrative. If Batman is written aggressively and I as a player feel encouraged to approach stealth more aggressively therefore, and that's an opportunity. You can make that seem intentional and then teach the character a lesson through that so my play informed his character growth. I think maybe I am so indifferent to this stealth here because the character that I'm playing as feels uninterested or uninvested in it himself and also isn't behaving in these situations in at all a way that I could relate to. If in Arkham City and Asylum he's reached his truly unreal superhero status, here in Origins the opportunity with the character is to make him more relatable, make him scared, and inform my play through a Batman who is, for once, afraid. This isn't a characterization that feels compatible with stealth or reflected by the play experience here. This isn't an angry stealth, it's the same as a different, more patient character did in a different game, right? So the stealth here absolutely needed to be informed more by character from a lot of angles, but don't get me wrong, abilities and feel is important too, and that this Batman, while younger, does not feel or play differently at all than his far older self is still worth commenting on, even if it's a very basic observation. We all understand that Arkham Origins doesn't really make sense canonically in terms of gameplay. He's got the grapnel boost, he's got more abilities than he does in Asylum, even though that story is 8 years later. We get it. It's a choice made for expedience, and so Origins could maintain the appeal and style that City forged. We all moved past this, accepted it a long time ago, but I really want to return to that idea. I don't know why we've completely just forgiven it for this, because of all the opportunities that were missed by hand waving it, by just carrying over every mechanic and not actually shifting them to be for a younger Batman. Basically, by refusing to tell a story through the way the game plays at a basic level, stealth is an area I think you miss the most with. Apparently the decision was made to preserve all of his abilities from Arkham City and keep all the same gadgets and everything, because making him feel less experienced or something would be less empowering for a player. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point. I want to feel that, right? To feel an experience of growth as the character. Delayed gratification. You need to make him feel weak at the start so he could feel stronger at the end. You're slotting into a series, okay? That's kind of your job. Less empowering. Exactly. The amount of storytelling you lose in this area alone is more significant than just shrugging it off does justice to. Like, they didn't tell the story. On paper, like, the world conceit, the gameplay, the villain, none of what you think you're in for is actually supported by what is actually here. Like, stealth is also a storytelling arena. Tell me why in the GCPD stealth room, cops are patrolling their own office the same way that hostiles guard like a stronghold or something. Put them in the bullpen, sit them at their desks, have them talking about storm efforts that they need to be making. Make it feel like a functioning office after hours and work from there. Batman needs to get to the elevator on the other side of the room of the office without being spotted while these guys are doing other stuff. That's the challenge, not take everybody down. Even if they know that Batman is in the building, cops just walking around their office with automatic rifles and not doing anything? What are you talking about? Like, when stealth is not taken as an opportunity to also further the narrative or be entertaining in a new way, when it doesn't feel like an office, when the room doesn't tell a story, when it's functionally the same as City and there's no opportunity taken to inject character or atmosphere into these spaces, either from Batman's end as a younger and less experienced vigilante or from the hostiles end to make them behave as though they belong in these spaces and have their own thoughts and ideas and are part of larger societies, I don't know why I spent this much time talking about stealth. Like, the game isn't good. I think in any circumstance the stealth here, it all suffers from these same things. Either way, I think it's really easy to see the ways in which Predator is entirely ineffectual in Origins from just about any angle that matters. No efforts were taken to either address the problems with the system or shift it into a more individual and distinctive space for this particular game and story, when I would argue that both were crucial at this point in time. The room designs feel completely interchangeable, they aren't challenging or interesting. Enemy AI behaves the same as the previous two games, and that's just more than stale by this point. And from both a character and writing standpoint, stealth is not motivated well enough, paced well through the game, doesn't contribute to character development, is not positioned as a priority for the game, and Batman as a character feels completely absent from and contradicted by this game type. As I said, giving any feedback on stealth for Origins really feels like wasted breath, because even the game doesn't feel like it really gives a shit. It would have been pretty hard for it to think of more ways to convey how little passion it had for this aspect of the character or Arkham experience, something it feels like it only incorporates when it absolutely has to, and as a result, this once crucial aspect of an Arkham game and a fundamental part of the Batman character, stealth, makes almost no mark on the extent of the narrative or game experience to me here at all. I think it's garbage. To summarize my thoughts on the combat and stealth and general gameplay of Arkham Origins overall, and to revive some of my original ire that I hold for the usual critical assessment this game is so lucky to enjoy. For the most part, when speaking about the combat and stealth and how close they are to Arkham City, Origins often gets by on the old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would posit that, at best, is a severe underestimation of how much extra work there is left once you have the system. The two most important rebuttals to this would be that the stealth was broke and needed to be fixed, and the system design is not its own savior. You can put great combat and Predator systems in a grey box, but that by itself is not going to magically become a video game. These two systems, combat and stealth, need to take place in locations that are interesting, be motivated well by the narrative, be paced well. All this extra stuff needs to happen around it in order for them to be compelling additions to an experience. And personally, I think allowing Origins off on the old if it ain't broke line is a superficial assessment. In order for these systems to be the best that they can be, you can't just drop them into square rooms and slapdash the rest like has been done here. The environmental design, the pacing, the purpose within the story, and their emotional undercurrent is as important. To suppose these things are a given when you change the developer is flatly incorrect. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I don't think actually applies here. Like, you can give someone the keys to your Ferrari, doesn't mean they're going to be able to drive it as well as you. Montreal were allowed to skirt by on not changing the systems. At the end of the day, I totally understand them being a mechanical clone. That's not really what I'm worried about. It's that their outside perspective to them was the most valuable thing that they had, and they didn't use it. All they have to worry about then is packaging the systems, and they aren't packaged well. I don't think there's an excuse for that. The environmental design, the pacing, when, how, why to use these systems within their game was the thing that they needed to be more concerned about. And writing about whether the game is successful at employing these systems in interesting ways is more important than the new enemy types or something. Preserving the level of quality of Rocksteady's command on tension, combat pacing, stealth atmospherics would have been one thing, while not at all achieved, but to take a look at these two systems from a different angle, find the ways which they hadn't been used previously, push them into new territory was their job. To find more ways, like they did a little bit with the Deathstroke fight, to massage it with presentation, environment, narrative around these systems was their development opportunity and the only thing they actually needed to do when it came to these systems. Untied from the need to build stealth or combat from the ground up at all, they had 2 years to just figure out how to use those systems and build the game around them in interesting ways. I think most studios would kill for the opportunity to spend almost the entirety of their development cycle on the narrative and environments alone, because the gameplay was already done. Because that's what people seem to think Origins kind of is anyway. So why is the only thing that their development actually had to take care of so underwhelming?
Rockin' waves, the way they shape gave me days on the beach. Do you know how a coastline looks in GTA 5 or Assassin's Creed Black Flag games from 2013? They got those beaches, what feels like natural de-escalation of there. People come and go, ships, buildings integrate well. There's even a whole level where you get to work at the dock. Let me tell you, them coastlines, they look right. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking shit. Do you think I don't know what a beach looks like? Do you personally think I'm a fucking fool? That's not how a coastline works. It's not what they fucking look like, you trashy, dookie, butthole, silly. You think I'm stupid? Fucking, I'm not stupid, it's wrong. Building a hotel on a sheer shelf, the buildings are gonna fall into the sea. Where are the shipping container docks? How does this city have operating commerce? Where do you ship the a restaurant? Where do people park their boats? Where do you get off telling me no citizen in Gotham has access to the water line behind a 90-foot tall seawall? There aren't even bridges to the mainland. Gotham has no sensible engineers. I don't even study this. That's not how a coastline works. It's not what they fucking look like, you trashy dookie bottle silly. You think I'm stupid? Fucking I'm not stupid, you trashy. It's not about realism. You think I'm stupid? It's just believability. I don't believe it. Look, how did they build this? That's not what with some waterborne cranes? Don't be a dickhead. You can't put cranes on boats. Gave them a permit, but they don't get that high. You think I'm stupid? And as previously mentioned, Gotham has no marine infrastructure anyway. No one there knows how to sail, so how you gonna get a boat to put the crane on? And then you gotta talk about the imports of materials to the island to build these buildings. Do you know how a coastline works?
Welcome back to Radio 9. That was the brand new track from Micah Edmonds. Little unclear what the song is about, but what a banger of a tune. Up next, we've got another feel-good track, but first, have you considered the health benefits of turmeric today?
A number of years ago, I made a video called What Walt Williams Taught Me. It was something I made about the video game Spec Ops: The Line, and as a response to a professional biography by that game's lead writer, Walt Williams. I would probably consider that video the first step of me actually finding my own voice and style for video making, as I investigated a little more deeply than I had before what creativity within games and in general actually meant, finding the humanity behind these creations. But more to the point, it recently occurred to me just how important a number of the quotes from that book, called Significant Zero, which I gave in the video, just how significant they still are to me and how I approach any kind of creativity. But the video was made so long ago that some people watching these might not have ever seen it. From things that Williams wrote like greed and artistry are not mutually exclusive, which I probably quote or channel some version of basically every video, I feel when discussing the world and level design of Arkham Origins, it is probably relevant to just re-establish the most basic building blocks of what I believe about what makes good art. Williams said, video games may be art, but not all of us are artists whose personal visions must be allowed to blossom like a delicate flower. Our value is not measured in ideas, but our ability to execute. A team needs to know you have their back. Don't like the task you've been given, let go of your ego, find an angle that interests you and bring it to life like it's the last thing you'll ever create. I guarantee it'll be unforgettable. That last part is something I think about just in my working life nearly every day, even still. Don't like the task I have to do, I try to get over it, I try to deal with it, find a way to make it interesting, get an angle that allows me to put everything into it, and just get it done. The other quote I think about nearly every day from this book, and is something I think I've tried to personally take to heart as a creative as well, since it was a big one for me, is that bad stories ignore their constraints, good stories work within them, and great stories embrace external constraints and repurpose them as core elements of the narrative. To me, this one is everything. Every piece of great art is born from and molded by its circumstance. If you don't listen to what your boundaries are, if you don't heed the limitations and thrive within and because of them, you are probably going to fail to reach your full potential. I really believe that. For me personally, I need to listen to the limits of my money, my time, my small station, and my own two hands as just one creative working on mostly everything I make just by myself, and try to repurpose that constraint into what I'm doing so that me working on something by myself becomes a strength of my work. It's about seeing a creative boundary and how you can channel that to become a part of what you're making rather than simply letting it stop you or completely ignoring it and pushing yourself too far. Obviously, Arkham Asylum is a great example of this. One boundary might have been the team size, who possibly couldn't create an entire open world with just 100 people or so. So you take that constraint of team size, budget, time, faith, whatever, and you use it to craft a smaller world to a higher level of detail. Like that. It's like Aikido. You take the weakness and you redirect it into a strength instead of letting the punch hit you in the fucking face. Arkham Origins constraints, from the outside at least, seem pretty apparent. A new development team being handed tools and a story and a world that's already popular but that they didn't create. And it would seem that embracing that would be looking at the idea of like, oh, we've been handed a task that's really daunting and possibly too big for us to handle. How do we channel that anxiety into the game itself so we can express that feeling, allow players to feel that same feeling of being overwhelmed, rushed, holding big responsibility, trying to keep something moving, because that is something that Batman could also be going through. Things like that. This concept of embracing external constraints and how much I personally value creatives who know how to do that is something I think drives my own individual perception and judgment of art, whether I value it or not. I'm not saying this is something that everybody feels, but personally I've found that it's something I can't help. If I notice that a film or a game or a book or whatever is stretching itself past its constraints, that really matters to me. Like bottle episodes in television are often my favorite kinds because it shows teams trying to repurpose the constraints of single rooms or real time into the episode really, really clearly. I'll take that small scale enormity executed well over a huge scope in a shallow manner every time. And I really think because this stuff is so important to me, how I view art and how I make it, it's a big reason why I'm so opposed to so much of Arkham Origins. I don't think it listened to or repurposed its constraints or played within them in so many ways. Doesn't even feel like it takes steps to hide them, and I think analyzing the world design is where that is the most obvious. I just sang a light-hearted song to try to give us all a break between a very negative section on the stealth and another very negative section here, because we are gonna be here for a minute, and I don't want my own head to explode from being so critical. But let's dive in. 2013, the year Origins released, was a year pretty squarely in the rise of open world fever for AAA titles. Arkham City, 2 years prior, had made something of a compromise between linear levels, where it triumphed in Asylum and the arena that it was originally designed for, and a contained open world to get the best it could from a bit of a bad deal. While the use of the open world in Arkham City, I think at least, left a little bit to be desired, the aesthetics of it was still really strong, and the atmosphere of it for the time I remember being singular enough to stand out amongst the rise of open world games. I remember around that time I personally was as into games as I might ever be. They were all I was doing. Open worlds were very common and in everyday parlance of game design, as frequently seen in big releases as linear stages, and a few years prior that had not really been the case. This meant that the area was a lot more competitive. GTA 3 is obviously still the most important open world game ever made, as being the first one, but regardless of how you feel about the series, Assassin's Creed isn't far behind in terms of further codifications and refinement that it offered to the world style of open world games, and it was fierce during this time. Assassin's Creed 3 was released in 2012, and while in prior titles free running had mostly been used in urban settings, it was now in natural settings in an open natural frontier, and that was used as a major selling point. You can free run out on trees and stuff now. It also introduced the use of ships and naval combat to its world at times, which would become the major part of Black Flag in 2013, the same year as Origins. With things like synchronization points becoming standard industry practice for open world titles even until today, even Nintendo do this. Over the course of just a few years, Assassin's Creed had taken Prince of Persia style free running and updated it through rigorous and cutthroat evolution along with open world ideas, that the series refined so much of how modern games feed this type of experience to new players, and of open world series that were active during this part of the early 2010s, it was definitely the most visible. Competition felt ruthless and aggressive, and AC really was at the head of that pack, trying to make sure their worlds were ones you wanted to explore and ensuring you could do it in a slightly new way every time. And that's a feeling I think a lot of other developers tried to tap into as well. Interesting traversal, interesting worlds. Next to Arkham Origins in this category, 2013 saw BioShock Infinite and The Last of Us as its two big critical darlings of the time, which did contain more linear worlds. But it also saw Black Flag, Saints Row 4 taking the series' trademark irreverence and humor in open world settings to feature superpowered traversal. And Grand Theft Auto 5 also released that year as well, giving us their version of Los Angeles, which is still spoken of very highly and still played in by millions of people today. 2014 would see Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor, which also had a lot of traversal stuff. Far Cry 4, Dragon Age Inquisition, Assassin's Creed Unity, Dark Souls 2, Destiny. The list of open world games to choose from, the fantastical places you could visit and the wonderful games therein goes on. And a lot of them tried very hard to make traversal appealing, their worlds unforgettable, their visuals and designs unique, using particular gimmicks or angles to make them feel like you wouldn't get that exploration experience elsewhere. And I remember, and I'm sure many of you do, that era of games very, very fondly. For Batman, it was gliding. That was the thing. It wouldn't compete on scope or size, but in how flexible the game was and how whole it felt. You could engage in stealth or combat smoothly at any time. The world felt totally complete, and the gliding around each and every part of it was a major marketing angle to separate it from free running or driving games, for instance. Airborne traversal was really different and appealing at this time, and maybe I adopted this view from having been so lucky to grow up during this time where open worlds were evolving so continuously like this. But personally, if I'm playing a game, I drop a game for level and world design that I don't like sooner than any other reason. If I'm intrigued by the places that I'm going, I'll stick around even through what I perceive as other problems. Or play and I'll end up coming around on a game that has a weaker story but a fantastic world, because great locations and atmosphere help put the story in a context. Somewhat recently, Horizon Forbidden West started kind of banal for me. I didn't love the first one a whole bunch despite really enjoying the combat and certain other aspects of it, but the world itself of Forbidden West and wandering through it was a singularly charming experience and gave me a real sense of escape, and I totally warmed up to the entire game because of it. That exchange I don't really think happens the other way around for me. I'll end up loving a story if the world in it is great. If the world isn't good, the story doesn't help. Cynics will tell you sometimes that an open world is only ever there to pad the game or to just fit into industry trends, cater to the casual market with a slow game that has thin stories, bad quest design designed to make the game take longer than it needs to, and they might have a point in certain instances, but I really don't agree in a lot of circumstances. Open worlds and how they impact experiences are a storytelling tool. More so than dialogue, more so than story beats, the world in which a story takes place informs it. When it comes to games, there is no tool more multifaceted than a great world. The way they can tell stories to themselves through the way they explore it and move through it. This goes for GTA 3 to Shadow of the Colossus to a game like Arkham City. A great world design, great atmosphere, great levels, environments enhances every piece of experience that runs through it. That's why Skyrim is a must play. That's why Souls-like games succeed. It's not really their stories, at least for me. It's the context in which they exist and how transportive it is to just be in that world. A good story set in a boring world is the opposite. Each time the talking stops or I'm reminded where the story is set, I'm totally pulled away. The point being that open worlds were taking many shapes and sizes at this time. They felt like a surefire hit every time a AAA released with one, but they were, by the same token, pretty common and needing to separate their experiences from each other in real time. The best way to make that happen was with interesting settings and interesting traversal systems. Assassin's Creed's climbing was subtly different every game, with each game carrying forward the refinements of the last, but the technology focused on adding something new, some new kind of depth to specifically the world and how you navigated it, almost more centrally than any other system or aspect of the franchise. If Arkham Origins was really going to stand up amongst this company, it needed to do two things. It needed to have a great setting and a great traversal system that you couldn't find anywhere else. It's really important that the open world game has a good open world and that the way you move through it is an experience unto itself. It's not just Spider-Man titles that live and die on that truth. It's that if your game has a boring world, a city that doesn't inspire atmosphere or make geographical sense, or have a striking quality to its visuals, and that the way you move through it is rote, habitual, and flavorless, then I might as well go home. There's no reason to play this over the 13 other titles that released around this time that have actually fought for my attention. As much as Arkham Origins can occasionally be entertaining and fun, or like there's a flaw to the experience because of the great systems that it's inherited, I think at a base level it's like the setting is just a world and levels that feel completely uninspired and plain, almost devoid of charm or thought. It's not just a game that looks slightly worse than City, missing some environmental detail. I'm just talking a basic level. The feeling, the atmosphere, and the style is at a totally inadequate level across every inch of the world, and the way that I'm allowed to move through it feels either identical to Arkham City or not trying to be something new. And the damage that deals to the overall experience of the game, particularly within the extremely competitive context in which it was released, I think is just too great to ignore. I think the world design of Arkham Origins is a fatal flaw by itself, because the world touches everything else about the game. It's like the sun in the solar system of design, and I think it's dead. The more I look at the competition and the level of quality which surrounded it at the time and since, like taking the rich fiction of Gotham, the long history of visual reference material we have for the city, the amount of artists who've drawn it, the level of importance that environments have to the series, like 2 games are named after their environments in the series, and like personally, I'm really attracted to that aspect of the franchise. I think the more dire it seems, this isn't just in the game being boring to play, like the world being kind of unremarkable to move through, and how the construction of it makes no sense, but in terms of how the world of the game feels completely unallowed to serve the story at almost any point in a convincing way. Arkham Origins might be one of the most underwhelming open worlds I have ever seen for a game at this level, especially for this time, because it does not serve the story and does not positively impact the experience of the narrative at almost any point of the game. But first we have to deal with the world conceit, right? Like the idea behind the world and why you're there and what makes it interesting and different. In Arkham Asylum, it's like you're in a psych ward. Cool setting. Arkham City, you're locked in a prison. Cool setting. Arkham Origins, the idea is of a citywide curfew because of a severe winter storm warning. Everybody has to stay inside tonight because the weather is so bad. And I know it might seem really basic. It might seem like the first step out of the door that you have to actually get through to play the game at all. And I know you've heard it a billion times, but no matter which way you slice it, even if you get past it eventually, you have to admit the way the game handles this is just fucking dumb. I think the idea of a severe winter storm ravaging Gotham, forcing everybody inside, is actually really, really cool. And there's definitely so many ways you can make that work in a game, but as a lip service idea to just explain why there aren't civilians around and do nothing else with it, it's cheap. There's no other word for it. And don't get me wrong, it was always not great, but now living in a post-lockdown world where we have actual real-life precedent for this, we all have lived experience of this exact situation. We know what it means to get the public to stay inside. It's not even that it would be hard to do for Gotham or anything logical for their narrative, no, but just that this doesn't feel like a shut down city. It's a really hard but specific atmosphere to convey that now you and I both have a pretty good understanding of. So it didn't make sense before, it wasn't handled or committed to before, but now it's totally unconvincing emotionally or atmospherically as well. And I'm not saying it was out of bounds for the game. You can absolutely do that. Again, it's a great idea. It would, like, it's real. It's really relatable, right? But if Origins wanted to do it, it would have needed to truly consider the scope of that decision for a city like New York, and then work to convey what a shutdown of that magnitude would actually mean and feel like. Again, the idea is not unusable, but you need to approach it really carefully. Every restaurant and business shutting down for the night. No live theater or performances. Nobody flying in from airports. Everyone's staying inside instead of going out to see their families to make sure they're okay. It's an emotional thing. It's an economic thing. It's a city. Look, I get that making like another prison game would mean that the game kind of feels like it's repeating itself and repeating the series, but the game already repeats everything else about City, spends a lot of time in prisons anyway. Its version of Gotham, because it doesn't commit to its world conceit, is feeble at best. The logic jump this requires is just far too much because it doesn't actually commit to rendering it with any kind of creative power. It doesn't feel like a city that's been shut down. It's not a framework the game actually feels like it wants to operate within. The idea of assassins hunting Batman is really cool. There's a bounty on his head that's really cool. It's really cool when they're doing it while the city is shut down, but it's coolest when he's actually actually trying to do stuff related to the storm and help the city get through the night because of related trouble, while the assassins are using the storm to their advantage. I'm not really sure I'm ready to say that's what's going on in the game to any level other than happenstance. Now, Arkham City, a city prison, is a thin veneer pretty much to get an open world with a bunch of villains and no friendly NPCs. We all understand that it's completely ridiculous, but the world gets away with it because it still totally has this continual prison identity. Guards, gangs, security systems galore. It's a stupid setup and we all know that, but we accept it because the game commits creatively to it and puts so many steps into its art direction and further on narrative construction to make the world feel like it's a section of a city closed off and run by criminals. It feels that way. It informs the story everywhere. There's no reason Origins couldn't have gotten away with that same kind of thing. There's a severe winter storm, but instead of just it snowing, build the entire world and story to consistently remind you there's a storm going on that is bad enough to force everyone inside. You need to use that decision, that world conceit, to inform everything else about the game. As it is, I regularly forget that that's happening, and the game seems to care more about using Christmas as the decoration instead. It's not just art design, there aren't any quests relating to this lockdown, for instance. It doesn't inform the story the way it should. Or since it's a severe winter storm, Batman doesn't have to contend with that at any point with his abilities or navigation. The story doesn't feature it, side missions don't feature it, the city just feels empty instead of shut down, and there are people out on the streets just hanging out. I mean, at least make some of them just random people breaking curfew instead of all hostiles. It's not something that goes away at any point in the game either. This touches every moment of the story, like I said. Anytime I'm out in Gotham, I might just at random remember, wait! Oh, this is fucking dumb. Also contrived in Arkham Knight to have said that the entire city is evacuated within a matter of hours because of one attack. But it's the same way like a disaster movie is contrived, in that kind of fun way. And the world you get in exchange for buying into that, for getting over that hurdle, is an absolute vision. It really does feel like a city that's been evacuated. I think it nails that tone. I think Arkham Origins, comparing to this, drops the pretext of civilians being safe and indoors the second that Firefly needs hostages for a boss fight, or Joker needs a bank teller to open a bank vault for him. It's just not committed to by the game itself when it comes time to design moments of the story with stakes. It's not writing a story about a lockdown city. And reminder, it was only released 2 years before Arkham Knight. Don't tell me none of that was possible. It's on a similar level to like the way that the poison wasn't committed to in Arkham City, in my opinion. You had level ups and abilities kind of annulling the way that poison could have given the story more depth there by including effects of it in gameplay. In Origins, if the story was written and the game played with not only the backdrop of Christmas, which I do think is a worthwhile addition here, but as if it was taking place in a city that is beset with a once-in-a-century kind of weather phenomenon that completely changes the way that Batman flies, the way he accesses different parts of the city. Different boroughs might be too inhospitable at different times. The forms that dungeons take, the way he needs to travel in and out of the world, the game becomes fundamentally different and starts hitting that spot around competitive open world games that it kind of needed to at this time. I think that's what needs to happen to do the Storm concept justice. It needs to be followed through with and served by the actual gameplay. And just as a reminder, this is, I think, the second time I would say the game has done something like this. That is, refused to operate within the storytelling framework that it's set up for itself. It had the opportunity to tell a story about a younger and less experienced Batman and doesn't use any gameplay tools to tell that story at all, and operates within a shutdown city that it also doesn't make choices to support. Arkham City walked away from the poison, doesn't really do anything to convey that with the gameplay, but Origins has done that twice. It's fully ignoring the opportunities its own setup offers it to design and convey a compelling gameplay experience on two individual fronts, both with the character and with the world. To me, that's two enormous wasted opportunities. Both of those concepts are worth making a game about. It sounds amazing, right? To actually show you a Gotham that fights you and makes it hard to travel to get to dungeons, locks off your gliding while Batman has fewer tools to contend with assassins and supervillains who are way more dangerous than regular organized crime goons who he's only been fighting for 2 years. To me, that sounds fucking excellent, and literally none of the game is about that. Now, I do believe the Batmobile was off limits for Warner Montreal, given how that would be a really central element to Arkham Knight, but even still, there hasn't been much of an apparent attempt to gamify the open world itself here. In a lot of games, you would have like strongholds or encounters on the ground potentially placed between like two different quest points, but here, because you're gliding in the air and can go basically anywhere as soon as you get there, they're pretty easy to avoid. So you might need to think a little differently differently about how Batman himself actually moves to create some kind of relationship between the character and the world, because otherwise the world is simply in the way. It's just like empty space between indoor buildings. I think there are more ways to create a relationship between the character and the world itself, which in turn makes the world more compelling, and more opportunities to tell a story through the navigation than would initially seem apparent if you're just playing Origins and you take this navigation as a given. A Batman getting to know his toolset is a really ripe opportunity, so don't give me everything to begin with and get some delayed gratification in there. You could see as the story progresses moments where Batman starts developing the gadgets that later become the series staples for him, including the gliding. Maybe Deathstroke doesn't reveal a gadget that replaces the line launcher, maybe he's using something that's far closer to the Batclaw itself. It might seem basic, it might seem like a given, but if we understand that Batman also needed to develop this tool that we think is really essential to his arsenal, but we're told this little story about it, that makes it more interesting. Maybe as the game continues, Batman gets more ideas from these elite hunters about his gadgets, which in turn impacts your navigation as you progress through the game. You start the game as just a vigilante who mostly travels on foot with simple climbing techniques, crouching, sneaking around, where you're forced onto the ground, so you have to have a relationship to the road level of Gotham itself and have to learn to appreciate that. But as you go through the game, you get more and more ideas that lift you higher into the air. The way the city would push you, as well as the assassins push you, as well as the storm pushing you to upgrade your own navigation abilities as the game progresses, to see the version of Batman that we have in City as the final state of him rather than the beginning makes exploration more interesting. You tell a story about the world and the character through the way it plays, and you don't even really need to change anything from City. You just have to work backwards, limit the toolset at the beginning, and then give me something to look forward to achieving as the character, which it currently does not have. Currently, like the way you interact with it, the way you move through it, Origins has just made a lot of the same world choices as City, even though the actual form, the function, and the way the world was interacted with in Arkham City came across at least as being extremely intentional, and stretching those same choices out across a far larger space that takes an hour to arrive in the story as well is almost obviously going to need major changes in order to remain effective. But in this way, as well as many others, Origins makes the same choices as City without seeming to truly understand all of the angles and ramifications of those decisions. From something as nuanced as the form that navigation takes to the idea that the setup of a severe winter storm doesn't then mean that criminals would have run of the city in the way this game shows them to, like they did in Arkham City, or of places within it like a hotel or a bank or a courthouse, and then why they would destroy those places within a matter of hours. There's nothing in the world conceit of a severe winter storm that justifies or explains having long-range respawning snipers and armed patrols posted on the tops of buildings who can shoot you when you're gliding around. What the fuck are you thinking? That's extremely annoying, and literally nothing in the story explains why that's happening. Like Anarchy only having a few hours to set up all of his bombs and has these slapdash projections. That makes a lot of sense visually, but when you get to its holdout at the Gotham courthouse, which is still presumably a properly functioning, not as of yet abandoned building at this time in the fiction, the entire thing is a wreck. Like, what? Gotham Chapel doesn't have any pews in it. It needs to operate on a Sunday. Where are the chairs? Even if the city is locked down, even if these are mob holdouts, they should still both look like functioning buildings internally. That's the story the world needs to tell. Of course, we know the reason we go there is because they are reused environments from City, and I know this part of Gotham is said to be the slums, but I mean, come on, give me some credit. Origins co-ops a lot of the visual language of City in this way of vandalism and gang territory, but the reason it worked in Arkham City was because its environment was a lawless prison city, and the inmates there had had months of time to find their hovels, settle down, get their hooks in, and then decorate it with what limited resources they had. This contributes to the believability, but also the aesthetic and the idea of different villains having control over different parts of the city. Origins, however, is based in Gotham on a mostly ordinary night, so the baddies would have far more resources to live in luxury while crime rules the city, but they're still civilians civilians around, and there's got to be an on-the-surface layer of law and order. So these people probably aren't going to be slapdashing scrapbooks of spray-painted banners to piece together something obtuse and obvious. The city should still, even if locked down, look like a free city during the nighttime. The pretext of it being locked down because of some snow that isn't strong enough to stop Batman gliding around is dumb enough on its own, but if you're gonna tell a stupid story for your world, at least commit to it. If you're gonna use Gotham, at least take the road Asylum did of having the world tell its own story, instead of City's method of using graffiti to tell you about the characters through the world. To at least say the lockdown's been happening for like a week, like, it might give you some more leeway. Like, for as many times as I've read people compliment this game and give it oodles of credit for cosmetic things, it's visually the weakest of the series by a significant margin because of stuff like this, because of its world and environments not having a reason to look the way they do and still looking like shit. It's not even hard to see, and the visuals aren't even what it's all about, it's the story that the visuals are telling. Like, Penguin's final offer ship loosely takes some mechanics and similar set ideas that we saw from the steel mill in Arkham City. You enter through stealth, glide kick someone from a cool angle, use the back claw to pull a little raft through water, balance on a little ledge while there's fire around you, whatever. Of course the game recycles plenty of stuff, and these devices are still useful, but the way that it's motivated those moments, it's gone so far as like TV sets, flags being pinned up, comms, decorations, graffiti, destruction similar to what we saw in Arkham City, so those gameplay devices can be echoed. Like echoing the device is perfectly natural. If you want to have a raft moment, that's fine, but you also kind of need to rethink how that moment is achieved within this place, a luxury cruise liner, so that it makes sense in totality and how it affects the rest of the room. I understand it's a compelling visual language for a certain time and place, but this is neither of those. I enjoy the approach of using the stage before you see the main villain to tell you about them. This is their domain, you're entering their world, and plenty of the spaces in Arkham City do that very effectively. They tease who you're about to fight. Penguin, though, in this story in Arkham Origins, he's a little bit of an upstart. He's challenging Black Mask and the Falcone gangs for power, but hasn't really been here too long. He's only just starting to get his hooks in. And this is spoken of in collectibles, he's still got both his eyes. But what does this environment, what does the final offer tell me about that story? Well, nothing. Utterly nothing. It tells me that Penguin, a guy who wants to control a lot of the underground's financials, become a very well-off criminal who is doing a pretty good job, is pretty fine with kicking back on a ship that is like actively on fire, taking on water, and is about to sink at any minute. It should be lush and gaudy and ostentatious. Show me how prepared and smart he is to challenge these other gangs. Use the ship to show me his ambitions, his plans, the things he's trying to compensate for. We're not dealing with criminals who are using picket fences and scraps to decorate their strongholds in an active prison. This is supposed to be Penguin and where he is at his strongest and his most well off. His lair should not be falling into the ocean, because what that environment would then tell me about him is entirely wrong. Instead, the final offer conveys how much Penguin loves the idea of being like a party host, running gambling rings and fight clubs and such, selling weapons, which isn't an altogether terrible way to go. It feeds into the fighting pit thing in City's museum well enough, but again, Origins copying this idea of using each dungeon to tell you more about the villain, copying City's idea, has missed something else crucial, that each dungeon, the steel mill, the Wonder City, the museum, didn't really exist in a vacuum once you stepped out of the door. They were the heart of different sections of the city, as if their atmospheres and reach extended out beyond their own walls. It wasn't just the interior of the dungeon that was doing all this work, it was the entire borough that contributed to that storytelling feeling. So to copy the shorthand is one thing, advertise that Penguin is running markets and clubs is fine, but then the issue becomes that that story that's told here in the final offer has a very clear edge to it, and it is the edge of the boat, that there aren't any ramps attached to the dock for people to walk in to get on the boat to begin with, to buy things at the market that is apparently happening. There's no sense of people getting on and off the boat, entering to take part in these fights. Like, this is a party that's happening, and talking to people in that borough, they tell you where they're going or where they're sourcing their firearms. There's just gang members standing around inside. There's these banners and advertisements for these markets that not only does Batman not really react to, but also have no bearing on anything except what it conveys visually. The dungeon story isn't contributing to the feeling of the burrow in the outside world. Arkham Origins' environmental design therefore seemingly has these two modes. Either nothing is going on or everything is going on, and there's no real connection between the two. They don't inform each other, and they feel entirely different. The parking garage entrance to the Royal Hotel, for instance, is a nothing spot. There's nothing in this room, just beat some people, find the door, and leave. Once you get inside a little ways, the loading dock is an everything spot. There's these two levels here, but it's presuming that I wouldn't notice there's actually no road connecting to that lower level at all then, because that everything doesn't connect to that nothing either. That seems worth revisiting. It's the lack of reward that I get for paying attention to what's going on here, how the small details actually don't contribute to something that I can follow along with. There's so much of like this soda cola branded stuff everywhere in the game, and it's never something I'm actually supposed to pay attention to, so it just feels like it's there to fill space. I'm either running through a hallway where nothing is going on, or I'm being assaulted with a pile of CRT televisions. It's an overload of snow on every inch of the road, so you don't have to paint in the ground or roof textures of just the entire city conveying nothing. Or it's a police building with the construction so labyrinthian and nonsensical that I'm left to assume this open tunnel to the sewers in the middle of the building is also something that a cop regularly uses. Think of it like the art of a comic book, right? The look and approach of a particular artist suits some stories and gives the identity to a work much better than anyone else's could. Origins understands for its character art that taking the same approach to Arkham City maybe wasn't the right call for it. It updates the way that the people look, and that serves to tell this more spectacle-focused story in its own distinctive way, so the big colorful characters are clashing in more vibrant ways. That's the right call, but it still uses the same visual approach as City for its actual stages and dungeons and open world, and that's a cheap, ineffective, honestly uncreative choice that does not serve this story. You've used the wrong artist. The entire art style should probably be a bit different. But if we're talking about Origins' underthought overlapping choices with Arkham City, we should obviously speak about the entire island of this game that was Arkham City and how that's been repeated here. The hands are kinda tied a little bit, but by the same token, the job is also half done, and this is a constraint that you can embrace to rework into the core of the story. You've got a facelift to administer to make this part of the world feel 8 years younger, take down the walls, and perhaps integrate it into a larger cityscape in a way that makes sense, and this is a constraint, but it's also an opportunity to do something with. What Warner decided to do was, from what I can observe, make Arkham City into an island of its own instead of a section of a larger city, which in the original game was kind of unclear. There were walls, but also a city around you that offered this huge landscape to tower over the top of Arkham City, which gave it a lot of atmosphere. Instead, here, it's a sealed off island, and we're not really getting that same kind of landscape for Gotham. It's just one of two islands, which obviously, again, in Arkham Knight, the geography of the city completely changes again. So that's their first decision, and then they selected parts of the Arkham City island to change or rebuild. Obviously, a lot of the wear and tear or the signage of the Arkham City prison had to be stripped away, and then that chunk in the middle that was around Wonder Tower that was originally inaccessible needed to be filled in. This part of the city needed to feel younger, but roughly comparing the sizes of certain buildings in Arkham City to this Arkham Origins depiction of it, it appears as though certain places like the church, possibly because it was destroyed a bit in City, were actually rebuilt. Thing is, it wasn't rebuilt back to full size. It's actually noticeably smaller here, as are a few other buildings around this part of the map, with more and more discrepancies between the two cities coming up in spots that don't really make sense the longer you look. Now, using the map of another game and reintegrating it here in a new way is kind of a job that wouldn't be totally dissimilar from a rebuild or a remaster, something that I've read can be fucking painful to develop, but we've also seen quite commonly recently with like the 19 Last of Us or Skyrim editions, or with things like the Crash Insane trilogy, where new developers work to find every individual detail in the games and bring it new life in the modern day. The attention to detail in these kinds of builds can be so exhaustive and really indicative of the love and passion that these older games still inspire, but Arkham City was only 2 years old at this point, so we really didn't need to do too much. I think it kind of just needed to reach the same level of detail and passion and care that was obviously presented in the original game. Warner Montreal needing to rebuild sections of the city here makes complete sense so that it fits within this game, but if they didn't rebuild the church to the correct size, the same size, I think that is fairly indicative of the level of care it feels as though was placed into the updates this section of the city received. And once you start paying attention to the gaps or the differences in layout, construction, size on various buildings, it barely even looks, much less feels like the same space. I don't know, man, it just doesn't feel like it cared enough to get this right, to rebuild or do the whole look correctly. There's time constraints, and then there's a blatant lack of passion. I think it's easy enough to potentially sympathize with why. The idea of repeating a whole open world in a new game to save time and build on yet more work done by someone else, whether you need it or not, feels eerily similar to like a corner-cutting choice a movie tie-in superhero game would have made prior to the release of Arkham Asylum or something. I would totally get a new development team looking at an open world they don't need and a big chunk of it they didn't design, scratching their heads about how the fuck to use it in their new title and also change how it looks, and just being fucking annoyed at that entire situation. I understand why that might have been the case. However, if you don't like the task you've been given, let go of your ego, find an angle that works for you, and bring it to life like it's the last thing you'll ever create. Make it unforgettable. The task is to make this section of the city feel 8 years younger, to rebuild sections of it, to signal the oncoming change, but also show the heart of Gotham in locations that players might already be familiar with. This is a constraint to have this island here, but that means it's also an opportunity. The opportunity was to embrace the constraint and work it into the core of the narrative. Lucky for Warner Montreal, they knew the story that was going to be told here, including a Bruce Wayne who publicly opposed the Arkham City project. They had the opportunity, therefore, to show the player why he loved this part of Gotham and wants to protect it in a place that we know falls to ruin later. They had the opportunity to show us maybe how things in Gotham maybe got worse for Batman before they got better, and use this part of the map to tell us stories about a brightness in Gotham that we can later see completely stamped out in Arkham City. Instead, the vast majority of the story of Arkham Origins takes place on the other island. The opportunity wasn't just missed, the obligation to have this map here was obvious, and the chance to use it in the narrative itself was ignored as completely as it could be. I feel no power, no urgency, no essentiality to this section of the world in the way the game moves with this decision. I feel as if it's openly resentful of the need to have it here at all, and has made no effort almost to hide the responsibility, much less make the most of the opportunity, annoying though it might be, to reshape this work to make it feel like its own, like it would have needed to do to be a great game. Like, it doesn't add any new locations or constructions to this part of the map to enhance its own story. Like, there's this big damn thing that's basically just in the way. I'm trying so hard. I swear I'm really trying, but I'm about to say something properly mean. Maybe use some of the time you saved on not needing to design any of the gameplay in your game to build the buildings on the part of the city you also didn't need to design back to the right size. You gotta give me that, at least. I'm trying my very, very best to be as nice about this as possible. I promise you, I re-recorded this section so I would sound less annoyed. But the more time that I spend looking at this game, the less of an idea I have on what people actually spent their time doing. Origins does still suffer from the same major open world problem that City did, that being its trouble actually using the outdoor space for its story. City was able to use the world for Protocol 10, but most of the time it still feels like the side missions or questing out in the world, like I mentioned in my other video, would actually just be movement through it. Like, you race against the clock to find a different phone, or you follow the blood trail. It's not a particularly good use of the space, and most of the story still happens inside indoor locations. And this is even more true of Origins, except now it's using the Arkham City map, which it didn't even specifically design for its own story. So the idea of the world just being in the way between indoor locations is even more significant here, because these indoor locations also feel like they're in the way of what the game wants to be doing. So the Arkham City island doesn't feel like anybody cared about it, but the second island is a new design, featuring 3 new sections, 3 new boroughs meant to give like a different level of affluence. Like, this is the Diamond District, it's a little bit more expensive. This is the Industrial District, stuff like that. But this is the part of the city without hills. You might have some ramps and stairs, but Like, topographically, the geography of this part of the city is both confusingly essential and also wildly unreal. What I said about coastlines, especially on this new island, feels like it applies to every street, every corner here. This just isn't how cities look, right? Gotham is based on New York and New Jersey cities. This isn't how they look. I don't care about it being realistic, but I just don't believe this is a real 21st century city at all. Have you been to a city? They don't look a thing like this, do they? I don't study architecture, and I'm not about to fine-tooth comb this mess just so I can explain to you when I can just say this isn't how cities look. Like, fundamentally, there's no sense of these buildings sitting on land. They're all just kind of laid out on a grid, often with platforms or massive exposed pipes just caterpillaring strangely from random buildings to other random buildings. Platforms or roads are positioned on top of one another, all to give this illusion that the city is far more dense and layered than it is when you're gliding over it. But it really doesn't work that well. Like, things are stacked on top of one another to give this illusion of genuine verticality, or that it appears realistically awkward or complex from a distance, but as soon as you get close to it, this is a city without hills. There might be ramps on the ground, but it looks like it was placed on top of a plinth, not built into an island that had to flow with the natural properties of the land. It doesn't even flow within itself. The streets are often in these weird loops, with gates closing off, different avenues appearing out of nowhere. Roads don't really have sidewalks, buildings don't have doors or entrances a lot of the time. There are these three boroughs that all feel identically twisted and nonsensical. Arkham City could get away with this for a number of reasons in the original game. Like, it was a partially flooded city that in-universe was a badly planned out, cramped area, and that also became, because of the creative aesthetic, part of the appeal that it was so cramped. It was the slums, overcrowded, forgotten by city planners. Yeah, people live elsewhere. They're kind of, yeah, you can do that. You walk down a street though, and it still basically feels and looks like a believable street, for the most part. Arkham Origins' new island feels almost as though 6 or 7 different people built different cubes of the island and then clicked them together without having talked to each other about how they were gonna link up. A city can be laid out on a grid. This isn't how roads work. But there's a bonus side mission in Arkham Origins about Cyrus Pinckney, the apparently major architect behind the original Gotham, who was related to like one of Bruce's ancestors or something, that seems to have chosen to build Gotham on a marble plinth on which to situate a series of square buildings and grids. And I've just got no concept of why the writers, aside from self-sabotage, would want to actively draw my attention to the buildings and the forms of the city for really any reason. Like, it's asking me to look more closely at this stuff that is clearly trying to cover up its own inadequacies. The diary entries here are a feeble echo of the Diary of Amadeus Arkham, which was, in Arkham Asylum, an absolutely haunting and pervasive historical mystery that punctuated every intimate crevice of the old creaky island campus, this campus that was carefully placed into an island with its own many strange twists and turns and natural feeling asymmetries, buildings that felt like they were built in different centuries, tunnels, complex but believable elevator shafts and rocky outcrops. This is as surface level an imitation of that mission as I think you could hope to create, one which I used the Amadeus Arkham stuff to open the door to the discussion on the depth of storytelling there was in the world of Arkham Asylum. What does Origins have to say about city architecture? This is exhausting. Something that really helps a lot of the boroughs in Arkham City feel quite separate is color filters. I discussed these in Arkham City as giving a different feeling of temperature and atmosphere to each section of the world, which also subconsciously helps you remember the map more clearly since each borough is atmospherically distinct. I'll be talking about Cold Cold Heart in a separate section, but to its credit, it does really add a lot of this stuff to its world, which just instantly makes such a huge, noticeable difference. Even instilled the same map with the same fundamental problems. Giving buildings a sense of heat with this color just adds depth, dimension, and a way stronger sense of atmosphere. It just feels bigger instantly. So, on top of how I don't think the world is really used in the story very well, navigating it is a chore, which boils down to grapple boosting every second and a half, I obviously think the outdoor spaces of Arkham Origins largely feel feeble, uncreative, unengaging, that don't make sense to look at, that doesn't present strong atmospheric ideas, and the most iconic part of it, I think, is this corner of the light and power section right here, only because it gets in my way the most. I really dislike the open world of Arkham Origins, but what about the indoor spaces and dungeons? What annoying problems do I have with those? The opening stage at Blackgate sets the tone for the game's wanton destruction across most of its stages as well. It blames Killer Croc for like tearing the prison apart. It's a fucking wreck. But it seems to be within an insurrection of just a crew of like Black Mask, Killer Croc, a few dozen men in some helicopters at best, to which Batman responds pretty quickly. Wait a minute, how are they flying the helicopters during the storm? Jesus. That crew still had enough time to destroy concrete walls, steel walkways, entire staircases in a matter of maybe an hour at most. It's melodramatic at best, but I just don't find it compelling environment design, or in keeping with the style of the series thus far, to just destroy the world this completely. And it's the game's favorite thing to do, to absolutely, completely overblow how destroyed each environment is as a way of taking a sledgehammer to the idea of environmental storytelling and never really explaining why or how this happened, or having anybody react to it emotionally at all. Like, go with me on this. Blackgate Prison, fully operational, maximum security facility, facing a crew of well-armed people who've infiltrated, they've stolen the warden, they've got the police commissioner as hostages. That's like something we know. It doesn't follow that the automatic systems of the prison would fail. Arkham Asylum was based in that because Harley had infiltrated the asylum earlier, gaining control of the security, and the asylum itself was also a very old set of buildings. But if you remember, Batman had to fight the buildings as much as the villains. These two things combined to give way to a compelling setting, which quite naturally blocks your path, teaches you about the world, about Batman's way of dealing with obstacles when it places something in front of you. I feel I know next to nothing about Blackgate Penitentiary itself, much less the rest of the world, because the environment itself is given no power. I feel like it should go without saying that to give the world character, it needs to be believable in some way, and in Arkham Asylum, Killer Croc couldn't break through a steel door in a sewer. And that felt right, because he's huge, but that's a steel door. Like, the environments do not have enough power over the characters within the game, and thus the world is completely impossible to invest in. It barely feels like it's there. Batman doesn't need to contend with the security systems when he's walking through Blackgate. Nobody does. Maximum security what? It's not just in the destruction, it leaks into shortcuts on common sense in the actual navigation design of the world. Like, to show the moment where Joker is revealed in a bank vault, that's pretty cool. It's not a flawed idea, but think about how to get Batman into the vault in at least an interesting way that makes sense. Not only is he not going to put himself in a room with armed hostiles and not have a plan, but the Gotham Merchants Bank is a fucking bank. A mob bank. There isn't going to be a weak ceiling right above the vault. That's just not gonna be there. You walk through the holding cells in the GCPD where you overhear some officers talking about starting a riot. You beat them up, you go through the evidence room, up an elevator shaft connected to destroyed open sewers for some reason. You come back and within minutes, all the prisoners are out. The place is on fire. Cops are tied up, like crucified by their wrists. Steel signage has been broken in half. Like, I was gone 30 seconds. What the fuck kind of bomb went off? This isn't believable. I think even if we're playing with fantasy or science fiction elements, I need to believe the setting, the world around me, the power that people have within it, the role that people have within those spaces. That's so important to the series' atmosphere, and unfortunately Origins doesn't seem to play within those boundaries. You know, if you want to kill a guard, stick his head in a TV, tie him to a wall, you can absolutely do that, but maybe make it a significant thing in the room that you draw my attention to, because that would imply that people then had to spend time building an effigy of this dead man. It's a very fucked up thing, and it probably shouldn't just be something I tune out and walk past without paying attention to, because there is a story around that guy. Where did the television come from? That man had a family. Is this a hotel hallway? Well, great. Maybe instead of a bunch of dead bodies of civilians who are all apparently locked up at home decorating every couch, we make it really quiet and off-putting. We change the SFX of the footfalls, like these are thick carpets, and maybe don't have exposed emergency generators sticking out of the wall, because that's fucking absurd. Maybe the first room that we walk into of Bane's HQ, much less the rest of it, makes, I don't know, any sense whatsoever. I legitimately want you to answer me. In the world of this game, put yourself in the world, you see a room like this. If you enter through here, you walk down these stairs, you see a room like this without any doors leading out. What is the room? What is it for? Is it a laundromat with no dryers? Is it a basement? Why is there an entrance under an archway in an overpass on the edge of the city, immediately a set of stairs into a room with nothing? How does it connect to these sewers in a logical way? There's like a den 50 feet underground of a bunch of computers that still have access to the internet somehow. What is this room? Illuminate this for me. Put your answer in the comments. I am dead serious.
How good is this room? Is it really adding to the game? How good is the art in this room? How good is the design in this room? How good is the storytelling in this room?
And if you want to go even further, you could let me know how you think any of Bane's henchmen have access to their own HQ at all from that room. Where are all of their little boats? Where do they park them? Where do you think they get their little toys that help them see an ounce of natural light in their lifetime by firing little wires at the ceiling for them to climb up so they can get the fuck out? Let me know. Let's start a fucking book club. How do they get in and leave the building based on what the game shows us? Because, you know, Batman isn't the only guy who needs access to this location. That's, basic shit. Now, I'm not gonna be a stickler for this on every game. Obviously, you don't need everything to be completely realistic, like where are they sleeping, where are they eating, where are they keeping all their food and shit like that. But the reason why this kind of puzzle entrance works in like the steel mill, you know, or in other places like in Arkham Asylum and City is because it's Batman entering through the back. Like he's taking a second entrance that is unexpected to his enemy, that is not really designed for people to walk through, and that's why it works. As far as I understand it, Bane's HQ here, this is the main entrance. This is how his people come in and get out. This area was guarded. I'm afraid this is extremely basic. It's a matter of believability. I'm not going to start asking these sorts of annoying logistics questions. If I believe in the world and I'm engaged in the atmospherics and I can let it go even if I do notice these sorts of shortcomings in a world that stands up to at least some kind of scrutiny and is interesting to look at. But here in Arkham Origins, I'm trying to scrutinize the environmental detail of a game that in Bane's HQ here didn't take enough care or attention to detail to ensure that this door on both sides of the loading screen is using the same door texture. It's a different door from both sides. That's what we're talking about. And the real thing is, like, the choices to use these dungeons in the same way as Arkham City, destroy them and then cover them in fire and toilet paper to tell you about the villains here, doesn't even really feel necessary, because the approach to characterization of the villains themselves is already so much more pronounced, emphasized, and in some ways improved over the prior two games. Firefly is a screaming, giddy madman, but he doesn't really have anything to present on top of because he's kind of overshadowed by the world, I think, by how destroyed the bridge becomes. You don't really need that extravagant set or over-the-top destruction to convince me that he has personality. He does that plenty fine all by himself, and the rest of the cast do as well. I think it would be far more effective to position these colorful characters within a more believable, dialed down, and consistent world so they can pop more fully on a darker background, instead of these overbearing, nonsensical place designs and wanton destruction working so hard for a purpose that they don't really need to achieve. That's a way to actually work in the appeal of the Batman Rogue Gallery into the larger design. At a basic level, the reason his villains are so iconic is because he is dark and they are colorful. He is the background on which they pop, and you can replicate that appeal within the world design itself. And it might seem like small potatoes, like I'm getting very nitpicky about very small things, but these continual extravagances of destruction and the absolute power that every villain seems to be able to exert over the physical state of any and every room they walk into, as well as the general sense of ridiculousness of each location, it really stacks up because it affects everywhere you go except the main world, which nothing is happening in. It's a big deal to me. Gotham has no power or atmosphere to itself, and it seems to be entirely unable to fend for itself. Like, I get that it's supposed to be a shithole city that's overrun with crime, but there's got to be a beating heart in it some way. It can't be carving through butter with a hot knife. Like, the city has to resist something. The dungeons, I think, should really have prioritized finding ways to do less work, keep things really insular, tell stories through their entire length instead of decorating individual rooms. It introduces escalation and mystery that leads me through the environment and motivates movement through it. For these dungeons, none of that is a strength. The GCPD, I love the idea. The entrance is stealth, and the way it's written, the way it's talked about, the way Batman and Alfred discuss this mission gives me the impression that the entire building might be a stealth mission, and instead of taking people down, you're just hiding and infiltrating to get to the National Criminal Database underneath the GCPD, kind of not dissimilar to maybe one of the stealth shake-up remix stages that we saw in Asylum, where you just have to get by without anybody spotting you. Getting a sense of Batman's stealth at the point this arrives in the story would have been really necessary because, as I discussed again, combat does overshadow stealth at a lot of opportunities in this game. However, after clarifying with Alfred that you need to get to the server room without being detected, you might expect that you'd get something kind of like the moment in Batman Year One, where Batman is trapped in a burned building by a bunch of SWAT officers and is completely outgunned, is extremely unsafe and needs to think very quickly to get out. However, once you get there, you immediately start beating up guys in hallways, start bashing everybody up like some kind of juggernaut, breaking through interrogation room mirrors while people are talking, running through the gun range, basically where everybody can see you. And it not only lessens the impact of the environment, again, lets down what the writing kind of set up, adds fuel to the fire of how fully the game fumbles stealth, but also, because this dungeon is handled so poorly, it cheapens every single thread of story that the police system of Gotham touches, which is a pretty significant point. Like, within their own arena, within their own headquarters, Batman can basically waltz in, smash all of their heads on their desks and leave completely unscathed and pay no consequences for being so reckless at any point. But when you're out in the world, whenever you stop a crime in progress, whenever you finish a side mission, Batman talks to Alfred and gets Alfred to leave an anonymous tip with the police force to come and like deal with the mess that he's made. But how does his reporting to these corrupt, incompetent goons help make Gotham better? I get that we're supposed to not really agree with Batman being so general about everyone in the police system is corrupt, because we know Jim Gordon's good, but that story is kind of localized to Barbara Gordon and how she believes in Batman and what he's doing, rather than like the police force getting any flesh on the bones. Like, walking around the GCPD in Arkham Knight is night and day compared to this. You have them assembled in unique ways each time you enter, they're doing work, they're all talking with each other, they're armed and locked down. It's a very different context, but not only does the building feel far more believable because it doesn't have like gargoyles for obvious stealth rooms everywhere, but the police force is given some kind of power inside their home. So before its role as a dungeon and what it might offer as entertainment quality to the narrative or to the gameplay experience here, because it's the closest and best opportunity Origins has to show me an almost civilian level structure, I think the first duty and role that the GCPD's environmental design and the story that you can tell within that building is to give me an impression of an autonomous Gotham. Show me a city that's working, that's alive, that has people in it that lead their own lives, their own careers, that come and go. Show me things happening inside the city aside from Batman. This is the best place you can do that. This is the only opportunity you really have to do that within this game's narrative structure, I think. This is a continual aspect of my own personal taste for photorealistic games, where I prefer when the worlds are less like gamey, and you feel like you're existing within a world that will persist and serves people other than those with just player character abilities. And Origins GCPD, like the opening Blackgate dungeon and every other dungeon, gives no power to anything in the space aside from Batman. And so the feeling of an autonomous Gotham, of conflict and society happening when you leave, is simply not apparent. We'll get to quest structure and writing in a bit, but there are ways to tell stories through the world with your environment that I think Origins fails to understand so badly that studying it might give budding environmental artists a crash course on what not to do. I'm so sorry to put it like that, but would you like the number one example? Constructing the entire Gotham Royal Hotel dungeon around the idea of slowly moving up and through two separate hotel towers to get to the roof of a building. Like, you go through the hotels to get to the roof of the building, when the primary gadget that Batman uses in every single game is a device which allows him to scale buildings without needing to go inside, and the game failing to explain in any way whatsoever why he doesn't use it. I can't deal with this one. I cannot get around it. Like, there's so many different nails in the coffin for Arkham Origins for me, But like, I can kind of enjoy the game before this point, but during and after the Royal Hotel, just because of this, like, all bets are off. We're done. It's done. This is dog shit. I don't even really know how I'm supposed to talk about this. Do I go with angry? Do I go with baffled? I came back to this game to try to understand what I might have missed and try to like the game properly, but I think there's a moment here. It feels like Origins, while wide awake, just wanders into traffic. And I'm gonna get people annoyed in my comments for pointing out that it maybe shouldn't have done that. But instead of using your grapnel gun to get to the top of this hotel, you run a gauntlet of hotel hallways with fights aplenty, destruction dialed up to 100 in ways that don't make any sense. There's entirely useless environmental detail, ridiculous carnival ride constructions recycling old Riddler challenges apparently built by dead mobsters within days inside of a hotel ballroom, with apparently pieces brought in from some kind of decommissioned amusement park. Open windows where the wind is too strong for Batman to jump out into the air, but moments later, he does exactly that when the game wants him to poke his head out and grapple onto one conveniently placed gargoyle to ascend, and it culminates in a stealth moment patrolled by Bane's guards before Batman hides on top of an elevator and is immediately caught. Like, what do you want me to say? What were they fucking thinking? Not just in ignoring the grapple. Yeah, let's make the core of our dungeon previously optional material that is designed to not fit in the main world. Yeah, we'll put them outside. What are you doing? This can't be any more obvious. Did you skip the first day of school? Remember when the hostiles in Asylum took the whole night to paint literally one piece of wood? How sick it was to see that portrait get bigger and more colorful over a matter of hours. Well, we gotta punch that up, okay? Well, picture this. Weeks before the events of the game, Joker has his guys with shipping manifests going up the freight elevator at a hotel with pieces of a roller coaster, which they then unpack from the containers and build indoors on the 30th floor, okay? They've transported it in all from a decommissioned carnival, you see? It's a Killing Joke reference. We get Batman. But I'm just looking at this and going, well, the carnival where the roller coaster came from couldn't have been on the main island of Gotham. There's not enough space. There's not parks. There's no gardens or even sports stadiums or anything. So the carnival would have had to be across the water. But then how did they get the carnival pieces to the hotel? Because which bridge did they use? Which fucking dock did they park the boat at? There aren't none of either of... What are you talking about? Okay, so the dungeon starts well enough. You break into the Royal Hotel's foyer to find the security room, which has the cameras so you can see where in the building Joker is located. That's completely, that makes sense, right? That's fair enough. But once you see he's in the penthouse, you see him kick Electrocutioner out of a window. So there's now an open window at the top, right? All you gotta do is grapple up the building. You don't need a dungeon, you don't need to go inside, you need to press R1 a couple of times. You could even fly your jet plane there. You could do that. That's how you escape at the end of the stage. What is going on? It's infuriating that the game would expect me to go along with that. Like, it's obvious. It's one of the first things you learn in every game. It's a core aspect of navigation. He has a grapnel gun. He uses it to scale buildings. You want Batman in a linear dungeon, you need to put him indoors. You need to put him underground, because if you put him somewhere he can see the sky, the first place he's going is up. Just think of every single one of the most iconic images of this character in general across pop culture. He is usually standing on top of a building, right? So he probably has a pretty reliable way of getting to those. This goes beyond technical constraints. It's a very clear boundary the game needs to be playing in here because of common fucking sense. If you want to know how to handle this kind of dungeon correctly, look no further than Wonder Tower. You need to reach the top, but the whole area around it is surrounded by anti-aircraft guns, so you can't fly into the immediate area surrounding it. This may have been done purely and only so that the last dungeon makes sense, like you can't approach the base of it. Additionally, the places you can grapple onto on the building once you're up there are very strictly but also logically controlled. The whole building is like this cylindrical art deco thing. It's a slim design, very few places to stand. You climb on maintenance cables or your sight lines are blocked. There's a lot of thought put into why it's a challenge to climb this thing. But the Gotham Royal Hotel is just a normal building in the middle of the city, and looking at the construction, that Batman can't grapple up. The side is not explained in the story. You're just not allowed to, and that's just an incorrect, like, it's just wrong. I sit out on here on this gargoyle and I see dozens of places that I should be able to grapple to, and I'm simply not allowed. This is bad enough out in the world already, with like certain airspaces being restricted for little like understandable reason. Like, you can't glide over the dam. There might be like a ceiling or something. Like, when I'm not allowed to grapple to a spot I should be able to grapple to by all like logic, and the game just says that I can't, I'm sorry, it feels like a child. It's not silly, like, yeah, that's weird, you can't grapple up the building. It's wrong, it's bad. I should be able to grapple there. And if you don't want me to be able to grapple there, give me a reason. Motivate me to move through the world in the way that you want me to. Don't underestimate how much I want the dungeon to be cool. I want to have a cool quest. I'm not looking for excuses to not engage with this. I am on the game's side. I want to enjoy Joker's inexplicable roller coaster arts and crafts. If you feed it to me in the right way, I'm going to engage with it. Like the Joker's Funhouse stuff in Arkham City, I never questioned why there's like theme park stuff at the steel mill. I literally never did. If you come up with a reason Batman chooses to go into the hotel instead of using the many other multiple much faster options to ascend the building, I mean, the obvious one would be like, oh, there's hostages and stuff, but you've sealed that off because of the world conceit. The best one would have been, you can never access the air or grapple to buildings like this out in the world anyway because there's a weather storm going on, but if you give me a good reason, I'm pretty quickly going to get on board. I'm arguing that's something the game needed to do in this instance. I am on the game's side. If you tell me I can't grapple up something like in the Arkham Asylum foundations because the structure around me cannot support my weight, I am fully accepting of the nature of the climbing afterward. It's a very easy thing. Explain to me why I can't do something in a way I understand, and then I will buy into the thing you want me to do. It's pretty fucking easy. But if you don't want me to grapple on the building, build the building in a specific way, lead me through it in a specific way, or the bare minimum, don't put me outside in the middle of the dungeon. Like, don't make a dungeon that intersects with the open world at multiple points if you can't do seamless transitions. Like, I think that's pretty obvious, and I don't think this is actually defensible. Like, the series is known for feeling really seamless in the world design, and this is like the actual direct design opposite of everything that the series has kind of been about until this point, and it waives technical constraints in the player's face. It calls attention to the things that the game can't do, and that pulls me out of the world in the moment. Arkham Asylum had it, Arkham City had it, this feeling of seamlessness, right, that adds so much. And until such a time as the games could technologically achieve things like walking into and out of buildings without load screens, in Asylum and City, maintaining that same feeling is all fakery. It's all smoke and mirrors, discrete loading, sleight of hand tricks to hide the edges of the world from your immediate perception. The games never want you to come face to face with a barrier that is not explained by the world. And the most basic of choices to maintain that feeling of actuality in the places you're exploring is, if you're going to put Batman in a villain's domain, if you're going to put him in a dungeon, you need to seal it off and make sure the way that I'm led through it to circumnavigate around the obstacles in my path, you need to make sure that feels empowering. I need to feel smart when I'm playing as Batman, outsmarting the Joker to get out of the room that he thinks he's trapped me in by thinking outside of the box. And when Batman isn't grappling up the side of a building, I need a reason. I need a really, really good reason why he's not doing that. I'm talking about two things in relation to the Royal Hotel dungeon now, and just how silly I find it. A, it's not motivated why you move through the hotel, and also the game rubs it in your face that you can't grapple up the side of the building. So it's a story complaint that the game isn't written to tell me why I'm not grappling, but then it continually reminds me of that through the way the level is designed as well. This is not an isolated issue in the game. The idea of linking outdoor open world areas with linear dungeons in completely nonsensical ways that you can't technologically pull off comes back during a significant chunk of the Pioneer Bridge Firefly dungeon as well, where Batman elects to, climb the rickety trains just because he's such a big fan of Uncharted 2 rather than, I don't know, do literally anything else. Yes, Bruce, the only option you have is to grapple onto the Boba Fett jetpack guy and not, the bridge. Good work, everyone. I care less about this dungeon because I'm already completely checked out of the game by that point, but it's also in small scale moments too, like the crime scene in Lacey Towers. Like the first time you use the AR crime scene stuff in a more designed space, it's inside a room with an open window and an open door to a balcony on the edge of a building. Technical constraints, this was a PS3 game, but the door to the balcony is open. I should be able to enter the crime scene from the balcony and then leave through the balcony, but instead I have to walk through the hotel hallways. I know it's a teensy little complaint, but that's another example of the dozens of times stuff like this happens and it does eventually matter, or at least indicates the level of care and detail it feels as though the game in these little moments is built with. Like, these details do matter. There's a reason Arkham Asylum and City feel like such whole environments, and it's because they abided centrally by these kinds of rules. And I'm not just saying it matters because Arkham City and Arkham Asylum do it. I'm saying it matters because it makes for a better game that keeps you within the world better. You will not find an open window out in those games. Inside the final offer, there's a dirty great hole in the ship, open to the outside world inside the Predator section. Like, I'm not looking for this. I'm not hunting for shit like little tiny details. There's a fucking hole in the ship. In the middle of the Predator section, I'm just thinking, wait, why did I spend 20 minutes doing Predator, fighting blokes to get through a labyrinth, when I could have just flown in through the side of the boat? And what's the point, man? What are you doing? Put a roof on the boat. Put a roof on the boat. This isn't an isolated problem in the game. I've covered stuff like this in my complaints about the additions to combat and the way they've handled stealth, that in big and small ways, the design of Origins just doesn't really seem to understand or uphold core things that make the series feel like itself. Just because they're kind of like unspoken doesn't mean they're less important. There's the surface level identifiers of like the characters and the systems that are like the big tentpole things that are really visible and attractive, and then there's the next layer deeper, like the actual language of these experiences that is just as important and needs to be just as jealously preserved that Origins doesn't seem to have paid that much attention to. I am all for Warner Montreal making creative choices to make the series feel like their own, but the scope of those choices that I think they've made are limited to character designs, additional voice acting, and maybe one or two kind of story choices. Making the environments like this doesn't really fall under the banner of going in a different creative direction to me, because the environmental design is still housing systems that they haven't changed or done anything with. It's simply the levels packaging these in a less convincing or emotionally whole way because they weren't paying attention. It's copying the homework in your own handwriting and still somehow getting it wrong. But even then, even if this was a successful imitation with its dungeon construction, these still wouldn't be dungeons that ever really elect to play with anything but straight linear progression, are still plagued with incessant combat pacing, underwhelming stealth, and still feed into a larger Gotham world that has plenty of its own issues. It still wouldn't be employing the use of a larger open space in a particularly inspired way, since the open world of City was more aesthetically sound, but actually exploring it still wasn't an experience without problems. I guess I'm more criticizing the art direction here that makes the actual emotional involvement and story support with the world here extremely fragile to me, especially since it seems to believe that all the open world adds to its dungeon construction is also to become a new linear addition to them without thinking about how completely that breaks the feeling of it being a larger city. But Origins would still be susceptible to most of the common criticisms leveled at games based in open worlds that don't actually tap into exploration elements particularly well, and that's also echoed in how straight the dungeons are too. At least with most of those sorts of games, however, where some players might feel that the world is a big empty nothingness, there can still often be an atmosphere to engage in with those spaces. There's still a feeling to be felt, and that's something I think can often be quite undervalued. If the experience is the point, the playing of the game is the experience, at least a place like Inquisition's Hissing Wastes feels to me like a beautiful and eternal something, and has given me nights of experience that I really have treasured, even while most of it is totally empty. There's a curiosity, there's an interest to see, well, what's behind that mountain that these sorts of games can often just fail to really realize. And I think Origins is about as complete a case as one could make for giving an open world to a game that doesn't know what to do with it or how to encourage either game progression or exploration curiosity, which it then rewards. And when it comes to storytelling in games using worlds, I think something like the Royal Hotel is just about as colossally stupid as it gets. And I don't think anything else about the game, like no matter how cool it is, can really balance this out at all. After this point, I feel like I'm actively choosing to waste my time. We're not playing a decent game anymore. I really don't think anything else about the game can truly balance out an hour of the main story that takes place in a dungeon that the rest of the game has been building to, like where Batman and Joker first clash as themselves. Like the entire game is about this dungeon, but it doesn't make a lick of sense internally. Like we get past the grapple, the actual interior of these dungeons is not enjoyable either. Why did they recycle Riddler? I really do not understand this choice. And it might only take a minute and a half to get through them. But I know that's what they were thinking in the offices, that they were like, oh, this wouldn't matter. But it is a problem. On the principle alone, I think it's a problem that these are Riddler challenges reskinned, y'all. Because Riddler is, in terms of gameplay, in terms of the amount of time you spend fighting him across the entire series, he is the series villain. He has the most screen time of any of them. He has the most power over the worlds. He is really important to keep exclusive. He is as important as Joker. He is not less important. He is different. He is his own thing. But it's also really important to make sure Riddler and Joker feel like different people, right? And this dungeon, like the Royal Hotel dungeon, is probably the most important in the game, again, because it's where Batman and Joker are meeting for the first time as themselves. All the masks are off. They are meeting. It's where their origin takes place. And instead of Batman encountering the Joker and his traps and his tricks, he's encountering Riddler. What a great way to serve the story. Just a really great choice there. Really good stuff. Yeah, the carnival ride constructions are ridiculous, Micah, but what about the Batmobile race courses in Arkham Knight? Aren't they even more unrealistic? Yes. That is why they are optional. That is why you sit in an elevator in the car for 40 seconds, descending into Riddler's world. That's why there's enough content related to him in that game, or in Arkham City as well, to be able to spend a significant amount of time just doing his stuff, isolated, experiencing almost an entirely different style, because you're probably going to wait until the end of the game to tackle all of his stuff at once. That's why only after you defeat the main story do his puzzles show up inside of other dungeons, in order to maintain the tone of the main world of Gotham and only put him and the way he tests reality inside moments where you actively choose to seek it out, putting Riddler challenges which are designed specifically to offer an alternative tone in the middle of a major dungeon, repainted as if they belong to a different character, is fucking boneheaded. The Royal Hotel is the lowest point of the lowest point of the Arkham series. I don't believe there is a moment in the franchise that is worse than this one. The series, which retrospectively is a 4-game rumination on the relationship between two specific characters, Joker and Batman, handles their first meeting within a dungeon that is so completely fucked that it would threaten to unravel the value of the storytelling in every other game, but for the sheer relative mastery of Rocksteady's work in that sphere when you place it next to this. To create a dungeon which forgets to motivate Batman in an interesting way and has him fumble through it like a fucking idiot. It's a boring, overlong, repetitive and nonsensical hotel which offers zero atmosphere or tension to what's happening, forgets what's interesting about Joker as a character, and swaps out his character traits for those of the series' other major villain as if they're interchangeable, and has him monologue to make up the difference. Then overshadows Joker with Bane at the very end anyway. Undermines the concept of Gotham City and its ability for a player to believe and invest in it by bringing the game's technical constraints for it into the very center of stage, then tries to cover its ass at the end with Joker yapping about how Batman didn't kill him to try to bury everything. The genesis point of the series' major story, which presents an absolutely hollow version of both of these characters to begin with utterly inept environment design and gratingly pompous, useless dialogue that isn't fun to play is, yeah, as far as actual storytelling and video game merit goes, the worst point in the Arkham series, and I won't be taking questions on that. By the merit of simply having inherited the systems that it has, I don't think Origins is absolutely abhorrent to play or anything. It's not totally incompetent, but it's very annoying. It's not stimulating, it's just numbing. It's really straightforward, can often feel like imitation, and if I take more than half a second to scrutinize most of the environment, I feel completely underwhelmed. Why does this matter to the picture of the game so much? What am I actually arguing here by being so exhaustive and intolerant and writing a section just about the world and dungeon design that is almost longer than my entire original retrospective on the full series? I think the stuff that is missing from the world and dungeon design of Origins matters the most of any complaint that I might have with it, because the open world touches every part of the game. In order for its story's best moments to be its best moments, it needs to be operating from a framework that makes sense. And even when I do look to what this game does well, still very little of it escapes this reality. The reality that the game's world is its framework, and on very, very few levels and at very, very few points does it support anything that's happening. The world of Gotham here is creatively barren. The dungeons don't make sense logically and are unbelievably composed, so the fiction that the story has to lean on is an open pit. Asylum had this luxury, City had this luxury of being able to talk about Gotham as if it was off somewhere else, but in Origins, none of that is an abstract concept. Take this moment for instance. Joker explodes this building at the top of the Royal Hotel while Batman watches helpless, still recovering from an unexpected beating from Bane. Batman leaps up, screaming at Joker, "How many lives did you just take?" right after it happens. As Joker gleefully waxes poetic about how it was a construction site blocking my view, just a taste of what's to come, we get this beautiful shot of Batman getting angrier and angrier as he tries to understand what kind of monster he's dealing with before throwing Joker across the fucking room. By itself, that is a fantastic moment. However, that building is in the open world. That's something we can observe both before and after it's destroyed, and the game has the option of using the world to make me care about that building that was just laid to waste, this new piece of Gotham that Joker just cut down. Truth be told, I know what the wreckage of this building looks like because I've sorted out to look at it, but I cannot for the life of me recall right now what it looks like before. My attention is never drawn to it before this happens. As it is, visiting the wreck afterward is not emotional, and the building before this moment isn't something I noticed or my attention was ever drawn to. For comparison, when Wonder Tower explodes at the end of Protocol 10 in City, you can no longer visit it in afterward in the endgame, and since I had a stealth mission there, it feels like a piece of the world is gone. All throughout Arkham Asylum, we see things growing and changing all over its architecture in accordance with the plot. It might not inhibit or lock off exploration all that much, but at least the Botanical Gardens, for instance, is entirely different after Poison Ivy is let out. This is emotional because a space you were in before is now different. The world is given power in that way that you then need to respond to as a player. Joker blows up a building that I never saw, never cared about, never noticed, and what could be a great story moment of Batman seeing how dangerous the Joker is if he'd actually done something to the world that I had cared about or could see and feel an impact of on my play later would genuinely land. It, however, takes up a lot more space in the cutscene. The way it's shown out in the world totally pales in comparison to the power with which it's conveyed here in the scene. And remember, this is just one example, just one microcosm. I am positing that the world and places in this game are so insubstantial and underthought that the entirety of the game's story is this same amount of flimsy. There are no story moments that aren't also victim to this same criticism. What moments could be served by the world aren't, because as the tunnel through which the narrative is most effectively delivered, the world is the most important storytelling tool that the game has. Yet compared to the time spent apparently making flashy cutscenes has been thrown together with what seems like not a thought in the world for its value to the story. And comparing the world to the spectacle and cutscenes and stuff, clearly Origins spectacle is the one thing it wants to actually try doing. It's banking on the style that it presents in its boss encounters and its cutscenes to actually tide you over for the rest of the experience, even if the gameplay is mostly clones of stuff you've done before. Basically, it wants the style to overshadow the shit you're actually doing. It really tries to make itself flashy flashy and exaggerated, and it's a kind of spectacle that I think really draws attention to itself, yet I don't feel involved in as a player. I think it cares more about looking cool than anything else. This moment of Batman being beaten by Bane and needing a minute to recover, I don't think it feels like Batman's in pain. It feels like he's writhing around because Joker needs time to be dramatic and take up space and shoot some scenery. You know, people will point guns at Batman so Joker has time to talk. Batman is writhing in pain on the ground so Joker has time to talk. It's the same cheap shit to me. See, in my opinion, if the spectacle in these moments, if the animation and quality of presentation of style and look in these moments is good, but is of such a noticeably different flavor than the majority of the game, i.e. the world, then it's as good as fucking pointless. If you can only apply this kind of style to the game in moments, those moments might be great, but the rest of the experience suffers every second by not living up. They feel completely disconnected. Maybe you feel differently, but I personally do not place more value on what equates to maybe an hour of visual flair than I do the entirety of the play experience and narrative delivery of the game. I see so much effort and cool stuff in these cutscenes, and I think it's fucking shallow. I think it's for its own sake. I don't enjoy this shit enough to say it's a good game, and I think a lot of people do. Pick a style you can conceivably deliver consistently across the entire game. And I'm not just saying that because tech advancements have allowed us to have non-pre-rendered cutscenes and stuff anymore. This has never been my style. Check my priors. I've always valued cutscene presentation being consistent with the way the game delivers a story. I've always had issues with games that do their best moments in cutscenes. It's not what I'm here for. Part of the reason I love Rocksteady's work is because their cutscene direction always does feel consistent with how the game feels. I want to feel involved in the game. I want to feel like the game is directing its emotion toward me to feel. I want to look at Batman in these scenes and feel like that's still me. That's still my character, not some external force who's suddenly way different, not an experiment from some mocap animators who wanted to do cool fight scenes, had carte blanche to do so, and everyone forgot to make the game good while they were supposing animations would carry the entire experience. They didn't care enough to use the environments to tell, which every single day of the week matters more. Gotham City and Batman are inextricably linked. The world is his story. When Batman says he's doing stuff to protect his city, when he's explaining his impact and involvement on Gotham to Alfred, when he's talking about the mugger and the thief stopping to think twice, when he's saying the only thing between the innocent and the criminals in Gotham is him, those are not abstract concepts. He's not talking about stuff that's off screen. This is the Gotham he's protecting. This is the city that he means. I do not care that this is a self-professed, more stylized version of Batman than the other games, because the style is completely inconsistent and totally localized to character designs and animation. It does not touch the world. It's not a defense, and it's not well executed anyway. Each individual dungeon, Blackgate, the Final Offer, the GCPD, the Steel Mill, the Royal Hotel, Bane's HQ, the Pioneer Bridge, Blackgate again, has some kind of nonsense element to me that completely breaks the illusion that this is a situation that I can actually engage in emotionally. Sometimes people just seem to think that environmental storytelling means you need to build a room so that if a player looks at it long enough, they'll figure out how the dead people died in the room. But it's not just using one space to tell a little story, it's the story of the entire environment. Like, why does someone build a hotel in this particular place? How does that integrate into the world or the coastline around it? How does the irrigation system work there? How would someone check into their room? Where are they parking their car? Where's the loading bay for the hotel kitchen and mail rooms? Where are the tourist trap souvenir kiosks right out the front? The particularly fancy restaurant right across from the hotel, placed there to capitalize on travelers? Which parts of the city were built more recently? This is a photorealistic game, and particularly for this series and with this character, where the city is a character itself, the city planning, the buildings need to at least make some attempt to make sense in a way that isn't always going to draw someone's attention. Sometimes it's just believable infrastructure of a particular municipality and its associated shortcomings and quirks. Sometimes it's about planning out the public transport so you could theoretically follow somebody's work commute. It's not about building a realistic city that could function as a simulation. You don't have to be restricted on your style. It's about giving enough legitimacy to the world so that the suspension of disbelief has something to hang off, actually has some springs to take the impact that the story is going to lay on it. You can't drive your car with your bare axle scraping on the ground. It's not entertaining to talk about, it's not incredibly thrilling narrative structure or the really cool parts of game design, but it is absolutely essential. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem if this were a smaller scale game with a character who doesn't get a bird's eye view on everything, but if I'm playing as Batman, the world's logistical planning I think really matters whether I'm paying attention to it or not, because I feel that difference. I feel when the world isn't telling me a story. I feel when the writing doesn't work to motivate me through those buildings, because I think this is ultimately the reason I never really connected to this game when it first came out, when I was 15 or 16, why I didn't like it when I did my last retrospective, and why I can't connect to it now either. This is it. To use fewer $10 words, to just say it plain, the only way to get from one island of Gotham to another in Arkham Origins, to get from the Arkham City spot to like the Diamond District, the only way to get there is the Pioneer Bridge. But thinking about how unrealistically congested that road would get in a 21st century city, I think breaks any and all illusions that the game's world makes any sense. Like designing the world in a way that a city planner would, and not like a game artist would, I think is the difference between a believable open world that has an atmosphere and feels whole and convincing and alive and whatever the hell this is. Thinking about trade routes, the little alleyways where the best coffee is, the culture of each individual section of the city. This is real stuff, and it makes all the difference in the world. Yes, pun intended. But while I'm here, I might as well sign off by talking about that Pioneer Bridge in general, because the Pioneer Bridge is really complicated in how fucking awful it is for the open world, and I think it showcases every major flaw present across every dungeon in the world here as well. It is the localized piece of shit. For starters, the cars and destruction and absolute chaos present on the road even when you just start the game, it's dumb. Put up some roadblocks on either side of the bridge, some signs saying road closure, and call it a day. This isn't Arkham City, it's Gotham. Yeah, it might be a shithole of a city, but we're not in the middle of a war. The road should be clear, and not look like the aftermath of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Finding more cars to conjure out of nowhere for the Firefly flight? No, the city's closed down, get rid of the cars. This is indicative of how much thoughtless and useless, wanton destruction is present across every one of the game's environments that feels entirely unmotivated, meaningless, and stupid. Next, the bridge is boring as hell to fly over. The gliding already feels far more sluggish and slow than City does, given how much more ground you have to cover here, and I'd swear you maintain altitude for a fraction as long. But nearly every time I'm crossing the bridge, I'm not really doing much actual gliding. I'm just grapple boosting in a straight line for 30 seconds, which I don't know about you, but I think it's just riveting entertainment. This is indicative of the boring way you're led through extremely straight, boring dungeons that don't seem to know how to develop different traversal ideas or any ideas at all in order to help specifically navigation or the gameplay loop feel distinct from Arkham City and add in new things where it really needs to. Thirdly, it's victim to this game's inane resistance to putting grapple points on places where I should be able to grapple to. This is indicative of, to me, the game knowing its own technical boundaries, and instead of constructing a world which hides them, it doesn't listen to those constraints, and doesn't seem to put in any thought into how to stop me being able to see the edges of the picture here, which leads to a complete break from the feeling of a seamless whole world which had been as important to the Arkham signature as anything from day one. Fourthly, the bridge is the central location for an entire dungeon ending on that Firefly fight, and the lighting in this section has never really made much sense to me. It's apparently nighttime like everything else, and there's a huge fire presence on the bridge. And you know I'm not a fan of fire, and I don't want to be giving the game pointers to make it more frightening and real, but the main light source on this bridge during this fight shouldn't really be the moon and the pasty grey background. It should probably be the flames creating huge shadows of your fight across the road. Atmospherically, this fight feels like daytime in my memory to me, despite being during the night like everything else. And I think this is indicative of how each individual dungeon and then the world at large fails to commit to its own conceit. How they never make the simple choices to serve the story, whether it's fighting the guy with a flamethrower or a city that's locked down in a storm, with the environment, and instead focus on the wrong things to distract you almost every time. And lastly, the thing about the Pioneer Bridge that really is another nail in the coffin for the entirety of the open world for Arkham Origins for me, and maybe the whole game, is that not only does the bridge lead nowhere on either side, but there are no on or off ramps along the entire length. So there is no way for a civilian to get their car onto the bridge. There's nowhere to drive using it, and there's no point along the Pioneer Bridge where it connects from the bridge to the roads in the city below. The thing that connects the two islands of Gotham to each other, you can't follow it on the roads to drive from like the courthouse on one island to the GCPD on the other. You are not able to do that. The roads don't connect. The train depot in the middle of the bridge in the Firefly mission, yeah, there aren't any train lines leading out of or into the bridge. There's just a depot in there where they left trains that have nowhere to get out or access the city. And I think this is indicative of how, when it comes to world design, Arkham Origins kinda thinks you're an idiot. So I don't know why I bothered talking about world design based on that alone. I've seen parking garage children's sets from Fisher-Price that operated with more believability than a giant bridge that doesn't go anywhere and doesn't have any on or off ramps. And if this doesn't convince you, then I'm afraid nothing will. Things mean things in games. And if you're watching this video and you're interested in criticism and you're still here, stuff like this simply has to matter to what you think of a game. It has to matter to you. If you as a player think this game is good and entertaining, and you think Arkham Origins is as good and entertaining as the others in the series, please just ask yourself why you're fine with a bridge that doesn't go anywhere and doesn't have any on or off ramps. Why you're okay with saying a world design that did not think it worth the time to consider something so fucking simple as how the roads connect. Why that game is worth your time and attention or adoration, because that is the bare minimum. That's the thing that I've noticed about how much effort I think was put in here. And I don't like talking like this. We deserve better than that. You deserve better than that, and we still do. I still see people asking for a remaster of this game. It still has game-breaking bugs that haven't been fixed, and the bridge doesn't go anywhere. Why the fuck do you want this remastered? Of all the games you can play, you really want to see this mediocrity in 4K. Oh, I know, you want to see this game's water systems, which is just pipes coming out of everywhere. Untreated sewage water just straight into the ocean. You want to see that at 60 FPS, ray tracing on a console. Really? Fuck a remaster. Give me a finished game. There's so many great ideas in this world. The conceit of a storm is fucking sick. And video games may be art, but not all of us are artists whose personal visions must be allowed to blossom like a delicate flower, and not all of the games with good ideas like this deserve to be treated kindly because of those ideas. Their value is measured in their ability to execute. I don't even have to touch the story. To me, it's all here in the world. Arkham Origins is not underrated. It's not on the same level as a Rocksteady entry by a country mile based on the world and dungeon designs alone, because only one of these games doesn't think you know how a bridge works. Because only one of these games doesn't commit to its world conceit to its dying breath and use the world as much as it can as the true storytelling tool that it is. And only one of these games doesn't know what a coastline looks like. And if you're wondering why I hit every dungeon somewhere in that tirade in the game, except for the final one at Blackgate, well,
down here at Blackgate Penitentiary, we have a couple of rules. 1, 2, 3. You gotta get up early and stay up late, and rule number 3 is a piece of cake. See, they say Blackgate is max security, but they put the name on it prematurely. We're always busted out starting fights, stringing up guards and living on the lights. And when that time comes every month, there's one thing you must do. I'll help your cellmate off the floor so he could do it too. You get your mattress out. You get your mattress out. A slumber party all through the halls, you get your mattress out. Now some say sleeping with your friends can make things complicated. Myself, I see a wall of bedding and I'm just captivated. So to all those sleeping far and wide, I extend an invitation. Because you know, here at Blackgate for decor, we use our beds for decoration. And the only thing you'll love as much if ever you return is our toilet paper. It's so thick it doesn't burn. You get your mattress out. You get your mattress out. Everybody all gather round, cause I got my mattress out.
Tell me something, dear. Have you ever had a really bad day?
Think between the innocent and the predator. No, not maybe. I am. When the mugger or the thief stops to think twice, that is fear. That is what I am.
I used to think of fate as evil. Predetermined, not by some higher power, no, but by the rules of human nature. Tonight, it's all changed.
Any one of my guys would have killed him.
The city deserves better than that.
Why would you do that? Newsflash! I'm the one who's trying to kill you!
Those hired and elected to keep us free and safe won't lift a finger.
That's why you do it, isn't it? You like the way it feels. It's what you need!
I've long waited for this moment. With your death, I will find peace.
You're a hypocrite. Running around dispensing justice, telling people what they can and can't do. You're ensuring Gotham's freedom, provided it conforms to your twisted view. Whatever pleases the bad. That it? You're not a hero. You're a despot. You don't enforce justice. You suppress it.
I want to get rid of them, Batman, to improve Gotham's intellectual and moral standing. But I'm not a thug like you. My approach is a bit more refined.
What you're doing is no different than stealing. There's nothing refined about it.
That is why they hired assassins, because I am the reason the criminals breathe easier when the sun rises. So no, Alfred, I am not in over my head.
Your response is as predictable as it is banal. Goodbye.
I wrote in my original Arkham retrospective many years ago that whether or not you like Arkham Origins depends almost completely on what kind of game you value. I'll be totally honest, I wrote that because it sounded nice. I didn't even really know what it meant at the time. These days though, I think I do, and maybe I was closer to the answer than I thought. I've dressed this game down backwards, really, and now comes the small fry, the pieces left to pick up. Because it's not really possible to just keep my comments to the story itself, because a game's story and its play experience are intricately intertwined. You convey the story through the play, and I hope I've done a pretty comprehensive job to show you how very little of the play experience here tells the story of Arkham Origins in a way that's actually emotionally engaging. The main thing I hear from folks who like this game is that it has a strong story. But once we accept that the entirety of Origin story is told through visual tools predominantly, and even then only in extremely limited circumstances, the plot is actually a small fry. What is there left to talk about when the gameplay and the world doesn't really reinforce it or convey it? What moments of enjoyable story are here feel very much like, let's get Joker to chew scenery for a minute and that'll be fun. I think it's about as close to lipstick on a pig as you can get. The story being functional by the numbers, simply passing me by inoffensively, hitting the point where it needs to when Alfred nearly dies, whatever, isn't really tantamount to a good story to me. I mean, it's okay, it's fine, it's maybe easier to swallow because it's not entangled with like mental health themes like Asylum, or not including the campier elements of Batman like City does as well, so it might be more stylistically appealing to certain people. But if Arkham Origins is a good story based on being generic and making melodramatic character choices without much substance behind them, with a play experience that doesn't support any of it, then sure. We've got a story that goes from A to B in a straight enough line to be a fun summer week off school. For all its merits at occasionally successfully packaging and presenting the story that they ultimately chose to go with, I do think this is still the story that should have been 4th or 5th down the list. Like, Warner were trying to dodge every great idea that flew right at them because they would have needed to design the game in order to achieve it, before finding the one final dinky little cliche idea right at the end that they decided to go with, marked Batman and Joker, and Batman doesn't kill. I'm saying the story is pretty safe, it's pretty down the middle, but even then it's still quite underwhelming in how it handles even what should be basic steps. Now, these days I think valuing Arkham Origins comes not from a deep appreciation of its boilerplate story or a fascination with the superficial. I think it's just straightforward. I think it's just a game that's really easy to understand. You can kind of turn your brain off and enjoy it on exactly the level that it's asking of you with doing no extra work. And if, as I mentioned up top, the general depth of writing about this game that I've seen from those who do like it is anything to go by, enjoying the surface level and interpreting that is really what it's all completely about. The game isn't, to me at least, doing much to reach out beyond this scope to involve me as a player emotionally in what's going on. It's an insular popcorn thriller, and for some people that might be all they need. If you like Arkham Origins, I'll propose to you that it's maybe because you liked your power fantasy going down easy this time around. And when it comes to discussing the quality of a game, I think it's very common to value that feeling quite highly, especially if you're not aware of what's going on. Maybe you like Arkham Origins because it just gave you what you wanted and nothing else. What makes me think this? Well, I think we can look at what I've already discussed as being the many opportunities that the game walked past, as well as the actual direction the game chose to go with the story, and we can learn a lot from that. The game doesn't really show or allow you to see Batman being actually inexperienced or bad at what he's doing. It doesn't really present many actual inconveniences or things for him to deal with that matter to me as a player. Not a Winter Storm, not really any villains. It's pretty easy to go through. It doesn't show Batman actually trying to become a notorious figure to criminals. He's kind of already at that level. Instead, it purports to focus on the origin of his relationships with several villains like Joker and Bane, his eventual partnership with Jim Gordon, and his relationship with Alfred. However, all of these things are still done in fairly glancing ways that doesn't seem to move the relationships very far or seem to want to show Batman in these arguments and fights ever actually really losing or giving up much ground to these people. I've already discussed what I feel as Batman's character in this game as being something of overcompensation. I think Batman as a stoic figure is way more effective in stories like this because the villains pop more on top of him. Batman talks a lot in this game. He's very animated in this game, and that might be a nice different flavor, but I don't prefer that interpretation. In Origins, the linchpin for his arc and his character growth is all completely on the moment where Bane attacks the Batcave and nearly kills Alfred, showing his complete turn from being about as reasonable and easy to negotiate with as a brick wall to being someone who might have heard of the word of courtesy at one point, which certainly isn't an interesting character to me or a very well written arc that happens gradually over a period of time. I think that's quite obvious. Because Bruce has won like every moral interaction before this point, yet here he suddenly experiences growth. It's a moment of character development that feels completely isolated from his writing that's led up to this point where he's given really no indication of being in this kind of headspace or really having been affected by what's happened much at all. What we can learn from a lot of those choices is that Warner Montreal within Arkham Origins was very, very hesitant to show Batman, even early in his career, as not being good and right and really good at what he does. Even though Batman is a power fantasy character to inhabit, the idea that the game very rarely has us play as someone who has any growing to do, except in very obvious and obtuse ways that we as players cannot control, betrays how plainly the game itself wants to play into that power fantasy extremely directly to the loss of actual storytelling. I'm going to circle back to this idea, but for now, Batman's relationship with Jim Gordon, I think it's written about as simplistically as I've ever seen their dynamic dumbed down to. It's very superficial, very cliched, with extremely little of the adult nuance that it usually entails, basically dumbing down to a
"Oh, you're a loose cannon, but you get results."
And when it comes to the beginnings of their relationship, by the time the game ends, it still really feels like stuff's about to begin rather than actually has. The story has cleverly positioned itself across a period of time where it can show you the stuff kind of before it has to do any real work with them working together. So in my opinion, when Batman and Gordon actually do start as a pair, still hasn't really been shown. It walks right up to the edge of that relationship, that origin, but that still is implied to happen off screen after the game ends. Bane is often spoken about as being a better iteration here than in other Arkham games, and for his part I'd probably agree. I think his characterization is more consistent within the game and a bit less monstrous than Asylum, but that doesn't suddenly make Drug Gang Muscle Man an interesting villain to me. You could make him as good as he's ever been in any media, but Bane isn't an interesting character. He ticks the boxes of child raised in prison, had a little bear to keep him company, which is the only thing I find interesting about him. He became foreboding and smart tactician, but this version of Bane here in Origins still couldn't successfully break the Bat computer or back up files in his own computer system that Batman blew up somewhere else. So, like, how good is he really? Bane might be better here than other games in how he feels like a closer adaptation to the comics, but I'm not a fan of the character either way, so I don't super care. And I think his use as Patient Zero in Asylum is far more interesting than anything Origins does with this weak Nightfall imitation, this T1 memory erasure bullshit, especially since him being positioned as closer to a major adversary confuses the game's main villain, which it already did by switching Joker and Black Mask already. I don't really think that much of Bane in the best of circumstances, so if you think this version of him is cool, I just think maybe you have boring taste. Additionally, I've mentioned a more noticeable Nolan influence on the art direction of Origins than on Rocksteady's work a few times, what with a more slimy, war paint looking Joker, a batsuit that is clearly more tactical and militarized, like assembled of armor pieces like the Dark Knight suit, and with a similar profile and silhouette to the Begins suit as well. I quite like the batsuit here, even though I do think they take the damage element to some pretty ridiculous levels. Like, the cape is so ripped that it wouldn't work anymore. I don't think the Nolan influence is altogether a bad thing. It was really popular at the time, you can kind of see. It's just a different style to have on board, which is fine, even though Arkham was kind of originally embraced by contrasting against those films rather than as a reflection or complement to them. But the inclusion of Bane as a major element of a 2013 game right after the 2012 release of The Dark Knight Rises, it's a very transparent choice. I think this was just a bad idea. There was an overall shift in that character's visibility and ability to draw eyes given his presence in the film and more general audiences' familiarity with him, so he's more emphasized here. I don't think he's included because of great narrative benefit or because he fits really well within this game or because he's a cool character, because he's a boring character, both in the film and in the game and in most places where he's included. He's here because Bane was popular at the time, and I think it's a choice which actually ages Origins really significantly because it's hitched a ride to this film that has aged culturally in comparison quite badly to the lasting impact of the two prior films, and Origins in the context of its release feels like it tried to make a really safe choice with this instead of doing something interesting. The exploration of Joker and Batman's relationship is interesting in how it's been approached, especially since it rewrites a little bit of Joker and Harley Quinn as well, something that Asylum already explored quite well in certain collectibles. Joker poses as Black Mask a bit before abandoning that entirely, and I've definitely adjusted to that bait and switch, but I'm still just not totally clear on what Joker's motivation was for taking this route in the first place. Was he stealing Black Mask's money to set up the hotel? He made a bunch of traps just for Batman, put the bounty on his head, but came to view Batman as his true obsession afterward? To me, this just doesn't make sense. You're just a teensy little distraction compared to what I've got up my sleeve, and what he has up his sleeve is stuff explicitly for Batman and only Batman, right? The bank vault scene where they meet for the first time I think is absolutely ridiculous, totally out of keeping with the mechanics, and built for just the spectacle, at very thin spectacle. At least in City, when Joker was monologuing, it had the decency to put Batman in a chair, tie him to a chair while he was doing it, not just point a few guns at him after implying Batman knowingly walked into that room without a plan. It's a situation he, within gameplay, faces routinely, has many solutions to. This is incredibly basic. Joker having several monologues while Batman would probably just smack him before he can talk is, to me, just stupid. It's echoing more of City's bad blocking choices in an even less elegant way. All these explosive hooked up to detonators along this table, which Batman doesn't seem to go and sort out afterward, after the dungeon is done. There are 9 other buildings that could just explode at any moment. Go and sort that out maybe. The storytelling within these scenes isn't supposed to carry a lot of weight. It's supposed to look flashy, so why would I place a lot of weight on this character, right? Joker's speech origin moment is a particularly strong argument for me here, I think. An expensive looking and feeling pillar of the game that is perhaps the game's strongest story choice, but is, I feel, an ultimately very forgettable detour. It's a tricky task that I just don't think Warner Montreal knew how to navigate effectively. The detour itself contains a playable Joker sequence with combat, because what else do you expect? But then Joker's speech alone after the fact is trying to do 3 things at once, right? Which on top of this player character shift shift is a difficult task, I think, for any writer to make the most of. First, it's trying to show Joker's actual origin, basically making the Killing Joke version of him canon within the Arkham universe, at least that's implied, but then also establish Joker's new fixation on Batman as being a development of that story, whilst writing this speech in such a way that it could be misconstrued by Harleen Quinzel, who was listening, to mistake it for something close to a confession of love. It's trying to do three things within one speech, within 3.5 minutes, that has to sound like it means something that it doesn't. So really the only way for it to do that is to stick to the middle of the road and sound like nothing. It uses the visual tools to convey a fair bit of that origin aspect, but it's very flashy and not carrying a lot of weight that has to do with much of the rest of the game. I think unless I'd read the Killing Joke story, I might be a little confused about what's going on here, rather than pulling from iconography that the rest of the game has established. The Killing Joke is one of the most widely known Batman novels though, so it's a pretty safe bet that the audience is going to know what's going on here. The trouble is with conveying the significance of those choices to the story itself. The usage of the Red Hood identity thing is particularly confusing to me, always has been. It's an Easter egg that's center stage, which is seemingly never really acknowledged or of any real importance, but is potentially confusing to the point of the sequence by being so significant and distracting. You have to pull a very long bow in order to get anywhere with this with interpretation. The origin sequence feels as though it's calling for me to kind of empathize with Joker, to see where his mind is at and where he's coming from for the remainder of the series. And I might have a bit of a chip on my shoulder about this since I've been called out for trying to empathize with Joker in other Arkham games. I feel it's a very quick way to actually dismantle these later stories, and particularly the character of Batman within them. I guess it's just my luck then that the sequence feels more like a we built some cool visual assets and didn't want to waste them, also here's Harley Quinn, than an actually effective piece of storytelling to this empathy end, but I can enjoy at least the boldness of the choice. Of all the stories where Batman and Joker are presented as opposites, which is not rare, I think the idea is visually presented in some striking ways occasionally, even if they are very superficial, paying homage to the classic iconography of them with some strength, but the human depth is really not tapped into. There's something about how seeing how Gordon and Batman work together in Arkham Knight is a little improved with this sheen of their relationship here in Origins. I do think that is the case, but I think Batman and Joker is by the same amount diminished in the later games because of Origins here. What's usually presented as a deeply personal, often sinister in how quiet it can eventually be, feud between the two is blown into a much larger scale here. And Origins misses the mark it actually needs to hit with Joker for his positioning within the series as the ultimate arch nemesis to even make sense. Instead of big speeches yelling at Batman about how intertwined they are, in their first meeting, if Joker is to truly scare Batman, show how unique, dangerous, and unpredictable he is like he does in Arkham Knight, Joker needs to do something that forces Batman into a Pyrrhic victory. Joker needs to hit Batman where he lives and win at some point in the game. And you can then bring up that Batman doesn't kill him as Batman really wanting to and showing restraint, instead of this I save everyone being taken as a given and saving a villain who didn't really hurt you at all. On one hand, it's possible to interpret Batman's writing and performance here being something like overcompensation within the story as well. Like he's covering his own doubts with anger. This is his mechanism for defending himself from actually having some kind of humanity beneath the anger. In which case, the moment with Alfred in the Batcave would feel like those doubts that you've seen all game coming to the surface and his mask finally slipping. I don't think that's actually what's being gone for here. The way the game continually rewards Batman for his staunchness, has Alfred apologize for ever really calling him out. Bruce is very rarely speaking to himself about his own fears or doubts despite doing a fair bit of narration. The game has not given us an actual window into Batman underneath the rage. I don't feel the writing indicates much below the surface to interpret. The anger is the thing. The anger is portrayed as maybe overblown and misdirected, but not really discouraged or punished, and it's often his drive and anger which ends up winning him the day. It's the thing that this game is using to set itself apart, and it's not really interested in exposing it as being a flaw. It's attractive, it's unique, it's the marketing. Like compare the moment in Batman Hush, the comic storyline, where Batman is pummeling Joker within an inch of his life, reciting all of Joker's crimes and how he will let no one defend this man. Catwoman, with whom a genuine romance is beginning during that storyline, attempts to stop Batman from killing Joker and fails. And Jim Gordon has to literally point a gun at Batman's head threaten to turn the police against him to get him to stop. It's an intense moment where Batman's self-control actually lapses, and the people around him have to drag him back into the light where he really belongs. He reflects on how he very nearly became part of the evil which created the Bat, and is genuinely emotionally challenged in that moment. It's a way to expose Batman's anger and righteousness as sometimes getting the better of him, and shows him as a flawed guy. The final mini-boss confrontation of Batman and Joker in Origins shows a similar kind of setup, with Batman pummeling Joker in a similarly brutal way, and Joker is saying a whole bunch of stuff to push his buttons, but Batman doesn't actually appear to be emotionally challenged by it. He's completely okay. Nothing about this interaction actually tests him or uses the interactivity within the scene to have me as a player feel like I'm about to kill Joker. It's just a bunch of flashy angles. Nobody has to step in line, and as soon as Jim Gordon enters the room when it's over, it's like they're having a conversation around the water cooler. Batman might get thrown around a little bit in cutscenes, but that's not really something that affects my play. Bane might hold him down with a foot, but at no point is Bruce ever really diminished from this singular status in the writing and portrayal in a way that I feel risks vulnerability. I am not inspired to feel for him as a flawed man. And the opportunity, the fashion through which you can expose and interrogate Batman's weaknesses is here with Joker, and he's not allowed to actually win or push any genuine buttons that emotionally affect me as a player, as the person who's controlling Batman. Yeah, he kills a bunch of people, he blows up some buildings. I don't care about those things. Unless their relationship is shown to cost Batman something, you're missing the actual light that Joker sheds on him entirely, which is all to do with their chosen paths of agency following tragedy. Tragedy that Joker is often like the puppet master behind that Batman needs to rise above. Baker does a fine job as the character, no question, but Joker is written to supply these flowery monologues because he's the Joker, and that's about it. He doesn't feel sinister. He doesn't really do anything that hits Batman and the relationship between the two, much like the end of Arkham City. It relies on the visuals and their notoriety as a pairing more than actual depth to me. There's no actual theme being explored there. It's just at the superficial level. Like at a basic level, if you're gonna do an arch nemesis, they need to win. They need to be really scary. If Joker doesn't win, if he's not the one guy who actually can get under Batman's skin and force him to make his hardest decisions, then his positioning as the arch nemesis hasn't been understood, and is yet more evidence of Origins' hesitance to show Batman as someone who ever really fails, hence the power fantasy stuff. Like Bane lands more hits than Joker does, but Joker is the arch nemesis. It doesn't make sense. Obviously, the better way to have handled this completely would have been if Rocksteady and Warner had been working together to develop a story that would have sat well within the chronology, perhaps signposted stuff that would happen in Arkham Knight. But if we're dealing with a potentially one-off deal with Warner Montreal, like just getting to make the story they want to make, the way to make the relationship between Joker and Batman hit the spot where it actually would enhance the later games is to show Batman losing against him in some significant way, especially early in his career when he's done nothing but succeed until this point, which would make Joker's later tactics and times where, like in Asylum and City, he really does get a few over on Batman in ways he just can't here, feel way more enhanced. But this is a game wanting to feed you the fantasy of being Batman as smoothly as possible, and so that doesn't really happen. Like the biggest victory that Joker lands against Batman is said to be like Joker understanding Batman rather than actually, doing anything to him. As it is, I feel this version of Joker and Batman and their relationship is a superficial imitation of the later stoic version of Batman that we get with the colorful and also extremely dangerous Hamill version. It's not the actors, it's the intricate failing of walking past so many better stories here to find Joker becoming obsessed with Batman and still not really doing it in the right way that is really just too much. But then, why do I still feel that the story basically is okay? Like goes from point A to point B? Why did these scenes of like a fairly two-note character navigating his way through mishandled villains and underwritten supporting cast have some kind of innocuous charm anyway? Well, 2 words: Martin Jarvis. Martin Jarvis's Alfred carries this game's story like a prize-winning immortal beast of burden, and he makes it sound effortless. He is easily my favorite actor for Alfred Pennyworth, and his ability to deliver each and every line in a convincing, charming, interesting way that feels true to character is often the only interesting thing keeping me playing this game. I might not even realize it at certain points, but if he's not around, then Arkham Origins as a whole is significantly worse. Martin Jarvis's Alfred being so present elevates the entire game so much. You can't calculate how valuable he is to this. He's a terrific performer and the desperately needed soul for the entire game. Batman's arc is to be a bit more polite and grateful for Alfred eventually, but his presence in this game absolutely plays an indispensable part of what makes their connection in Arkham Knight feel deeper as well. He feels really consistent across the entire series. He might be the only character who really comes out unscathed here, so he does marvelously. The one whole cloth improvement you can walk away from Origins with is a better understanding of the power that Martin Jarvis lends to this series, and it makes his equally strong turn in Arkham Knight hit extremely hard as well.
Not on your own, but it's high time you realize that you are a man, not an island. And a man's strength comes not from just brawn and intelligence, but also from his allies.
The additional voice acting in the world as well. The henchman chatter, street talk that folks are having feels a lot more colorful and fun in this game than City and Asylum does. When you beat up a bunch of guys, the last one standing will usually realize, I'm the last one left, and say something appropriate. It's not much, but often the pool of actors in Arkham City can feel really small. In Origins here, the voices feel way less homogenized and a lot more diverse.
Jingle bells! Batman smells.
No.
Bane's gang having different accents and barks counts for a lot in the late game as well, to add even more diversity. There's also I think a diminished sense of objectification of the women in the game here, possibly due to just having fewer women in the cast, but what of it is here feels like it's simply there to remain in the style of the first two games, and is a lot less in your face than either prior title, which I very much appreciate. I quite like how the side missions arise within the game structure as well, the case files one in particular. Things will pop up at various moments within the main story to provide you more things to do, and whenever they arrive, it feels like a natural moment. It's a small element of life in the world with the crime scene investigation stuff to be solving these crimes. They allow integration with the immediate environment, so they feel like spaces with some actual thought and intention. I'm not a huge fan of how many side missions feel like copies of cities or of each other, but out in the world, at least, they're paced alongside the progression of the main story in a way that I think bunny hops into Arkham Knight's handling of a similar concept quite neatly. And while I'm on the detective augmented reality stuff, I think it's primarily designed to be visually rewarding rather than actually like a puzzle. It's a growth presented on the simple way you'd calculate bullet trajectories in Arkham City or fingerprints in Arkham Asylum, and to that end I think it's a good step in a further direction. It's fairly basic as a result of being so visually focused though, and feels like it's designed more so with an eye on how long it takes to complete, rather than actually being interesting as a puzzle and allowing the player to discover clues and come to different conclusions on their own. It doesn't have nearly as much depth as similar systems in games like Remember Me or Detroit Become Human later on, where actual detective snoopery around the room can affect how completely you solve the crime and how much information you have. But I think it might be a nice visual stepping stone into an easy recommend on games like Remember Me, Detroit Become Human, or the more recent Deus Ex titles with more involved observe and solve the interaction systems that are just as visually interesting. I think it's a step. But as I mentioned, story in games is all about how the play experience allows it to unfold. And unfortunately, while I had initially planned to talk about the side missions more exhaustively, the reality is that most of them, just like the dungeons here, boil down to quite basic, go here and punch some dudes affairs very often. It's an indication of the quest structure, of the actual play-by-play of Arkham Origins, how it doesn't feel like a good window into the scope or the style that the plot is aiming for. The stuff you're made to do on the ground level and the way you're led through the world doesn't speak to the narrative's ideas very well. The plot hook is fine and the idea of Origins is ripe, the assassins that is, and the initial introduction does indicate that this might be a breakneck, cool, barreling story chasing villains and full of big loud bosses and stuff. But after that opening at Blackgate, of all the things from that sequence to keep the story chugging along with, there was a drone you saw for 4 seconds at one point before it was destroyed off screen, and now the game goes from its explosive opening of Killer Croc, Black Mask, to hacking an SD card from that drone, which Batman guesses belongs to Penguin because he's got the money to fund that kind of thing. So he hacks the drone's camera, which gives him details details about the assassins coming to find him, because the drone had been piloted on Penguin's behalf to spy on what Black Mask was up to, which was the contract, and he was talking about the bounty. Batman decides after that to find some Penguin street toughs to find out where Penguin is, because Penguin will probably know where Black Mask is and why he put up the bounty, because he knew where to send the drone. When he flies into Gotham, he lands in a radio tower that's been taken offline. It's not normally offline. There's been an explosion which killed a guy who was sent to repair it, and there's another few guys there with guns who are trying to scare off other people who were sent to repair it. When Batman investigates the explosion that killed the guy, he finds a keycard swiper that was rigged to explode when the keycard was swiped in the door control. So he reverses time with the AI headset to calculate the trajectory that the keycard flew in when it wasn't destroyed in the explosion, just like the box that exploded wasn't destroyed when it exploded. And he finds the keycard behind a grate. He lifts open that grate and then not grabs, but scans the card from a distance and can now hack the box that again exploded earlier. Then he gets to the top of the radio tower where it's being interfered with by some green guy he starts calling Enigma, who has also been disrupting other radio towers all over the city. Batman can't fast travel to those radio towers or use his cryptographic sequencer in those areas yet, because he needs to communicate with the Bat computer, but there's radio frequency interference stopping that from happening until he deals with these towers. For some reason, those interfering frequencies don't stop the cryptographic sequencer from hacking the tower itself, which Batman defuses, and he can now fly the Batwing here and also keep looking for those Penguin guys. Remember those? That's what we're here to do. This is the second hour of the game. Batman goes to Jezebel Plaza to find some of Penguin's guys doing an arms deal, and he knows they're at Jezebel Plaza because the drone was routed to go there after it was at Blackgate Prison to start with. The arms deal starts going down, and he starts interrogating the one guy in charge, going a little too far and knocking him out before he wakes up once Batman's taken him to the top of a clock tower down the street for some better lighting. But the goon gets a ping on his phone, and Batman figures out he didn't need to interrogate the guy at all, just hack his SD card. So now he tries to hack that SD card, but now, since he's in a different part of the city, his cryptographic sequencer won't work there either, because there's a radio tower here now. So he goes to disable that radio tower that Enigma is using to disrupt all these radio frequencies, and then hack the SD card to figure out where Penguin, who sent the drone to look at Black Mask, sent that one text message from. But once Batman hacks that SD card to figure out where Penguin sent it from to track his IP address, it says it's not associated with any known wireless frequency. Alfred says that's because Penguin has made his own that runs off a couple of laptops that are sitting at two different points, acting as a two-way radio station that Batman then has to go and hack those, and then he finds out where Penguin is at the final offer, his big boat. And when he goes there... Do you see what I'm fucking getting at yet? This is the second hour of the fucking game. This is the story. Remember when I said that after a while, Arkham City grinds to a halt because of reception problems at the museum after a few hours? Well, Arkham Origins doesn't even wait that long. It doubles down on radio interference, people stopping your hacking, and running around doing tech repairs that you don't care about so quickly and so many times on top of each other that it might as well turn the story into The Princess and the Pea. Except the P is the bit you actually care about underneath 20 different laptops you need to find. At least I respect Origins for being barefaced about its lack of ideas for quest structure, but I sure as shit don't have to enjoy it. This does not stop, I believe, at any point of the story. The quest structure of the main story is buried beneath inconveniences and objectives that aren't interesting or logical or even clear most of the time. So the idea of being interrupted by assassins while you're doing this banal shit eventually becomes normal because it feels like the main story is constantly interrupting itself with busy work and redirections of a character who has no plan beyond I will find this person and make them tell me what I need to know. This is the questline. This is the way the game actually has you interact with the story as it unfolds in this, like, the first 2 hours of the game. I think that's incredibly concerning, especially if you're going to do this kind of runabout SD card shit, at least cover your ass about it. I'm going to get really in here, okay? Batman guesses, right? Originally, that Penguin owns the drone because he's got the money to fund that sort of technology, saying it's probably him spying on other people's activity. The drone actually contains footage of Joker as Black Mask doing the bounty hunting stuff at his steel mill. You can see the same assassin's wall in the mill later on, which gives Batman the identities of the 8 people who are coming after him and some handy dandy intros too. So the entire plot comes from this drone. From that same drone, Batman uses location data on board to see where the drone had been routed to go next, which was Jezebel Plaza, which begins his roundabout way way of finding Black Mask by asking Penguin, since if Penguin knows where Black Mask was to send the drone there, he would know now. Thing is, Batman didn't want to use the same location data to look at where the drone had already been. That seems pretty obvious, right? If you can see where it's going, you should be able to know where it's been. I think even fucking Pippin Dan could have figured that out.
I just made another niche joke again. I love telling jokes no one understands. Leave people confused if they're international or did not watch Oz television. In the mornings on Channel 10 between the years of 05 to 2008. It's bad enough that I'm always singing songs inside the middle of the video game critique. Why am I making reference to Toasted TV in the middle of the video that's already too long?
He doesn't want to use some kind of environmental scanning tech to look in the background to find visual clues to geolocate where Black Mask had been based on video footage or something. You'd think when so much of the game uses Batman needing to find people as the engine through which the player engages with the world, that the character would at least be decent at ruling out other possibilities before yelling at people like, "Where is he?" But even after Joker reveals himself as having been posing as Black Mask, as Roman Sionis, Batman is so dumb that he needs more help from a goon to maybe check for Roman Sionis at maybe the building that has his name on the fucking side of it. Even further, Black Mask and Penguin are like the two biggest active crime lords in Gotham, and big-brained, super smart man Guardian of Gotham doesn't already know their home base locations. He needs to log onto their Discord servers to figure it out. What is he doing every night when Penguin has flags out in broad daylight on the deck of his ship saying, "I'm the Penguin, come gamble in here, this is where I live"? Like, he's supposed to be the world's greatest detective, and especially in an open world game, maybe you just tell the player, find Penguin, and then they'll look around the city and find him. I don't love pointing out plot holes like this. It's mostly for a laugh. They don't carry a whole lot of weight on their own. They simply indicate to me a real lack of creativity in the actual play-by-play of the narrative, particularly in these first few hours, because none of this shit makes any sense, let alone stirs mystery or stakes or moves the plot along. It's not interesting to do this. The thread that I am actually asked to engage in is not interesting. And while it introduces enormous, several of them, degrees of separation between what I've been asked to do and the end result I'm hoping to achieve, that still doesn't make finding Black Mask and asking him about the bounty an actually interesting goal anyway. Like, the poison is subservient to Protocol 10 within the plot, right? The bounty should be subservient to some other larger goal. Maybe it has something to do with the Winter Storm. I don't know. And while Arkham City had some questionable choices with its reliance on Joker's character for weight and impact with its story's ending instead of anything he actually did, it's not as if the entire plot used him as a linchpin for everything it was doing long term like Origins does. As soon as Joker reveals himself in the game, it's like, oh, now we have a story, we have something to drive for. Now we know what the plot is. The character is not in place of a plot. Like, the plot is the plot, the story is the story. So the story in a game accounts for multiple things, right? It's the play experience, it's the world and the environmental storytelling, it's the larger characters, but it's also the moment-to-moment things that you are required to do. The way that the game feeds these interesting things to you. And to me, hacking laptops, computers and shit can only get you so far. Eventually you need to let me do something interesting so that the scale that you're aiming for with the larger narrative can actually connect to my day-to-day activities at some point, and I don't believe Origins ever finds that connective tissue. Like, to speak about Enigma, I think opening with him so early is a real misstep, but I do enjoy his characterization here. In each way that Joker becomes obsessed with Batman by being one-upped, we also see the beginning of Riddler and Batman here, but it's way more natural and a lot less played up. Riddler isn't fully formed yet. He's not hounding after Batman specifically, and we don't really get to see that metamorphosize. I think it's a great way to show this progression over the course of the series. As usual, Wally Wingate performs him perfectly alongside, and this more subdued, less showmany version of the character, he turns in a surprisingly lithe performance, which still really scratches that itch of Riddler without pushing your buttons so overtly. I think Enigma, like the character himself, is great, despite how hard the game tries to make his radio towers and actual challenges as banal and nonsensical as possible. I had just got done completing a playthrough of Spider-Man 2 when I hopped back over to this though, so when it came time to fine-tune fine-tooth comb the city, destroying cameras, picking up extortion files, doing Riddler stuff. It felt totally fine because I was already in a rhythm of that sort of busy work. It's not interesting, but it's also not the end of the world either. I was fairly numb to it by that point. The real problem with it though, at least in a gameplay sense, is that even in Arkham City, Riddler trophies were not a means to their own end. They contributed to the larger story of Riddler and his challenge rooms, which in and of themselves I think are some of the most fun you can have in the entire game. So there might be similarly banal challenges out in the world in Arkham City, but firstly the city is a lot more interesting to explore, and they are just one layer of the Riddler thing that gives you a pretty substantial reward in the form of fun and unique puzzle rooms for collecting all the trophies. Origins has less enjoyable trophy stuff, less enjoyable exploration, the radio towers being a laughable exchange for the puzzle rooms, which basically have nothing to do with the extortion files out in the world. So while I like Enigma as a character here and don't really mind a collectathon, a lot of open world games have them. It gives me something to do while I'm listening to a podcast. There's definitely a huge backward step here from City, which I think is worth noting, that collecting a whole bunch of stuff goes down a lot easier when I know there's a point eventually. The snag with Enigma though, and with Anarchy as well, and you were waiting for this I'm sure, should be pretty obvious. Enigma has collected a whole bunch of material about politicians, the wealthy and officials in Gotham through his mad hacking skills. He's in that fucking mainframe, bro. Stuff that if revealed would cause chaos, right? It's extortion material, it's leverage, but extortion would imply he's using it to extort people to get something for himself. But he's just kind of planning to make it all public the next morning. So he's not Riddler here, he's WikiLeaks. He's Edward Snowden, but with blackmail and exposing fraud and stuff. Sure, he might be doing it for his own ends, but changing the idea from hunt down this guy's trophies so you can free the prisoners he's trapped to find all his blackmail so you can protect the privacy of the upper class who have things to hide is like, oh, somebody was being cheeky. That has to be on purpose, right? That's one part of it at least. The other part is that once you get enough of these data packs together, they, when compiled, give you extra like voice memos and stuff and info on the criminals of Gotham, like Penguin, Joker, Black Mask, to give you like background information. And I mean, it's background info on the rogues that's tied into exploration, and that's a fair enough reward system. But why would you care about that info being released on these criminals? Like blackmail data on criminals? From a criminal? Why is that something I'm motivated to collect? And it's with Anarchy as well. Anarchy is obviously a complicated villain within his side mission. I would really rather not fly headlong into this again. Like, I promise you, I don't want to do another deconstruction of Batman's entire appeal. I don't want every video in the series to be hitting that note because it gets really hard to talk about eventually. But it's not as though the game is leaving me much of a choice here.
We have been dreaming of freedom. We have talked of liberty. We have aspired to a better world. And you jailed us. You clubbed us. You deported us. You murdered us whenever you could. Now that the great war waged to replenish your purses and build a pedestal to your saints is over, nothing better can you do to protect your stolen millions and your usurped fame than to direct all the power of the murderous institutions you created for your exclusive defense against the working multitudes rising to a more human conception of life. The jails, the dungeons you reared to bury all protesting voices, are now replenished with languishing conscientious workers, and never satisfied, you increase their number every day.
Those hired and elected to keep us free and safe won't lift a finger. And why would they? They've been bought and paid for, encouraged to turn a blind eye. If they won't act, I will.
I'd like to propose an alliance. I think the two of us could accomplish great things together.
I don't work with criminals. You need to turn yourself in.
Tell you what, I'll turn myself in as soon as you do the same. But you don't consider yourself a criminal, do you? The suit, the gadgets, the sense of entitlement. You're just another rich kid atoning for his fiscal sins.
You're just a kid.
So, what does it matter? I wanted to make a difference. I thought you'd feel the same.
I do, but not like this. A lot of innocent people almost died tonight because of you.
Innocent? They watched as Gotham went to hell and didn't do a thing!
They're just afraid.
No, they're weak! And so are you. The message is always the same. Don't think, don't question. And what becomes of a society that's given up? It rots. Fills up with liars, cheaters, and thugs. Uptown and downtown. The suit in the penthouse is no better than the guy selling drugs on the corner. They're both doing whatever it takes to get ahead. Never mind the cost.
Anarchy is a villain who has like a radio station spreading anti-capitalist rhetoric. He has several projections up across the city where he speaks to the citizens and Batman directly about these same things. He's organized, along with a crew of like-minded people, to plant 3 bombs where, in his words, Gotham's corruption is at its strongest, like the GCPD and the Gotham Merchants Bank and stuff. He lets Batman know where the bombs are and leaves the choice up to you about whether or not to go and stop them. Now, obviously, Batman stops them, takes him down, apprehends Anarchy, who turns out to be like a teenager. And it hits the same spot as like a ton of Marvel villains and stuff, right? Like, Killmonger has a point, but he kills people, which makes him bad, actually. It's really strange to me, because the surface level of this side mission is the same as something like the Zaz mission in City. Just beat the time limit to get from one spot of the map to the other. Totally bog standard. When you find the bomb sites, you hit some dudes, you break the bombs like the signal jammers and move on. The final spot is at the Gotham Courthouse. Combat scenario, that's pretty much it. And game writing needs to work to make that, to give that context, to make that feel like a character's involved with it, and that's pretty much it. But for a mission this simple in the game, in the world, it's just 4 combat scenes and some gliding. There is a ton of writing and fiction to digest here. Anarchy has so many lines, and I really have to wonder why the writing team approached it the way that they did here. What is it about 4 combat scenarios across the city, some time trials, and dismantling some bombs that requires the character behind it all to have multiple minutes-long diatribes that feel more nuanced, contain more character and depth than almost anything else in the entire fucking game? Where is that motivated from? Like, what justifies this? Origins definitely isn't anywhere near as camp or as silly as Arkham City, for one, at least not on purpose. I think it has its moments, maybe unintentionally, but it feels like a game taking itself a bit more seriously with its continual choices to dial up spectacle. It wants to be cool, but it employs a version of Batman who is so down the line angry at all times that he occupies each storyline here with a strange marriage of youthful angst and petulance with the sanctimonious righteous pride. And that's interesting, but it runs up against difficulty with Enigma and Anarchy, where this stern-headed brute runs directly into a storyline which hands its villain a dictionary and free reign to demonstrate how much of an actual point they have, and then run rings around this version of the character who has no ability or moment to respond to the depth and nuance of case they present against his anti-crime approach. Like, he doesn't say anything. Logically, Batman should hear or see this man has collected valuable data on Gotham officials and their crimes. This is information I could also use and would probably expose criminals within governments and such that I could do something about, especially since he's so violently opposed to the corruption of the GCPD. Why he doesn't discuss that with Enigma or seem to really want to make any permanent systemic changes is deeply in conflict with like the idea of making Gotham better, especially since that's such a big aspect of the Nolan films that this game is clearly bending toward a bit more strongly than Rocksteady was. I've seen plenty of people dissect this Anarchy subplot, this side mission, as having apparently registered with Batman on some level, and it definitely presents some ideas that as a player I can think over, but to me, when you're telling a story in a game, you need to have the character like Batman react to it and actually invest in it in some way, and only in lip service does Batman register what Anarchy is talking about at all here. Most of it is optional, missable dialogue that you don't need to listen to, much less respond to, so any emotional reaction that a player might have to Anarchy's very well articulated points about how Batman's approach is inadequate don't really go anywhere within the game itself. Batman isn't fucking listening. Like, I don't want to do this again, but I have to. In my Asylum video, I spoke about how the game's story and world felt incomplete in many ways, leaving the door open on a very solid interpretation of Batman in that game as being an oppressor rather than a protector. I didn't say it was concrete, but it felt really open-ended for me, and a bit difficult for me to not see it in that light anymore, given how many opportunities the game had to flesh out the character as being against the corruption of the institution and seemed to bend the other way. How Joker's mission to manipulate and expose the Asylum for its corruption, human experimentation, reputation, overall barbaric treatments of its occupants is something that logically Batman should think more deeply about than he does, but instead he works to reinforce these systems that abuse and harm people. I did a lot of exterior analysis to back up these observations, tried to spread some mental health awareness myself, you can check out the video, but here in Origins I don't really need to look that far out. Both Anarchy and Enigma in the game do the work for me. These are at least two instances of villains who are straight up correct about the things that they say to this billionaire about him inflicting his own will and interpretation of justice onto the city without him thinking about any long-term change. It's strange, right? For Origins writing to occasionally be so layered and worthwhile in these missable moments, yet really not go anywhere with that, especially not with Batman as a character and how he feels about what he's doing. To me, it feels like the writing is restless here, wanting to break free of this fantasy. I'm unsure how to take it, because if I engage with Anarchy or Riddler as seriously as the villains articulate themselves, I end up in one place, but if I take how Batman is written to respond to them, I'm somewhere very different. But like I said, almost word for word in my Asylum video, if Batman is allowed to remain a blunt, simplistic response to a nuanced motivation on part of a villain, in fighting them while refusing to engage on that same narrative level, his mission becomes to oppress. His mission becomes to inflict his billionaire will on a free city as he sees fit, full of all the contradictions and messiness and lack of self-awareness that Anarchy and Enigma accuse him of. And for as much feedback and flack as I've gotten from my Asylum video and opinion, my ultimate stance remains: I don't believe in that version of the character. There's absolutely merit to it if Batman is written to have that short-sightedness from like an inward place, like in the Batman movie by Matt Reeves, like realizing that he doesn't have all the information, that he's firing from the hip, not doing a very good job. But this version of the character isn't written to engage with these ideas from any kind of actual introspective place. His internalization of Anarchy's judgment is non-existent. He cuts down Riddler's ideas about exposing the truth of government-linked officials and stuff about as quickly as saying, nuh-uh. Like, having an elementary understanding of right and wrong has never been what's interesting about Batman. And like Asylum and City, we ultimately see his version of justice rewarded for the sake of power fantasy. But let me make it really clear, for as much feedback as I received in my Asylum video saying that my take there didn't really have a basis in the actual writing of the series, you should be thanking me that my analysis there was isolated to Asylum itself. Batman flying around Gotham, brutalizing people who are just breaking a curfew, responding to the nuance and sound arguments of people who routinely point out the fundamental problems with the character with blunt force trauma, yelling, hypocritical thinking, and holier-than-thou tactics only galvanizes my points and makes them stronger.
Blackgate ain't gonna hold us for long. The Joker made sure of that.
And maybe it's time for a stronger prison. Maybe something surrounded by water. Gordon, there's another Blackgate prisoner at my location for pickup. Put him somewhere dark.
Like, as much as I enjoy Anarchy and Enigma, I think for the sake of the game, they need to be worse people. Now, it might seem like I, personally, am arguing in the wrong direction there, like I should be all for a game which brings up the issues with Batman to the surface and talks about them directly, but in this instance, no. Not really. There is a time and a place. Did I go really hard against Asylum from this deconstruction angle? Yes, I did, because it refused to acknowledge the problems with Batman in this way within a circumstance in which it made no sense to. Because of the environment, the characters, the story, the tone, by underwriting Batman and under-investigating his mission, in failing to bring up these same aspects of the fantasy like Anarchy or Enigma do here, I feel the game suffers. Batman being so silent about his support of Arkham Asylum, the establishment, he becomes an oppressor, and the game inadvertently asks players to engage with the suppression of the mentally ill like a sycophant to the rich and violent. Whereas if these things had been brought up, Batman could realize, hey, this place fucking sucks and maybe I should do something about that and I will grow from this experience too. It needed to bring up these things in a way that it doesn't because its much darker world demanded it and because the story was a much more intimate mystery. Origins, however, needs to shut the hell up about this stuff in order to serve its narrative goals more effectively because it's a straight up power fantasy blockbuster adventure game. It isn't served by introducing these more nuanced deconstruction angles to that fantasy. Asylum would have been served by this discussion and unravels itself by its resistance. Origins doesn't need them and unravels itself by including them. I am on Arkham Origins' side. I think it is a stupid idea, and it's not in the game's interests to write Anarchy or Enigma this way, because it makes as good as canon that the Arkham Batman is a capitalist flag bearer with fascistic vigilantism tendencies, is an extremely crook bloke who knows all of that and does nothing about it. At least in Asylum it was open to interpretation. Here in Origins, he's been faced with these observations and is fine with that. Of course, this is accurate metatextual commentary on Bruce Wayne, a billionaire, something which in the real world shouldn't exist, and if you're surprised that that's my point of view, you've not really been paying attention. Of course, Batman in real life would be a crook bloke, but this is not the time nor place to point that out if you're not going to do anything with it. Writing two separate villains who expose that Batman is an awful person and bad guardian for Gotham is counteractive to the game's professed intent, so even if it's correct, it's bad writing to put it in the game. It wouldn't be the first time the writing in the game for the villains feels nonsensical, like this line with Bane either, that I still have no clue what it means or is referring to.
I've long waited for this moment. With your death, I will find peace.
So let me put it like this, just like the game hasn't understood Joker as an arch nemesis and how to achieve that, Anarchy in particular is this game's attempt to introduce some of that nuance and conflict around Batman's mission that is in a lot of his stories, but serves it up in a very superficial way like it does with Joker. It hasn't understood or executed this nuance well. Like I said, these are the pieces that are left for me to talk about, and no, the story of Arkham Origins isn't particularly strong. You have the impenetrable quest structure which feels unmatched to the scope of the plot, confusing villains who aren't really given nuance or depth beyond generic point A to point B progression, a few bright spots of presentation or performance, but ultimately a play experience which doesn't convey the emotional threads of the generic dull story that was eventually settled on when there were so many better alternatives. To summarize what I think all of these inadequacies lead to, and I think the premier reason the game has become beloved by a certain subset of people, what Arkham Origins is trying to do, I think, is be extremely validating of the Batman fantasy. It presents as few emotional challenges to me as a player as the series ever does, either from internal or meta readings, and it plays just about as straight down the middle as I could ask for. If I want to feel like Batman and want that version of Batman to be as badass, righteous, irreproachable, cool as possible, Arkham Origins wants to present as close to the ultimate safe generic escape as that version of the character as would ever likely be in a video game. The story, even the two aspects of Anarchy and Enigma which feel anomalous, doesn't really put forward any ideas that genuinely challenge the character, make him look weak or inadequate, or challenge the reason why I'm there, and there will be nothing but absolute validation from my own desire to play as him, the billionaire who punches people and is always right. The only emotional experiences I walk away with are simply there to confirm things that I already know about the character in ways that aren't risky or interesting, or don't get very deep into the characters anyway, with very few exceptions. It's a younger, angrier character who is very rarely wrong, whose main flaw is that he cares too much and wants to do it all alone, whose visual design is about as perfectly Giga Chad as can be with the helmet off, and as nullified as Arkham ever gets with the suit on, who, even in moments of anguish or peril, emotes in cliched, overtly theatrical ways. There's a million reasons why this version of Batman, why this game, would appeal to the particular demographic that Arkham had cultivated at the time, or the people who've since sorted out. Its dramatic flavor seems to want to present a very palatable conflict to the mostly teenage male audience who were playing it, centralizing around an arc for its main character who is experiencing growth with emotions that are typically associated with puberty, which is obviously geared in this very player fantasy, power fantasy direction. We eventually see Joker become obsessed with Batman as well, but we play as him when that happens, and get to project onto him in that moment also, which is still a power fantasy. I get to play as one cool character who is fixated on my other cool character. The one scene that I observe time after time after time being praised for its writing and performance is when Bruce explains, or rather yells at Alfred, just the straight up actual fantasy of what being Batman is, and wins an argument by doing it. Apparently it's one of the best written exchanges in the game. I'll tell you why. It's because it's just the thing about Batman, right?
Alfred, who do you see when you look at me? The boy whose shoes you used to tie every morning? The teenager you drove to his first date?
It's showing you the teenager's favorite hero living the peak fantasy of winning a fight against his dad. It wants you to project on this character that everything revolves around who has the moral high ground against his dad and looks super cool while winning a fight when he tells him he's not a kid anymore. This couldn't get more transparent in what it's trying to do here. I'm not saying that it doesn't have value, I'm just saying that this is what it feels like. In my opinion, Batman at his best is a stepping stone into a more mature level of storytelling for young adults or people wanting a little more meat on the bone than they usually got when they were kids. You want something a little tougher, a little more challenging, that has some more realistic substance to it, whatever. Sure, the main audience might be teenagers, but I felt so grateful to have a way out of that as a kid, that rung on the ladder that Batman presents to step forward with. Arkham Origins, however, doesn't want me to move on. It's catering exactly to the kid that I was by giving me the ultimate generic safe power fantasy version of him without any actual substance hinting at a higher degree of story in pointing out the issues with him. And in trying to hit the mark too exactly, it ends up aiming too low. Origins works super hard to never show Batman genuinely struggle at any point, and to my eye it's because, at least in the main story, everything is about making Batman look powerful, cool, and right, so me, the teenage boy, can feel powerful, cool, and right, even when I'm getting punched. And there's no underbelly to that. It's not trying to say anything. The value is entirely self-contained. The idea that the game ends on, like, maybe if I'm about hope that's more powerful than fear and working alone, for me it's about as fucking basic as it gets, and it doesn't land. It's just the Batman fantasy. And you know what? I really hope this doesn't come across like I'm attaching judgment to this, because I really appreciate that transparency when I can find it. Like, if I know what I'm signing up for, like a power fantasy generic entertainment game, you know what? I'll fucking take it when I need it. It's like a bag of chips. And now, having said it out loud, I think I've found my answer. This kind of no-catch fantasy escapism isn't exactly what I'm after all the time, but sure, occasionally indulging in just the fantasy of being a rich kid with a bunch of toys that is Batman without any caveats to it can just be nice. I understand that instinct. It's like, play Space Marine. I wouldn't begrudge anyone for viewing the game from that angle, explaining like, hey, I like Arkham Origins better because it's less complicated, and because Batman, I just like it when it's cool and stuff. I don't have any problems with that. A level of self-awareness to understand that fantasy and escapism of this nature can be complex and affect character and say further things, but to accept what that means, understand it, put it aside to indulge in anyway, I dare say is a healthy enough vice for this day and age where stress needs its relief and gaming can offer that. It's a powerful, beautiful thing to find safe spaces to engage with. It's what Zack Snyder offered as well. I would just advise, as I have for years by this point, that someone not pose their own personal desire for that level of escapism as actually having inherent artistic worth. I think it's fair to say you're allowed to indulge in your fantasies, but don't try to tell me that it's a good game based on your desires for that alone. What I would propose is that even as a teenager, when this game was first released, even as the game that is extremely validating of what was at the time my absolute dream, whatever you want to call it, I never found it satisfying to indulge in. I never walked away from this game with that sense of escapism, power, true indulgence, feeling like that itch had actually been scratched, because who knows if I look for that kind of thing from Batman at all. He's a character I always felt I wanted more from than that. I could have that, but I needed something else too. I liked that human conflict, that Batman pointed in a slightly more complex direction. And there's something about there being no real sense of depth in that area in Arkham Origins, and how simply it offers up the fantasy and the superficial elements of this character without any real caveats, that almost feels like it just misses the point entirely. And maybe I'll go even further. If the nature of the discourse around Arkham Origins has become what it is, which to me looks like a whole lot of people saying that it's underrated and needing to hear other people say that they liked it too, I'm not sure they ever found this satisfying either, because they're still kind of asking permission to enjoy it. They're still kind of trying to justify why this is good, actually. Maybe the game should have already made you feel satisfied enough to not have to continue seeking out validation for having enjoyed the validation. Because if you build a game like this, it's never going to be enough. In order for an experience, I think, like this to be enough, you need a bit of both. It's something I don't think any game in the series but Night actually understands that Batman can be powerful and cool and badass and goofy and stupid, but he can't always be on top. He needs to genuinely have that human complexity, those flaws, that doubt, those serious losses in order for him and his stories to be the best that they can be. And he also needs to maybe do something other than fuck about with laptops, I don't know.
Hi, I'm Donna Valentine for Intercity National Bank. Say, have you heard about the new 42-month new car loans at Intercity National Bank? By stretching your monthly payments over 3.5 years, you reduce the monthly amount you pay. That way, it's much easier for you to afford the new car you really want. Now, here's an important point.
6 months after its release, Arkham Origins received a piece of narrative DLC named Cold Cold Heart, a brief story taking place about a week after the events of the main game, set on New Year's Eve. It tells the story of Victor Freeze's initial transformation into Mr. Freeze and his quest to retrieve his wife Nora from the GothCorp corporation who had betrayed him and mutated him in the first place. He attacks Wayne Manor on New Year's Eve during a humanitarian award ceremony, wherein GothCorp CEO Ferris Boyle is being awarded Humanitarian of the Year. Freeze kidnaps Boyle and it's up to Batman to find and rescue him. Along the way, he finds out about Mr. Freeze's dealings with Penguin in order to source weapons, needs to upgrade his own suit to deal with the cold-themed enemies and challenges, and discovers the reason behind Mr. Freeze's attacks and original research, which is, of course, curing his wife of a degenerative disease while she's suspended in cryostasis. Cold is not the first narrative DLC that the Arkham series received. That would have been the Harley Quinn's revenge story for Arkham City, where Robin was sent to rescue Batman inside a new wing of the Steel Mill, a piece of storytelling that was aesthetically fun, especially to play as an alternative character, but I think was mostly fairly unmemorable. Cold, however, is the first that I've deliberately taken time to separate out into its own section, since I believe it's generally agreed by most people to be the piece of Origins where the game itself, not just in small moments like boss fights, but where the game is at its strongest and most consistent. Obviously, I don't think that's a terrifically high bar, but I do mostly agree with that perspective. Cold Cold Heart presents a little light at the end of the tunnel for Origins for me, where a game that I don't really enjoy or admire most of the time does a few things that feel a little further from absolute nonsense and is a little closer to figuring out its own style. It is not really fully there, but I imagine if you're the kind of person who enjoys Arkham Origins, that Cold Cold Heart would be just about the nicest way to end this little parade. From a story perspective, I think it's very easy to see why this would have been an attractive and neat piece of the Arkham puzzle to settle on for Warner, as the relationship between Freeze and Batman was a part of Arkham City that had some implied history, and acting is an almost re-adaptation of the very famous Heart of Ice storyline from Batman the Animated Series. That episode had reimagined Mr. Freeze as a more sympathetic villain and redefined the character within DC chronology entirely. I think this story is a good choice, and as far as in keeping with the cold and snow aesthetic of the main game as well, going further with that theme visually is a very kinetic place to develop too. I won't lie to you and say that I think this is a fantastic piece of narrative, but it feels like a good addition to the story and contains some worthwhile changes to gameplay, visuals, and level design that I think do a good job highlighting some of the unique strengths that Arkham Origins does possess, and I think at least at the end of it all ends this experience on as positive a note as possible. Cold Cold Heart wastes basically no time the entire way through, playing itself from start to finish about as briskly as it can get away with. It reuses its new environments a lot, providing small twists like having you walk through Wayne Manor one way, then backwards while it's on fire, or having to go further into GothCorp with and without the extreme environment suit to double the length of time that you'll spend in these two new locations. I think it is a strength of this DLC playing out mostly in entirely new locations. Wayne Manor has been built out a bit, as has the interior of GothCorp, which visually present a lot more color and variety across the few hours of this DLC than a lot of the main game. As first surrounded by wealth and the warmth-tinged hearths of Wayne Manor to eventually battling the sub-zero temperatures and iced over steel interiors of GothCorp, almost like an underwater level, I think it's about as colorful visual design for these levels that the entire game receives. When flying out in the world as well, even though the Pioneer Bridge has been completely frozen over, and no, since Mr. Freeze is not launching a citywide attack, that doesn't make any sense, the open Gotham has received a few noticeable atmospheric improvements in other spaces, and the story is obviously trying to stay out of the world as much as possible, so it doesn't have to explain the space that it clearly does not care about. The color filter across Gotham Gotham is a bit more red, the snow is less apparent, and overall it feels like there's more depth and distance. It feels like more settled and brushed into place, and from a glance it's spookier, more fully decorated, and I think shows quite clearly how small visual changes like simple atmospheric touches can make a world of difference. Obviously, I think visiting Wayne Manor is quite fun, and given that we do it nowhere else in the series except for challenge maps, working it into one of these stories I think is very worthwhile. I do think, as usual though, Origins doesn't do much that's interesting with it, almost like it's trying to feel like the opening of Arkham City. Again, I'm opting to, as Arkham Origins does, set everything on fire, occupy the manor with far too much combat and stealth in an effort to make this feel like everywhere else. It's particularly confusing that like an entire battalion of soldiers though gets to work on destroying Wayne Manor so fully, with Bruce not having much of a reaction to it, when his failure to protect his own home was the catalyst for his development in the main game. I also think it's ridiculous to show Bruce congratulating Ferris Boyle as Humanitarian of the Year and accepting him completely at face value.
Mr. Boyle seems to be after your title as Gotham's biggest philanthropic industrialist.
Gotham needs more people like him.
Bruce!
Hey.
I am blown away by your support.
It's well deserved. You're going to change the world, Ferris.
Hey, we'll change it together, right?
Given the twist later on, its transparency and Bruce's own first-hand experience that those with power and money in Gotham often have secrets, his being so uncynical and not doing any research into Boyle beforehand to find out his dirty secrets just makes him look childish and overly idealistic, which, while not out of character in a certain way for him, is also annoying and shallow. As a player, I don't want to feel smarter than the character that I'm playing as, and one look at this guy tells me that I should look more closely at his company before handing him an award. Bruce still has to buy into this for the sake of the story, even though it's very transparent and I don't think the game is really trying to pull one over on you. However, even with the game's brisk pace and continued over-dialed environmental destruction, I think it's matched by this game's obviously less complicated story like that, so the style of the whole thing is a lot easier for the game to bear. There's no incentive to go exploring out in the open world, things feel very contained, very straight up, it's not trying to pull one over on you, and so the story of Mr. Freeze, even while still just superficially engaging and not particularly emotional, especially given how quickly it ends, can still take place within GothCorp, an environment which does a far better job to support that story, that superficial story, with design than other spaces. For one, the advent of the XE suit is supported narratively, since certain environments within the cryolab damage you when you're not wearing it, and you then receive its thermal benefits when you do get it. While I do think the XE suit design itself is a bit much, I do also believe fully that Batman with a totally covered face is a design choice that I always am here for. Having Batman directly face cold challenges related to body temperature to drive home Victor Freeze's own body temperature mutations is good, and there's the use of the thermal gloves and thermal batarangs to break ice in several ways as well, which is also good. Especially when used on vantage points in stealth or like icicles that can fall on goons, the thermal batarangs offer a small nudge to the stealth rooms that I think is a good move in the right direction, and something that is an example of more changes that could have been implemented within the main game. There is one other cold themed enemy as well, using a cryo gun who can freeze you in ice in combat encounters, which you have to mash to break free of. While new enemy types are always appreciated, adding yet another instance of mashing to combat I think is very unnecessary, and the DLC seems to have some sort of obligation to include this cryo gun enemy in every encounter, which turns each combat scenario into something feels relatively similar to the last one, greatly decreasing the variety that the combat can offer to the game completely. The combat does get very samey throughout the runtime. There's a few instances of the AR detective scenes here as well. In particular, it's the scene of the crime inside Freeze's office where Boyle is actually wheeling out Nora that causes a few problems, I think. For all the benefits to presentation that AR simulation gives to detective scenes in the way they need to exposit information and lets you do it in a more interactive way, I think it is still hard to imagine a way to tell the story of Victor Freeze, the accident, his motivation, and ensuing betrayal by Ferris Boyle in a way that was less emotionally engaging than the detective scene AR style. We all know the story of Victor Freeze, so the primary objective of telling his story in a DLC like this is to make the retelling of it emotional and interesting and worth rehashing in this way. And the choice to make the central moment of the DLC one of the least interesting and most convoluted AR scenes in the entire game greatly limits the game's emotional tools when it comes to the heart of the story here. It's already designed as like a piecemeal point and click cutscene essentially, which is interesting when it's actually a challenge to assemble and use common sense and follow trajectories and stuff. But this particular one doesn't really utilize the rewinding mechanic. Feels like a scuffle being doled out in small doses that you have to walk between different points on. The problem is that this is the center of the story. I don't think Cold is placing a great deal of emotional weight on the story here, or really investigating the depth of Freeze's connection with Nora at all, but it's not really told here, at least in the tragic terms of two doomed lovers in the way that it really could be. And perhaps it's intentional to have this framed in a way which presents about as little of the real burden of the situation that Freeze would feel in a way that's easy for players to understand emotionally. Origins style is to do action first and foremost, and shooting really high on like the emotional scale for the tragedy that this involves is kind of outside its wheelhouse. It's a safer play to do this in AR, but it's not emotionally interesting, which itself kind of defeats the purpose of doing Mr. Freeze, a villain who is different from other Arkham rogues because he's emotionally interesting. Cold Heart culminates in a Freeze boss encounter, which tries to meld a little bit of his Arkham City fight to the good old signal jammer, take down 3 things around the room thing at the same time, and its stealth arena at the same time, which is fun and like a fairly well-designed stealth room for Arkham Origins. Freeze isn't alone here, you can repeat takedowns on him, so it's not totally copying City, and the fight does encourage you to pay a bit more attention to the environment by using the icicles on the ceiling or breaking through ice walls as takedown opportunities, which is kind of exactly what Origins needed more of in stealth. But as a little crock-pot meeting point of a boss fight that we've already kind of done, a quest design within the room that feels wholly repetitious, and a regular stealth room which is not Origins' strength at all, the fight is somehow fine and also an annoying concentration of all of Origins' best and worst instincts at once, showing both all of the game's potential greatness with these little touches, which had there been a million more of in the game itself, might have lifted the experience in some soft but important ways. However, its underwhelming predilection for safety still shines through by repeating to the safety of regular stealth, the safety of signal jammers, and the well-loved Freeze fight from City. This kind of holding the wall plagued its every moment, and while Cold Heart might be Origins at its most stylistically whole, given the higher degree of attention paid to its newer environments, it still goes way too far in destruction, still isn't making interesting choices with Wayne Manor or combat pacing, and kind of just shows more convincingly than much of the rest of the game how much better the whole thing could have been. It's not incredible, but it's a step in a different direction. With a better understanding of how to set itself apart, Cold Heart plays toward a slightly more stylized and action-focused Batman idea, entirely benefits from its whip-fast pacing, its choice to ignore as much of its open world as possible, and place no more emotional weight on its storytelling tools than it absolutely has to because it knows it can't support them. I feel much more self-awareness about how little of this matters from Cold, to be honest. Being so, it's a short, focused 1-2 punch, which shows a little more consideration from Warner Montreal about the importance of adding in more of their own flavor and what that could add to the experience, and while I don't find it particularly entertaining or at all aligned with my own desires for this franchise, it at least makes the blockbuster, louder style of Origins a little easier to appreciate and offers a small, focused adventure into the mind of an individual villain, which the main game probably wanted to do but needed to wrap it up within a larger open world story.
I think for me, I finally enjoy this combat fully. I've always been a little bit on the fence with something so counter-heavy. I just wish there were more superhero games with this level of polish and commitment, and I'm so happy that this isn't a stopgap or a filler game. It's a Batman chapter in its own right. I'm giving it 9.5 out of 10 rubber chickens.
At the end of it all, whether I like Arkham Origins isn't really the thing that I struggle with. Of course I don't. At points I do enjoy it though, like it's Batman. There's free flow, it's Arkham, for better or worse that carries a level of sway with me. Whether I like this game wasn't the thing I was trying to sort out. I was trying to take a better look back at Arkham, and to improve upon a perspective that I offered in a video around 7 or 8 years ago. A video that I've grappled with in many different ways over a matter of years. At first I was happy with the video, and then when a bunch of people saw it, I was so overcome with anxiety that I started to think maybe I'd done something wrong, especially in criticizing the game so harshly in most cases. I took a look at myself and what I was doing, and I spent a long time going the long way around to find my own voice as a video maker and a critic, with a particular focus on trying to place media within its relative context and understand the humans behind the creation and why they made the choices that they did. I don't regret any of that. This opened the door on discussing things with more depth and in a much more personal way. Eventually, I thought I could return to Arkham with all this stuff that I'd learned and offer a more complete perspective and stand behind it with a lot more confidence. With both those games, I was able to return to my original retrospective and find things that I no longer aligned with, things that I didn't pay enough attention to, and it made the trips back really, really worth it. However, I was most eager the entire time to improve upon my treatment of Arkham Origins. This was the game I wanted to be the most wrong about, overhaul the most with, and finally get somewhere. What I think I found was that I don't enjoy the video I made about this game before. It was coarse and biased, and I did not want to see the game in a good light, which really informed my points. Years of study and work just gives me the tools now to say what I always felt, but it doesn't always change the nature of it. I came back to Arkham Origins and found that paying it a few deserved compliments doesn't really change much. I do not think this game is good, and the only things that save it from being a bad time are pieces made by a different studio for different games. Arkham Origins clings to the successes of Rocksteady like a toddler who's been thrown off a boat, gripping their floaties. Because all of this seems really obvious to me. I've done a very long video, but all of this stuff seems clear. What I'm trying to figure out with Arkham Origins really is why this underrated stance exists. And I think I'm someone who really appreciates art a certain way. I'm a purist or whatever. Sure, I value art in a certain way, but I'm not above just having stupid fun either, enjoying a game because it looks cool, but Arkham Origins isn't either of those. It just isn't good. I was surprised by how many times I used the word uncreative in this script and how apt that always felt. And I want to figure out if it's just something in me that can't understand this game, or if there's a way to convince people who like this game that they deserve better than it. They deserve a creative game. They deserve a game where the roads connect, and that treats them, the premise, the story, and their time with care. Every game I've spoken about that I disliked or have difficulty with on this channel, which regrettably is too many, I can still usually end things in a pretty positive enough place, to take something from it. What I think I struggle with the most of Arkham Origins is just stuff I've already said, that the longer I look at it, the less of an idea I have on what people who made it actually spent their time doing. That it feels creatively barren. And the last thing I want to do is make this personal to any creator, artist, animator, producer, department director who worked on this game. I don't hold any ill will toward anybody who made it. But I don't see your fingerprints in this. I don't see your heart. I don't see that you cared. And I think I find as little humanity in Arkham Origins, as little genuine expression of thought, feeling, or creative intent in its bones as I have ever seen for a game. And I struggle of how to convince someone of what to do with that. That there is so much out there in the world, games, movies, books, paintings, photography, poetry, any of it, where you can find people's souls and love preserved in time. And that compared to the vast expanses of just video game work released within the time since, let alone available before this came out, Arkham Origins isn't underrated. It's actually pretty fucking terrible. I found that I don't respect Arkham Origins. I hope I haven't shown disrespect to the people who made it, but man, that's a funny line to walk. Respect isn't like an opinion. An opinion is an emotional thing, like whether you liked it or not. Respect is intellectual. It's based on evidence, on things you observe. I respect effort. Failed ambition, I respect. When looking at it from that perspective, I was annoyed to find the reason I don't connect with 2013's Arkham Origins, that I never connected with it, the reason I chafe at people saying it's their favorite, the reason I roll my eyes so hard when people say it's underrated, is because I don't respect this game. I don't. From my limited ability to look into the way it was made, cross-reference that with what I can see here in the work, I don't think those who made it at a publishing or development level made the best choices to make this be the best it could possibly be. I don't like saying it this way because I'll never know what they were dealing with, but it doesn't feel impassioned or cared for or like it's even really trying. I think it's first instinct easy choices lined up in a row, designed to hit a mark as lightly as it can, and it does not follow through on even its most conventional aspects with passion, determination, or creativity. And it frustrates me that I sometimes feel like I'm the only one who can see that and is not willing to settle for that, and I get annoyed that I feel like a dickhead for saying that's how I feel. I don't like that I feel this way, but I don't respect a game like this. The game that seems as though it was handed half the game already completed on a plate, and the most it could manage to roll out of bed and do was a couple of skins, cutscenes, and overblown monologues. Are we serious that like a semi-competent beat-by-beat story, almost completely relying on one actor, that has a few scenes that display some emotion toward the back half, a version of Bane that has a couple of moments of being tolerable, a third of a boss fight that's a little interesting, and a cool looking batsuit makes up for how completely checked out the game is the vast majority of the time with literally everything that it does. I've seen for a decade at this point like people writing off the entirety of Arkham Knight because Rocksteady said in the marketing that Arkham Knight would be an original character. The entire game written off with one comment about something that wasn't even in the game. And yet video after video, comment after comment, thread after thread, defending this shit from nobody when the entire central dungeon of the narrative didn't explain why Batman doesn't just grapple up the side of the fucking building. Your priorities are non-existent, but I have to hear fucking constantly that it's apparently good. I don't respect a game that makes virtually no choices to either convey or uphold the conceit or consistency of its own world setup or atmosphere at any time. I don't respect a game that understands the framework it needs to operate within of a younger Batman in a world overcome by a winter storm and throws both of those great concepts aside to do nothing with them. I don't respect a game that builds dungeons and levels which are consistently nonsensical from an environmental storytelling perspective and occasionally insult my intelligence in other moments, completely failing to deliver a unique, catered narrative experience which at any point uses specific tools to support its own narrative. I don't respect the sequel that addresses none of the previous game's obvious shortcomings and continues the series' tradition of paying lip service to the idea of character progression while supporting none of its own fucking narrative with gameplay. I don't respect a game that does its best storytelling, its best gameplay and art direction, none of which is actually good but simply more stylistically sound, in bit-by-bit paid DLC like it figured stuff out 6 months after release. I don't respect a game that uses the basis of Gotham, a city of mythical proportions with 75 years of art history behind it at the time, to build what I think is observably one of the least interesting and most frustrating open worlds of its era, one which entirely misses the point of what open worlds allow writers and teams to do with games and stories. I don't respect a game that makes its largest contributions to gameplay systems that it didn't build within a gameplay type that needed no changes, yet introduces things that miss the point of that system whilst completely ignoring every opportunity presented in a different system which needed a major creative boost, and then designing the rooms like shit anyway. I don't respect a game that has received pats on the back for over 10 years for boss fights it didn't fucking design. I don't respect a game that cheapens and misunderstands the stakes and stories of both its narrative sequels, takes no risks, or seems to want to be where it is. I don't like feeling this way, but I don't respect Arkham Origins, and I know now that I never did. It's not all bad stuff. There are certainly some moments of it you can tell a lot of work went into, but from an artistic perspective, I don't want to keep hearing that this is underrated. I'm looking for a consistent, designed, coherent game that offers an experience of this great character and this great universe coming from a perspective from a team who want to do something, anything with it. And the more time I spend with Arkham Origins, the less I understand about what anybody who worked on it spent their time and energy doing, and the less easy it has become to offer criticisms from that place I so desperately need to, just for me, from a place of humanity, deep admiration, good faith, and respect for what's been achieved. I can't criticize this game from a place of love, and I don't want to learn to make that a habit. Enjoy playing it all you like, but maybe I'll put yet another call out to any critic who writes about Arkham like I've done twice already. I think the vast majority of pieces I've seen about this game from all sorts of viewpoints, whether they liked it or not, have a lot of holes in their vision. I think there are so many aspects of game construction that most of them ignore to trade on very surface level observations. And to the critics who defend it, I see games released and crucified and bombed today for far less than Origins does, and I'm not sure this game deserves your affection. There's a different reason, probably, why you like this. because plain as day, Origins doesn't have the staying power. To come out at the end of 2013 as a standout, much less over 10 years later, be worth all of this shit you're saying. If you want to actually deepen your understanding of and appreciation of Arkham, I think you need to do better than you've been doing to understand what makes them work and focus on some different stuff. I've heard it all before. You are running in circles, making mountains out of molehills with this thing, and it's about as helpful to actually growing in your understanding of yourself and the game as banging your head against a wall. Listen to what is already out there about the game, and if you find someone who's already said it, great, maybe you don't need to. If you don't, then maybe you're onto something. Every Arkham game has a lot of problems. I will be and have been the first to tell some of you that. But if someone out there thinks that Arkham Origins works, contains the same quality of ideas, of execution, of detail, of coherency, of artistic commitment and urgency in regard to making itself be the best video game that it can be, in the most important areas of the series, when stood next to Asylum, City, and Night, these other very flawed games, I personally think they'd be fucking kidding themselves. I really prefer to end my videos, those in this series especially, on a personal note, and this is a difficult emotion for me to speak about, honestly. It's a mix of confusion and anger and this superiority complex that makes me really annoyed at myself. I don't want to make negative videos on my channel. I spent a year and a half only doing Pixar content, partially to shift the entire space into something more positive, nicer, more accepting. And now to turn backward and have what is easily the most overall negative video on my channel immediately follow all that work, it doesn't sit very well. But these frustrations, though, are also my feelings, and they deserve their own space to be heard. I have to learn that this is a kind of passion, it's just maybe for a different thing. Origins is a perfectly innocuous game. Thing is, it's a fine time, it's not unplayably awful or anything, but it runs up against like my deep interior beliefs about art and work that you have to make it all that it can be. And I want there to be more space, more dynamic, to appreciate the things that I love about games when I feel they really have reached a moment for my praise to mean anything. The closest to a personal note that I can end on is somewhere around that, and it's entirely ego-based and doesn't have much to do with Origins really, just the videos I've made about it, that revisiting it years later with a lot more tools in my belt, uncovered the simple truth that maybe for this one, I didn't really need to come back here. I've been very uncomfortable with that video for a very long time. I spoke about it in my follow-up Arkham video, and those who followed my channel since then have seen me writhe under the weight of that original retrospective many times. And to be able to look at that video now and have a lot of distance and remember who I was at the time and not really squirm and have empathy for myself has taken a lot more work for me than I thought it would. The thing is a bugbear that I think I can put to rest, because the only real problems I have with it now are with its editing and style, and that's totally normal for a first time. It was a very necessary step on my individual journey that has led me to making a lot of other content that I am extremely proud of. And I hope that Arkham Origins acted as a similar stepping stone to people who made it. I don't respect the game, but I have no ill will toward any individual person who worked on this thing. I really want to make sure that's clear. I'm sorry that I feel this way, but I hope you've all gone on to look back very fondly or with conflict or however you feel on this thing in a way you can be at peace with. I'm sure they all see the problems or the things they're really proud of with clarity, and I hope they've all continued to make work since that they're really proud of. I want to be able to stand here as a nearly fucking 30-year-old and say, I think you, Eric Holmes, the director of Arkham Origins, are probably a totally normal dude who's worked on cool games, and that's a really cool career. I don't like this one that you made. I think we'd disagree on a lot about it, even if I'm just some idiot that you don't know. I'd like to think that if I ever met you in person, I hope you wouldn't punch me in the face, but I'd like to think if I ever met you in person, I'd buy you a beer if you drink or a sparkling water if you don't, and ask some questions about how this thing got made. Here's some stories about this game that, no matter how I feel about its quality, has been a part of my life that's made me feel and react and speak and make 3 videos about. I'd like to imagine that would be a nice evening and we wouldn't have a problem with that at all. Because I know whenever someone hops in the comments of something that I made and they have a problem with it, the only thing I really want to see is that they paid attention. Like, hate I can brush off. Someone being dismissive doesn't matter to me. But if someone was listening, disagreed, didn't think what I made was very good, and they wrote down why, I respect the time that takes. Look, I said my piece, I had my time on the mic, and I think those more intricate thoughts, I need to step back and give those things space. Like, if someone does that, if someone spent 20 minutes writing 3 paragraphs responding to one point that I made, if they do that, then I know that I'm not alone in the world, making something that nobody listened to. And I'd like to think that a nearly 5-hour video from someone like me about a game I don't like, I don't respect, but clearly paid attention to, matters just as much, is just as valid, and on some days, actually more exciting than a cheap compliment you've heard 1,000 times before. Our digital worlds can feel as real as the one we inhabit. If we treat them as such, players will come. If all we do is present a game, then we're just telling players what they already know.
It's 2:45. There's no one in the place except you and me. So set 'em up, Joe. Got a little story you ought to know. We're drinking, my friend, to the end of a brief episode. Make it one for my